only you can help us. And now we thank you for those in authority, in every sphere, in every department, in every area. Grant them wisdom. And deliver us, deliver our nation from wicked people in authority. Deliver us from evil men who will sit in places of authority and do evil things. Deliver us from vampires who will drink the blood of the nation and leave nothing behind. Bless our nation with good leaders. And for those that are there now, we thank you that you are helping them, that your grace and your wisdom is given to them to lead us forward into a good and a better situation. We give you thanks for your great wisdom that is now released into this nation. In Jesus' name, amen.
Yamagana Fonina Kwaba, and then the 3rd March the year 2026. HSM March Busumi, Neda Tosomi and Sa, and a Radia Domian, Yediti, you. Mojadi of Fusani when the Pediamo, Yaya Cassia, because ye dear town for so good name. And a pedi ever can say Radia that say, Yamobi Aqua, the bandit 100.9, you made your friend Ghana Montier, Mebato Medin the Mag Jerry or say Agyeman. Media Sedai, the Bema Mabua for Kododamiado, Alex Entry, the studio assistant. Namedia Sedai, Yama Bena Frema Bankro, Nana Safom, your social media administrators. Media Sedai Bema Chuago, Nana Jarena Nabuaje, one more NA engineers, others and Chroma in charge of the electricals. Dr. Fadadex and Nye, executive producer, fully supported by my general manager Kennedy Santos Esquire. Woman a boy yet to make the yard bread with needs 100.9. And come out with a baby no why you be. They say I wish Iran, Israel and the US attacks a cosway and Tokwaya cosway. Iran for the one must say one more new beer ni asetana. One more new beer ni senkai. Nemum udi omoje shane so mbe retaliate. Eti woma share US bo. Woma share Israel bo. Say wombe retaliate omo pa. Ene na asem na idio. Eti womu supreme leader na US for gokun no. Womo eyi ni papofro. Ono so dia tudwa se entokwa no eye ntokwa womu nyai kra. Womu supreme leader na womakunu ne de ade a kwan bia so wombe retaliate just say kwan bia so ade a womu ni US will be kan na just say ade no ayede Bosha ye Ghana ye embassy we Iran ye close to down. According to Honorable Kujeto Ablakwa, safe evacuation akoso. Eti yeguso aye bisa empanyufo sa yanka akoma to yeyem. Ghana for one more important ho no so no. They are safe. Agwakwa say what aeroplane mo no. Menim mo amafo aeroplane afo. Say what aeroplane na turbulence bi si wo wiem ana say bibi nkoyi a air hostess no training back a wo mo ne so meka to so bibia dedin obia kana komanto ne yam esu na wiem hyen bubu ni mu wiem hyen bu atopa wo wiem wiem hyen so de ebu atopa wo wiem azem ko a eso air hostess for no be shada ayo mo say obibia nsi Azemo Sana de yakoye Ejese mpenyu foka kire say yanka komanto yeyem da bibia nsi eso de yakoso ni easy no waje so easy Azemo Where the Amian say innocent people won't be wusa. Won't be kunipasa. I feel later no makwa trans say one more no masumduebua. Won't be kunipasa. I feel like I say no masumduebua. Eti asoso so a ewo emag oman Ghana ene ye de ye dundun na watwe so wa wani tu ase oman Ghana mu ye na watwe enam se nyame ya adoma efiada na Ghana ye di Independence Day eti ye oman Ghana na watwe ene se rank omo ikra say ye we yo Yawa be for the town man so you be share the trending stories. Yo the Bokrata Musa Muhammad Sancha me kwamna mafu. Alongside the year Akosuya Etonam. Mame Akosuya Etonam. Woman the Bokrata Musa me bebre. Yo solid interview said the year da. Yene international relations expert Bibe Kasa. Yene lawyer Martin Kwebu bedin komo. E komo no wo ho. Na yebisani akwese aban intervention anamo aban netu no eno me ko se efa eye Iran ene US ni Israel to kwai Ghana for wo ho no so far no me ko se ede ne ye efa wo mobambo ho ebedi san komona no pay na mayembisa uza Ghana ndi asamene ba ye kan na ye jan Burkina Bay Burkina ye dwadifo a wo ko Burkina e ko fa ntosu ba no so far say arrangement e ko say on say first batch de ko ye di hu komo ye ne cargo truck ba ko o kan hu bie ye ne driver ne di hu komo na say normal ko say arrangements no et say ye wo ho wo kwa na ke ye boy chira hwe and just say you Johnny sa I will want your boy trash. And Ayawasu East. And Ayawasu East by elections in the Koso. Ayawasu East by elections. And then Menoka say a why ye dija. Omo kwako to aba no de you omomra she bedwane. Already info analytics so Musa Dankwa project ye Baba Jama say obenya 75%. It's no so arrangements and so ho. Ya do bibia say mo bibia kwa ba de ba need 100.9. Ya dia seda mapsfmonline.com, citynewsroom.com, myjoyonline.com. Check out Ghana.com, StarFMGA, ClassFMOnline.com, HotDigitalOnline.com, Omo UK. Najuma de Emeka say a live Big J Online Radio. Big J Online Radio. I want Santi Jabe. It's a more money amutia wa ho. Yeah, that's it. Why do you check baby? I'll be funny at 02011627746. 02011627746. Which here your number one super duper Ghana Montie. Yeah, the other for the town man so bro. No see I'm over copies 104.3. Yeah, the Casabona near the Atuatu also. Okay, yan share some go do ekoso abe for the town man so. Government must liaise with Gulf states to safeguard Ghanaians. Professor Entry Danso, international relations expert and security analyst, Professor Vladimir Entry Danso, has urged the government to take urgent diplomatic and consular action to protect Ghanaian nationals affected by escalating tensions in the Middle East, particularly in countries where flights are being cancelled and air travel is disrupted. Abusia aye Professor Vladimir Chidanso odi atudwa osi aben ye twa emiaye bia ye kase wiemhyen entu ewiemhyen enko emma agana for adehia koka ho na eno na prof kase aban immediately onesa aman no eni guta ho na ye hwe kwan pa ye befa so na Ghana fo amakwakọ da adwam no ye betu omdo ababedru oman mu asomdwe kwan so itina de woman no. President Mahama recalls having nightmares after his father's detention following 1966 coup. President John Dramani Mahama has opened up about a deeply personal chapter of his childhood, disclosing that he suffered recurring nightmares as a teenager following the detention of his father in the aftermath of Ghana's 1966 coup. Oman penyin na osi ebra na osuano 1966 coup na ye che ne papa ko shem enno ma fa na no so ne sa akwada owo na ne ye mahye no owo na che se ade ni hunehuna no nti oman penyin and for so many years now all the sense mu ya ba betudwa me kai say Professor Mills wu ye no so Ghana man penyin na obo ntowa so besan ababie mebra obedi Professor Mills ade no ekokohia no niwa brem na sa brem say ye gina wo anadwo no mienu ensentro adwuman so ya breo ensentro adwuman yekokoduru niwa brem no miensa because ne yesi JDM eba eti efrin kokko ne yeko niwa brem yekojira niwa brem school park yisu gina wonim ebo anadwo no mienu ansa JDM babeduru ho obeduru ho sha se kasa anom ne ade owie kwa na se ekwa akobo no miensa ya bro nsentro adwuman enti eho JDM ka sembi sabre no na Professor Mills efrem ena ose Professor Mills odahwa na ne yemahye no yemhye na no wa sorry efre ne kete so na we twapu saying I salute you sir. JDM ka say we oni wa brem na me hobi and the anyase obi na e ka atem na me gina hobi ena okay tutum say nightmares the JDM say no ma bi to na the nightmares na me say hane pa say the yemhye no we twapu saying salute sir. Afujina wudin kakra na je wasa akwa akoda o de sense we to dwa niwa brem ye ba beto eye 2012 abano say 2012 na de no 2009 ha na de Prof Mills ba the 2012 abato no sabre no nti JDM the nightmares ne de no normal ha no nti bi na waka wa han so ya akoda no saa na no amahunehuna no ebra wo mko detain ne papa okay yenko eni mai Ayawasu East calls through South Democracy Hub suit seeking to disqualify Baba Jamal. The High Court in Accra has cleared the final legal hurdle for the Ayawasu East by-election, striking out a lawsuit that sought to annul the National Democratic Congress parliamentary primary over vote buying concerns. Ebusia sadewe aye Mark Oliver Vomawo Oliver Baka Vomawo on the market count. Or the same way Edical Court aye Democracy Hub. One must say Ayawaso East. And this is a prime minister course no. A man for two to Yanoma. court ni hwedin hu se adanse na won hunu so a enti court na moamo ato atwene ti munsam no mother 3 children drowned in Galamsey pit at Wasa Dunkwa. A 42-year-old woman and her 3 children have drowned in the water-filled Galamsey pit at Wasa Dunkwa in the Manfi West Municipal of the Western Region. Hey. Mami bia wanya 42 years. One ne mami ensa omakwa akoto Galamsey amonemu. Isempi amamato ananu monse no. Arewo sema eno so esi ewo Wasa Dunkwa. Eno no. Itine jese ese yese no so. Galamsey piti aye ka ho semi. Ekum enya de edafo. Mami faster farmer peace FMonline.com, cdnewsroom.com, myjoyline.com, checkoutghana.com, Star FMG at class FMonline.com. Any other relevant news portals. Woman the boy, including hotdigitalonline.com and live on Big J Online Radio. And I say, Udru Eye Kataman Sonsoa Abemuso Information Center. Almost on the Pebia and Omebiatum. Mammy Akosia Tonam, I crado. I don't know, Mark
Jerry Major also.
I don't know what to say.
Yamina do.
Look at the normal go here, Yamia Dumboko.
Oh, Yamina do.
Kakra. I don't know. Oh, Yamia Dumboko.
Oh, okay.
All right. Young quite many I tried Crata and Munsam. I don't win a church or one. A catch by your money. Okay. You're great away.
I was here for your quite name, dear Nature said, the Bocrata Bajas on the way, your bono passion, near Cocofano, Casiano, Eddie Abramo, your bar. Na Mark Jerry Tenassi, a bedroom was to call Eddie Amamo. May shall see every daily graphic the Bocrata no anymore. Daily graphic the Bocrata no anymore see what Ghana Mampini, John Dramani Mahama, Fonini Ababatua, Neno. And now Ghana Mampenyi editor Eja essay. Baby a year do no a bibremu a mino. I was so more a yen share no mudi near Mogo come said ye beya, and who be any way bet me a bow more. Nebra no Mampenyi, John Dramani Mama Ecopie, now or more a yam mambrania money African court, or more at me ashe, no muddy jumano, and no. And was sister African courts, one more protocola, one more the Ed Gua Quemono, so much me this wa, and when he said Bibrema and mine penny for be able ya graphic the Bocrats, I don't amane bo abba. I was here for daily graphic the Bocrats, I know, and I no pay. Or bo amani and no say I was east, and now one more to bar. Now about one wine and a bedding could weigh who is who. Ain't he say NDC Nino and a bedding coming now what the Baba ya Baba Lee, and a Baconsia Baba Jama, ain't he near him. Baba wins Baba enti nyame aya adomo ene abato no koso wiade ebehu de obedi nkonim daily graphic the Bocrat no ebo amane ene na wonmonyafo kwadwo opon kroma ana ose aban no oni brands bia oni sika bia ya chese wode ba behwe na fe ba physical discipline obetimi ahyemu kina daily graphic the Bocrat nso ede ho amane bo aba ene anope abusuafo yemfa the Ghanaian Times the Bocrat no na yamfa ntraso na Ghanaian Times the Bocrat no anim hase no obo amane eno osesa wudu wani echiremu ewo ahafomai na arahosam a yensa kan sem amena no abu amanipa edudie wo mo atwana no ewo ensiedo omo se amena dada bia ewo ho ya atese galamsefo omo kodi juma wo mu no yese wo mo amena no abu amanipa dudie wo mo atwana no ewo ensiedo na omo chem se ebi mu soso apra wo mo do mo akogu ayasabia ya chese Times the Bocrat no enanopei wodo ho amanepo abam na Times the Bocrat no ani ho se ena Ghana mampanyi eda ha ebra na African court wo mo ekohwe na wo motimi aya mamre ne amane na dwumadie atimi akoso wo ho no eno ena Ghana mampanyi edit to AU state no anim se is ya the African court protocol no na wo babedi so enti no shaking ya chese Times the Bocrat no ede ho amanepo abam na GHIS ana omode to aban no anim se wonhwe na surveying council bill no wontimi anyintumu ya Times the Bocrat no enanopei wode ho amanebo aba abusia for Times the Bocrat no ni ho se no obo amane no se 328 adehye a wo mu ewo wanchi e do mo se elephantiasis wo mo atimi atest positive a ehon sem so ewo house at times the bokrata enanope wode ho amanebo aba abusiafo daily guide the bokrata no ani ho sei ena mede amane no ebesom na guide the bokrata no ani mo sei no obo amane ena wo se mabuno wo mo ewo tontokrom ena wo mo ese amane bi ebeto odwasan amena abu agu adehie ni bi eso galamse pit ewo maso tontokrom no wo mo ese amena bia mu ye mabunu no afrense ntwofo nhie mu ya guide the bokrata de ho amane bo aba na guide the bokrata no ni ho se na ode wonmunyafo baba jama wode ne fonyi aba no se an samu no wo mo de ko bie mu ewo court ni nyina fa e waso is wo mo primary si wo mo koye se adamudie bi ko so acha niema bi wa onim achadie bi kokọ so ne ho kro no ba evidence no anko yenti no koto abo asem no atu agu ya guide bokrata ede ho amane bo aba abusia for daily guide bokrata no ani ho se en wo bo amane en wo se wo de tudwa en wo se lawyer en wo de tu yoko anim SM wo produce 600 million Ghana cedis recovery information ya ese ho nsem so wase a daily guide bokrata ede ho amane bo aba abusia for guide bokrata no ani ho se wo no bo amane no se aban no oni plans bia oni sika bia na afi oni bi obia ya wo no e de kokoto stakeholders anim ya se guide bokrata so e de ho amane bo aba daily guide bokrata no ani ho se no obo amane suspect miensa oni mufo nyina aba san so mo ye suspect nti ya kata wo mu animu eni yese wo mu susu se elashibi owura bia wo mu abro no amanatro na no ewonse adu nipa miensa bi omho foriforu mu no obosi ensa aka wo a guide bokrata nso ede ho amane bo aba ene anopai abusiafo yemfa the chronicle the bokrata no na yemfa ntoa so na also the chronicle the bokrata no animase a ena wo bo amane na amane a wo bo no ena wode owura ebo mensa wono administrator wono ehwe promise fuel so secretariat no ewo ena wo ena wode oswafo a wo hwe afarefo odwumadie so meche minister for fishes and aquaculture onumunyamfo Emilia Ata enso so edaha ena afensu so officials ahodo a wo mo ehwe ama promise fuel hye etimi akonkan no wo mu buki no wo nyina so ededaha eno no mo ba manom se promise fuel mo managers no wo matimi ahye amasika santotoye etimi agya nan so ema wo so kopie mu awo central regional wo matimi abu akonta 545,000 Ghana cedis ya the chronicle ede ho amane bo aba ene anopai abusian for the chronicle the bokrata no anyone say and also show a year retailer baako and wa confirm omusifu contamination no ekoso pa ewo atimpoku ya atese the chronicle the bokrata no ede ho amane bo aba abusian for adehia wo mu tontokrom ena wo mu mabunu no ena wo say sa nse bia abetodwa se tontokrom wo mu mines bi a collapse ne ho krono ba no wo say nukure bia enim ya just chronicle the bokrata nso so ede ho amane bo aba ene anopai abusiafo yemfa daily post na yemfa ntoaso na daily post the bokrata no anim ase no se nye bete kra se wodi wani echiremu ewo Krachi East District awo otimantemu a na yes first lady Lordina Mama Foundation wo matimi akwakobo mo wo mo anya maternity and children health facility ya is a daily post the bokrata ede ho amanebo aba abusia for daily post the bokrata no ani ho se na odi Ghana mampanyin John Dramani Mama Fonyi ababeto ebra na yes wo mo ehwe maya bi ano mekire 20 judicial year no eno na wodi ato African court ya wo mo behwe nipa eye efa ahodi eso no was human and people's rights so no eno wo ka say we di ebradu obi afa ahodi eba abekọ nanim enye se bi obi ba be ginagina obi konso da bi sa mre no atwam ya the daily post the bokrata ede ho amanebo aba daily post the bokrata no ani ho se eno de kane kokobot tiwo nnyamfo Jose Bwan Edu odnifo nyi aba eno wo se kane kokobot tiwo se Bwan Edu ya ese wono no ka bia na wo mo se akwakodi ni wo no ebeye bosome du nan ni no wo mo se asan so ababak biom ya te se daily post the bokrata no ede ho amanebo aba ene anopai na abuziafo yebeko peace ni akofa no nsi akase no ede abramo Mark Jerry OSEI AGYEMAN atenase yeba Ghana Montie yede beto amso
abo nonsia peace 104.3 FM senior ma this year yamamu na match and nano pay ade ache bia o my Ghana ne nkrofobia man so nsem ene agudie mu nsem na no pay yensa ka wo peace FM kasa fidie so madawro ma yesre na asma be yeduase de maka ye ho na ye de nsem no abremo yama machi na ye damase sem de fidie na to peace FM mama kwa ba e de aba enne afino boso mi atoso miensa ne de atoso miensa eye nnabnan no nsanka se boyi so ena moki FM ni nit FM e ka peace FM ho abeka jansen akra hello FM e wo dispatch abonsam okumase adum anopai Ghana fana baby a peace FM no nsanka se boyi nam ho a na eye stations dodo no da roma wodo ontoma beboye de ano anopai a waje ka se boyi di nam your social media so de onyan so bebo peace 104.3 FM emu bia so anopai wo behu yen asanso ate ne ensma ya de ba no ene
ya be shanse e de afi post adwumako no aso ye no amenya no entie se na no nipa binum ekotu anamo bia na ensem fata aka hu bi amasesein Liberia ni crash bi sese won kate asefo hu bi wo musi na boss Steven no posifo so wo hwehwe sansem ni mu afei posifo kra aso ye be gina ho enai ena ayawa so epoye abato mpesu aso by election no ekoso ewo ho wo mu ne edie mu enkomo
na by election kro ya ne be kwa hwe said ye won mo won beto aba ewo enne election ni mu nipa be ye 40,000 a won wo constituency mpesiano so no won ma ho keka etesei ensem bi kan ho na no pay ye de eba na amano ne de no
ya do be kwa hwe de ekoso ewo Israel esan sempenifo se wo mahunu se wo nipa bi wo ho anani ya atra nani ntom o ya ye tintintintin sei wo mo so sore ne dodo mu
ya be kwa agudie mu so na ye bisa se enu a na ye dan ena Madrid etna fie pa Santiago Bernabeu wo mo kata so kra dede ye jigum sa ase kra se brass band no na se ko wi ase negative do mo tika form se kum e ka ba ko Madrid prayer ntumi ante na eba ne sei
penium
na me kata
Alejama sana fufro binum eka we hunti emfa sedan emfama Lawson Heba Center empenifo aso ye wode Lawson Heba mixture ene ye du papa na wode ema ye ba cho se koko tete so oba na so oba ma wadru eye ba akopɛ ya no waje bi anonom esanse ensem fata se ene obetena bedwam na wuyam ebubom saa sanso ena typhoid fever no wahwe age bi ho buying stain remover no ewo dwasoma wonsa enka bi sanso na this way chocolate drink do here and so share medidi nana ama ano tufo ena
ohene nana kwame amo
afei adeshimama madama ensem no enchiemu enie ponse adwumako no kratan ya wode aba enne anopai no echesen wo mo ewo ho na no wonka bi enhyemu ogefo bosume de to saduonu enson fiedi etwam yen ena wo munya tetefon call edi free adehye bi a wo mo eti eye sakomo no empotam se mumbra o na se mo ama de ebesie no enye saa bre no na ponse adwumako ne se enam wo mo nhyehyɛ ya ene IGP ayenti no na wo mo nam empotam ho a bebi a wo mo wo ene bebi a tetefon call no efri ba ye no na emu nwa kora nto mo tia aka no so ene wo koduru ho wo koye no na krachi bi ene da fom a chese wo fra nam wo ho nyasam ketu akora dwene ho a moja enwunu no wana bambofo efa krachi no ene dimirika ekọ Aresabia na tie wo se wodu Aresabia no o ma posifo fa ne bi ekọ akire ekọ chance etietie mu die ntia na wo mo ebro krachi ne saa na nkomodidie no emuo no na etwa wie se wo kire nipa binom na kọ nhwehwemu aka enso wo mo aso ye ho enei ehwehwemu aba beto dwase Kache no yesena ni nuamo ewo apartment bi ewo mpotam ho ne titiru eye lashe bi a ebe sakomo no etina okwa akosra wo nuanom ewo ho na onye Ghana ni kwa okoye no na ne kanchema kana ho a woni ni nyina ekwa akosra wo nuanom na agya okodidi wo ho enkomo ene se ababa a wane se wo muduru eye fa ba bi ewo wo manamontu no emuo no ena opani ba akwa wo no eye secret wo sha ase tiamu se o kronfo ni o Ghana fo so de se agya wonim wo munya tie kronfo na na wo mu dimirika me mama kikikikikiki ekoto se krachi so ebo bo no afan na bobo ni mu na ebi fa bo ebi fa nkontima eninti ena bambofo ba ya na moja enyu ne sa no sa hwehwemu yi amasesen wachi nipa makom yensa na miensa na ba ko aye Vincent Azika wɔnyɛ mfinhyia aduasa ɛnwɔtwe Francis Amuzu ɛnyɛ mfinhyia aduanan ɛnan ɛna William Addison ɛnyɛ mfinhyia aduasa ɛnan emprempra amene okasa idie eno akumensa watu pia fagya wadwane yesi wɔno kra de wagimu kyan wɔ soro nti wɔno pa ɛna wɔn ɛhwehwɛ no nti obia yesi wonim no ɛwɔ mpotam hɔ ya wo behia no ɛwɔ baabi no mabambɔfo aso nti sɛ ne ɛbɛya ɔdi nipa miɛnsan ɛkɔ ɛyɛ court ɛyɛ na wɔtwe mu no wɔno so wɔn nya no a nhwehwɛmu a ɔka no wɔn ayɛ ɛde afa ho obankran mantam ha sɛ ya pose dwumakuo no ɛhyehyɛ a wɔn ayɛ ɛyɛ sɛn adeɛ baako a mokasa de tia ɛyɛ sɛ obi ɛde ne din bɛbu obi ntrani nipa ne nyɛ hwe na mobɛhyɛ ase ɛbɛsi nipa naboɔ ana mobɛboro no na magye ne nkwa ɛde afi ne nsam posifoɔ so wɔ mokasa ɛde tia enti wɔn bɛma mmara no ɛnso so ayɛ atwuma ɛyɛ Miss Juliana Obin superintendent wɔno ɛna yɛ kasamafoɔ post adwumakuo no mu ɛnso so ɛwɔ nkrampopuni mantamanti no sɛ wokɔ sakomo no ɛyɛ lahyebi ɛmpɔtamu a post adwumakuo no se deɛ esi ya Krache fene se Austin Tiji a wanya mfinhyia aduonu ensia nipa binum aboro no akum no no wo mo eye emu enhwehwemu na se wo sese wonsa ene ye match bosome de etosom yensa ene enema kese mienu na ebesi ewo my Ghana hasen de di kan eye ban election ya ebekoso ewo ayawaso east abato mpesua no eso na no pose adwumako ne se wo munim se abato hyehyeye eba se ya nipa binum esi wo madwene mu pose wo be ya tuturasem ede agu abato hyehyeye no eho fin wo be ha nipa binum adwen bebo wo muntrani emo mumpie enkonkoto aba ene pose adwumako ne si gina yie esan se wo masum emrante wane nketesi ya tete wo mo opose adwumakuo ni mu e de wo mo ekon ayawaso east ho na kwa wo mo kono wo mo ehwe se bambo afefan yo pepere yo ebe ya atwuma e wo electoral commission enhyehyeye na wo de egu akwan mu e wo ho afi obi biara a oman Ghana ya bato mu nkratasem e ma no ho kwan se wo to aba e wo ayawaso east eyeye no so no won so mbehwe abosa nipa no ho ban na wato aba wo brekwa wo bia entumi ehwinahwina no ene na pose adwumakuo ne se wo bo wutiri mu po se wo kwa hwinahwina obi wo ho uko page ballot box ana wo koye nema ahodo bi a ede basabasa yo ebeba wo dia ene gina ye esan se emra no ene ebedi pa se wo se o ka kire wo bia nso so a oman Ghana ye mra no ema wo ho kwan se wo to aba wo ho eyeye se enhye dem esan se bambofo egina brane se obema wonya kwan akoto aba no ewa asomdwe kwan so entipie na beto aba esan se wo ye Ghana ni ede hye de ebefra akire ewo mu ebeba nso pose adwumako se omo atiefo aso ensi ewo ho wei aye ban election ya ebekoso ewo ayawaso east abato mpesua so we so sakratai every post adwumakuo no aso ya Miss Juliana Obin superintendent wono ena nensa chance
na yeda ho awo ayawaso east by election ya na ebekoso no emu na eno na electoral commission abadwumakuo wo no mo hwe abato so abamanye se ensiseye ni enho asiesie nyina totoye ni na wo maye ne kama wo maye ne fine ama ni na ye nice etem fan nice kra na dia wo mo hwa ne se ebra ne beso na ebra ne be wiedu na wo mabo prr se prr na wo bibio wo constituency ho a wo tumitu aba ma ye yie a wo pese wo tubi no wakodi santim no wato ne kama emperifo aba man ye se inki no aye de ensa bebom no inki no wo ho ballot paper no so aye betim no so aye ready sa butu no de bekwa hye ma obi ehu bebi a wo to akono so wo maye ne bibia murabafo ne akratifo nso a wo mabehwe abato no so a wo di oma fantitiye mu ama obi ehu na sede ne naso die wo ne by election abato no emu na director research ewo electoral commission Fred Tete woni zamtwafo kasa no wakire mu se wo bambesre papa se yenim dada se agora dan yenkonto kwa wase enso wo yemfam frango asesra pe yembo mfranchiwe electoral commission se yenim dada se yeto aba wo man mu a enyema bi wo wa yechi a yen hwehwe se obi ababa be ye wo ho se de ntontom se wo mpa agora ye dibo yensem no sada ena yabato nso so wo man mu no nema bi wo ho a won cross entemo bi ama ho ma meye wo a obeba ho aba bedi se bi enniam ho nsem abedi akokrokom ranto ne akakabe nsem se ono ye gangali a obese wo bo sasin police a woje bo no ene bambofo na agba amane so ate dada tu hofo antisa no mo chiwo se kata wo bejo ho gina ebio wo mo bo Ghana fo yina no ba se by election na bekoso e wa ayawaso east no ebe ye bako asomdwem boni bia nsi akire na yenhwe wo mo to abayi wokọ constituency wa nipa 40,000 ana electoral commission aba amane se wo mo wo abato adanse die krata ne bia wo mutumi to aba ema eyeye na eno da nchen yi a abato ne gina amanyoko akese mienu a ye no amwo wo man mu NDC ene MPP nipa wo gina tini amanyoko NDC din mu na wakopre edwa no eye ankane Ghana ya namusini ewo Nigeria man mu ewo abanfoforo yi mu a oyo no abo baba Jamal na no wo som ewo Nigeria so my Ghana ya namusini wo ho ene se wote yese ayewasu East akonya na dampan to ye ne se obeba no baba besom ne constituency fonti NDC amanyoko no so anya ne mugidi ato abama ne se wo mota na chi yakwo so na amanyoko MPP mu a Baba Ali ena ejina apre akonya no tie na de eye baba United ena wo mo pra yewasu East ho no na Mahama Nazir Ture ena na wo yemra se bedwani ewo constituency wa ba mo wa beti na koma patanji nti amako hia se kwantimfia bato by election enne ewa yewasu East yeto wei eye electoral commissioner mani ba wamde bra ya no peifa abato no ho
ma yenhwe aban no adwuma yefo bia wo mo eche se wo ma hwe nim se Ghana aban ne wo mo ebe kasa wasundwe kwanhye ne nso wo mo hunu se aban ne su ene ne ban ya wo de ne die na kire se wabo ye mfita duku enti wo mo so be pim te su kokko e de ache no coalition of unpaid newly posted staff wo mo so 2024 ni mu ena wo mo ye fa wo mo atwumam na nso so emprempren aban no e de wo mo ka enti wo ma ye se efi ne ya kwape mache bosumi ewo mu inde to so du baako Ghana baba tibie hwia ma no ankasa ne balance awuram won be demonstration checheche e de atia ban na mara hunu se adwuma na wo mo ye no empanifo aka won kasa mu se odwuma ye ni na katua se fata no ampa woni sentrofo adi nkomo na national secretary was a coalition of unpaid newly posted staff ora Emmanuel Ofori ene woni Yamane Boni Esther Owusu Alabi edi nkomo no wose hwe peace news de ya na mokasa ne du achi ena sɛ de mokasa no so no ehu tie nti no ya na bra no mpanifo e wa ba mu no pa no nsia awia prem tobre anwumre no nsia mu nya mokasa de wo mu tie bi pa etumadama mu nkyekirem e ma aban no enti ase sɛ Oko suku pon ahodo mu a adwumayefo a esom osuku pon no offices ahodo no bosume poripori edunie akatua ntenka mu aban no ntuaye afa colleges of education e won so adwumayefo a ewo ho a esom aban no bosume poripori edu ba konie akatua ntenka mu aban no ntuaye ebia na aban nani apaso saa na wo mo fa no nemum obuo ene anidi ahobrase kwan so wo ka kira aban ne se owo ne ekopem a che bosume ewo mu de to so du ba ko se wantua saa akatua ntenka mu no amfa ma wo mo a eni aban no eni wo mu ewo bika wo mu se enche ye kora wo mu ne nurses and midwives F4 etna se wo mu eba be demonstration akirei ena wo mu te se nurses and midwives association empany for say wo mu de aban na we se bibie gu wo masomemu adepa nti wo mu de wo magya demonstration no enche ye nso so ena so ye wo no ena hwe apomuden no empany for hyehyɛ mu eba abonten be ka se enche kora it in the pipeline aban ne betua hwe be eprobusumin emu na nei Ghana National Association of Teachers ene womo coalition of unpaid newly posted staff edi nkomo no womo nwisa rehemu bi anim eninti ene nche ombesa demonstration no
Minoka say demonstration near the 11th March no it still stands. Yeni Eko University ni cry aban de kabe busumidu. Almost from call training college nso no odomo kabe busumi do 9 because mo hu a de nkra tabia babonten say busumi e wo mini de to so du ba ko no. E be ye kire wo Ghana hanum si a ebia e bin sida. Na ye kire no yeni enuanom anom wo ayarehwe emu na nka ka bom na nka yaye. But e de letter ne babonten no. E babonten be 6:40. E bo 9 am na Ministry of Health ene Ghana registered nurses meeting say e ma yenuano monko demonstration omomra no montenase na omonhwe kwan befa so mbetua aketua na akemu ampa ebo awia dumienu ekobo duba akomu ekobo dumienu no yehu letter ba bonten say aban ne na omatenase aye nhyehyeye say epu bosun ebisi mu no obetua no wano se da bia e kan be dey ebe free ho
Ora Emmanuel Ofori amanan so hwa wose adwumayefo no ebi ewo hwa abese bosume ba ko ene bosume mienu ntem akatua wo monsa aka na wo ne wo edidi nkomo no ni titiriu National Association of Graduate Teachers ayana gratifo no ena Pre-Tertiary Teachers Association of Ghana Pre-TAG wo mo say yatete wo mo dis ni dia film eno so kora no ehwehwe wo ma so kakranti no wo mo hia nkyeremu
Imprimpa Minoka say yeni yaketua babosumi ba ko ne bosumi mienu e baaye no omoti ni nyina omoti omo educe efri emu na dius no the entire MONTIE and say yɛne ne akɔ join association enti yɛne wa ho bia wo ho pɛ or join association no bi yɛwɔ nant operator ne yɛwɔ nagrat enti de obe join bia no na bosome so mato na sɛ mutimi tie sika de asɛm ba de osenka mutimi gina kyire na moka bi man yɛpɛ sɛ yɛhu obibi free omo ho animanimu ya because demonstration yɛne teachers no enti yɛne yɛte ne sɛ akyerɛkyerɛ for kɔ demonstration na affect country ne te sɛ the nurses for bɛkɔ demonstration
nipa yɛte ne nkan wano churchofo at the coalition of unpaid newly posted staff Ora Emmanuel Ofori
na yansa kakrata no pay every abanya so ya hwe o maga ne sikasem eno ne ntotoye so Ministry of Finance na krata ibu nsem ne se bosia ya aban ko oman ade hye ho ekobo ye na ye nim se 2023 ene de taboto so eto aban cho akose aban tumi nko omanfo ho se okwa akwaje bosia from manfo ho nenti ekoba ne sa ne se domestic debt exchange program ye ba ye yi a ede akire haircut ba ye Tokyo Joe anapo na abomu taso yi e ba ye man krofo a wo musika e wa aban ho aban emphasize kan nsi won ne mra wo mu a akoya medimi ni bi e ma ebi kura fa ho sabi eto nananom won se do san se yare a na edo am kwa yare sabia de biara da no wo musika na e wa aban ho nsi ho no ana ba wo de ye nroto e de hwe wo mu yare ti akoba sa aban se woni bi na sabi yare nso so ni mu se aba de meka won tua ye e ba na aba e ma pinu a e de brebre e konsia do ebi nso so e di awraho suni awraho sa do am no beto duane adi kura na den e mo bolo tre kura fon ya tia se slim si so atia donko ebi nso so nyuma aye ebi si basa ebi de agu kojo to condemn to gigrebu na sa domestic debt exchange program no e ba ye e ma haircut ba ye nti e na penifo ye ne se ne wo mesre aban peni se emra wo mu kwadidie ne ma ya ye nka bi nkogum bosia aban na kɔ ɔmanfo wakwakwakwaji a wontu aye no ehun nya so bekwakwakwaji biu anti 2023 de na aban tumi nkɔ ɔmanfo wo se ebi am de bonds ba me pebosia mo aye bi ɔdonfo ncha de afe ananfie miensa ɛna taboyi ye de to bosia ya aban kokɔ ɔmanfo wo ekɔbɔ eso na nyame ncha de na bronsam aniwu enu adwade yi ana influencia miensa eso yese yetumi pejam na kwa ni mpege yemu no na nsese ye wo ho se breduru se bosome miensa na influencia miensa na ti se yesika se montoto ni wie yie pa dia ene dabida tabon yentumi maso na nso se ye ka se mpenifo se ndc abanfoforo yi ba ye no ene wo mo na abandada ne de wo mo kan ina akwa bedi da se wabɔ no mo de na maika na ɛsɛ aban no to no we firi hɔ ama wo mo na nka abandada ne de wo mo ka no ene yi wo ma ne gye wie pɛyɛ ɛno da nkyɛn yi a aban foforo yi ayɛ sikasɛm hyehyɛ ne ntotoyɛ kama ama nyema de na kwan mu a sɛ ne yaban ne ka sɛ wo kɔ Ghana fo wakɔ akɔbɔ bosia a bibia ni hɔ a ɛbɛsi ne kwan ne sɛnti mpanifo de aba ɛsɛ na tabɔ no a na ɛda aban sɛ wontumi nkɔ ne manfo hɔ nkɔgye bosia no ebe na wiedu ama ya matabo no so esan ya ban foforo yi sikasem ntotoya ne nsese pa a wode ba ye nti na mampeni John Dramani Mahama ne na ban anam krata yi so se wo mu daga na fo yina se titru ne wo mu a wo mu sika kodi abandada no ho a no wo mu gi a na ye twintwan abotra ye de kɔ kantamanto konya force mu no ne bi a wo mu nya de ma ban foforo yi ma ye nsese ye ne ntotoye etuatua aban no kan na wie ama sabre dia kwan abase aban no tumi kɔ ɔmanfo wɔ kɔbɔ bosia bio no mampeni John Dramani Mahama ne na ban se wɔm da Ghana fase pass abotre no wɔm da ɔmanfo yina ase kratai asari asi kasem so ɛna de ba anɔpa yi ɛno sin ne yebegyina na yɛtwe ho agye aboafo nkrato aba sesi a yɛkɔ.
When you're going to buy a paint, don't look left, don't look right. Go straight and grab the luxury acrylic paint. No be any paint, be paint.
The luxury acrylic paint.
Paint mu champion. When you are going to buy a paint, don't look left, don't look right. Go straight and grab the luxury acrylic paint. No be any paint, be paint.
The Lozi acrylic paint.
Paint mu champion.
Comes in so many flavors. Chicken flavor, jollof flavor, beef flavor, spaghetti flavor, cold flavor, ginger, onion, garlic flavor, stew flavor. Aljuda be the best you ever found.
Aljuda seasoning powder. It's a secret filebio.
Aljuda spices. Spices mumagajiankasa. Don't know fresh 0544 335070.
The Amoka Chef Freddy's Corner Home Appliances or the Abba Freddy's Corner Home Appliances Center. Home appliances are a ye papabia, a biwo brands Bain, Media, Samsung, Kaiware, TCL, TV, air conditioner, freezers, fridges, water dispensers, and Nidia Kekeka home. We are opening good warranty dear. For Freddy's Corner Home Appliances Okokomimle.
CCTV a Boama monitor of properties and business at anywhere in the world.
CCTV and need a home. A wood detector, clear pictures, Wi-Fi connector. Ultimate connector my phone. Now monitor baby a wo wiasibia.
Freddy's Corner Home Appliances Abeka Freddy's Corner Edwesua Hodwa or ton phones and a home accessories no.
Fresh 0544 959195 and 020 7937323 and now so Brako Komemle Satellite in Chehwa. Na ya can discount any achadia ubetiasie.
Freddy's Corner,
home of authentic home appliances, phones and its accessories. Herbal and Alternative Medical Hospital Bena Black History and War America, China, Africa, Ghana and Penifua Bonabaso say, or say a real moment for Tiapopa.
Amin Scientific Hospital. I had a sabia, or one video was so, ya would that's what, if you didn't chill yadi, na no sound so sour yadi.
Amin, a expert or one croyaria, one run when nam. Now, what Dr. Fonia Nurse Fonso, or what Sima?
Amin Scientific at the herbal, homeopathy, naturopathy, and reflexology, na, as sayade.
So, one I will pay, and I are in the same pa, Yamia Dumunti, Yaria expert. Amen Scientific ebe boama inshallah ohwato na wonso dia dance said the Ghana for ne abrochire for bi dia dance no
Accra Amen Scientific ewo dome Obansnet Flats and Alashi binso our Klagon ebe Shaman Road under bridge ope
o krabata p free non chiro de ben wo 0245 275254 ana 020 722 9505 Amen Scientific Herbal and Alternative Medical Hospital.
Allow Shafi nyamene yaresafo
So wakoma ho hyehyew ana ebo periperi de broni kan hardware no a e de na se woye na se woyam so atim so e
wo be pack na farmer Martin's liver salt atira kwan entem ehwie nsu agu glass mo ate Martin's liver salt no ba ko no na wo de agum
wo be hu se ehuru wa glass ni mu na wanom Martin's liver salt ye won orange flavor ana ba ko so ye plain
wonumu a ho beto nemum edi na anu na ho nto wo a ko hu doctor.
When you are going to buy a paint, don't look left, don't look right. Go straight and grab the luxury Alagris paint. No be any paint, be paint.
The Lozi acrylic paint.
Paint mu champion. When you are going to buy a paint, don't look left, don't look right. Go straight and grab the luxury Alagris paint. No be any paint, be paint.
The Lozi acrylic paint.
Paint mu champion.
Peace FM.
Tune it in, turn it up,
Peace FM,
and rip off the knob.
Adeshimama yame ho akwaba ye de kase no e konkro farmer so Israel sister say there one na asrafo no asori biom na adwumaso ya wo moba be ye nimprempren no wo se wiase nyina bete wo mo enka esan se wo ma hunu se Iran fo no enye wo ma adwene se obesesa efiri wo ma adwene bone ene akoma bone ya wo mukura brano wo ma yese huriye ya moja empa wo mutirimu eda eni nti wo mo se yenhwe ani mu se enche kora teran eni brute anamo mba betu e wo mo eso no ebeji wiase nyina nsem ya enya asem ketu akora se wudu US wo mo Secretary of State wono aye Marco Rubio o say baby ampanifo adru ewo wo mo ni Iran tokwa no emu no afi kra na eba be chance esan say wo mo US for tena se echere SSC ye enwuru wo mo akode ene akande a wo mo wo ansa na mo kwakoka Iran fo ntokwa wo mo nim empempe so ntokwa ne be kwa koduru eni nti no o ma ye krado say de besi bia no wo mo de wo mo be gire mpa no ma tia Iran fo ama wo mo hunu say de enema so e de eko Mpempa me no wo kasa yi se wudru empanifo entwea so a US embassy eno ewo eye Ryan empanifo enura ene na ano afa drone akese mienu ama na mo omude kwakotu wo ho no enya asem ketu akora kwakwa sesei wo mo ajapade Iran empanifo se de asie no eye mu nketu akora nti US fo enso so enyina yi asem yi kwa asem yi ba nyina owura Donald Trump say odrum pempen so na wo se oka Iran to kwesansa na de wo mo ye na fono no wane wo makasa woni wo maye niam ahudo bebre na so bebia na adru no na wo se wo jan na o twa ntoma si ne busa bema na o ka wo ntokwa na de ebesi no etumi esi na wonim se ntokwa na waka wo nso no eye esan se waye de obetumi bia ntokwa kaye no ena na etwa to esan se de o ka na enye no ena wo mo etie empempa me no kasa de US mpanifo se abrana brano o suma srafo e de wo mo ekọ entwa no so ahunu se de wo se US enya no e wo se ne nsaka e de fi Iran empanifo ensem ade fi na no memenda no ade bade enyansem keto akora Iran empanifo se de etwa wo ma wo na hye wo mo kora eye wo bre kora US for ni Israel for aka wonti apam ho na ma wo mo epani kese baako eye Ayatollah Ali wo mo eto de hye ne so ma de enisesi no esi no enu nti wo mo omo fa cheda omo se ni US eni Israel for no ebetie si ama de wesesi no etumi esi ena me no kasa ide Israel empanifo se omo fa nkonkon ho ne asia yeku wo mo pani kese e ba akono ene US enso so enyeje yie na US gina ye sim pempim etai wo machi sade a ene na Iran ni suo na no bekoso atibi
ya sam na ye bewie wa agudiem ene English Premier League aguden bi bekoso Peace FM Bournemouth ne Brentford ebebo before no wo bebo ne na Everton so atena fie aton sa fra Burnley se wo momra no momfa hye so na Leeds United Sunderland batwan woni fie na wo mde akoyem na Wolves so atena fie aye Liverpool wa tu na yen Spanish La Liga ene Copa del Rey ebekoso na Barcelona ne Atletico Madrid ene bebo we aye return league de dikan no Atletico Madrid tena fie ma Barcelona bai Barcelona yenim se de o ma ye se before wonim adoa yafo ana se wansane ajanka a wo chewo wo swago sunu gu atena mu a ja asem framebo enwura de egu gotem no wo mko Atletico Madrid a eka nan ena Atletico Madrid digu wo matena mu a Barcelona ntumi antimi ba akokra na eponye enti na ye wo so tena wo mu fie Camp Nou ho ama Atletico Madrid aba no gise ne Barcelona konfo no okom a wonkom bida esanse wo mu nya eka ba ko num e wo so wo mutumi hye Atletico Madrid ba ko enum ansana Copa del Rey no wo metumi akwo manim antisa pa dia so mo ko hye 2-0 3-0 enka hu so wo mutumi hye 4 ni bidi a na ze de ponwa ena bia penalties bebem enti ne Barcelona supporters ni na dia wonu ma komtra ya kura fa na yefunu to untumi yes to 6 cross 6 to 12 de ye esant Atletico Madrid wonu wato wo fia baba bes hey ana dia be ye papa se magic bu of football mu a agi Barcelona ne wo mko download bi e wo social media so antan no mutumi a Atletico Madrid na enra Real Madrid nso ema wo supporters ne wura ho ya mazekopoku yentumi hu so otumi da yempo obenya yinso mi ape wa hwesi asanso ase ona electricity company of Ghana nso so hu mo bo asanso dumu light no da sumu ya sew esero sande wo ene wo na wo mutifie Santiago Bernabeu ho ema Getafe ase wan team wei Getafe ya wo mo bo obonya fei eto Real Madrid ko wo mo Dr. Panya ba ku se dwe Vinicius ne Rodrigo ase wan prayer sequence ato Fernanda so ye bia Getafe fo ese bi o mo ko mo totum ye se hene ha anya dia wo be ma Real Madrid fo ya take me ko wi ase ampani ampa e ka no mentum yante ana referee ni pon ye na referee no so mi nimbo ni Real Madrid dia ye no referee ni pa de say na di referee de na na betumi di ball wanye ni red card ni enu kura ni pie mu oh antina de kosi ye no se bia enra na fa no wantumi ahwe bia na yedumu light baby on wantumi ahwe ball ni bia Real Madrid tina fie magatefe ko se ne ka ba ko a wo mantumi ante
kase no asi so fo medin de nana ama ano tufo ena afi
ohini nana kwame amo
Nimako a ebo ye chidom aye Lawson Herbal Center omaduro ni din aye Lawson Herbal Mixture wine ma wonsan ka bi nanom ebebo license chemical shop pharmaceutical shop odama wudru ho age drebi kofie na ebebo sese woni pedue no wanya ho de foforo akobo atwumaden adidi winti ne ho 0248 61 9999 and 0242 133577 edro we aye kama Ujibi ehwie egu ensuo mu de pepa fie ho a eye eduro ne din eye ban 20 disinfectant wine patwa ya no ahye ne so se oru anche e ban ni ena de wodwa so ntefre nkumenkuma children no sanso na ntete aye ha e wo fituam ho wo office ho sukum ho ya ne e wo se wusiesie ho kama na nkoda no fin amfa yade amre wo mo no eduro ba akwa yeji ede siesie ho no eye ban 20 disinfectant wine kai se FDA mpanifo ase no wagye atum se eye 020 81 42913 afi 0541 808096 Can say this way chocolate drink do here no so share where your my Ghana na your cocoa no ni adandan no aye ni chocolate kama na we dey powder ene aye emu pipa wo de gu cup munya wunso de won sa no a na wo bogu yefu na ya sa omu ye dududu na ye pintin ye dwumaden so de obebo bi ankasa wonom ne sa breje gina ho sa kopemprem to bra sa na wate kom me so we de hia nkoda no be free fi akosukuru ma wo mu bi nom wan so sepani ya no wono num bi wan ebeboa wo toto driver say taxi driver say ye mu amotete office no me pa cho ye nya bi hye kotokom na eye correct say eto de bi kura awia no wonom ne sa no a eye fine pa this way chocolate drink me say so ate a wo de ntomo jedru bia fa hye witirimu say this way no anwumere bia wodidi awia adwala ansa na abekwa akoda no eno na wo ne sa ansa na watwutwu se na wakwa akoda omu be ye dududu kama enyuma kura da ma no odom ya hoden fam osikasemu a de anopa no nsia brem kase ebe so mo ye ma wache e ma mo anitia adehye.
Welcome to Tuesday morning.
Montie Ghana Montie na mansanya so adawro kofiaman homene so ejiji tonton sansan e wo neat 100.9 FM.
Ghana Montie Ghana Montie Ghana Montie Ghana Montie
Ghana Montie na mansanya so adawro kofiaman homene so ejiji tonton sansan e wo neat 100.9 FM.
What's cool, fresh and trendy with a new look? Makes you feel real good, that refreshing vibe. Satisfies you right just the way you like. Do you know? Do you know? Do you know? Ain't gotta do it alone. Specialized makes you flow. Anytime, anywhere. Specialized feel different. Always think Special Ice Natural Mineral Water. Feel different. Think special. This advertisement has been vetted and approved by the FDA.
Ghana Montie na mansanya so adawro kofiaman homene so ejiji tonton sansan e wo neat 100.9 FM.
Ghana Montie Ghana Montie Ghana Montie Ghana Montie
Yamo akwa be the bandit 100.9 Ghana Montie so and our Sugusa with you. And now you're the 3rd March the year 2026. Yatra se baba ke samakodo wo ho. Ya won interview so de bebro. Lawyer Kwesi Botwe Junior so na obebe studio ha. En krata bia watro de akwa RTI. Emu sabete sai. Obebe na baba be kire yemo. The SCA will Iran and the US in Israel terminal and also so and the government's intervention. When be faso na Ghana for one more who akwa there dwem no. Ye betime do ma ba bedu o ma enema so dwe kwan so. Honorable Kojo Opon Kroma and the private member bill leko parliament. I'm not sure you know France. I be now the other economy in say you want National Development Planning Commission. A bambia no yenadie. A bambia want the plans or the name. And so and focus on National Development Planning Commission and so. Now no na your honorable Kojo Opon Kroma. Or the akwa say and who ben ya say ya this ikabi beko baby. Say ye abasu ye bimu. Say ye mensini mu. It is a National Development Planning Commission approve. Wamujitum who say adia ye this ikane kwa ye no. A idea falling within the planning of this country. It is all mine said the National Development Commission for ye no. A idea I didn't cry ye this ikane kwa ye no. And none of bubble. It's a no sort of pay yana yanoni won't come on watch him Eddie Maya. Ayawasu East by elections a cost when I got a crowd non sonable and almost shall see to about. A mansacha make Quamina for her. Mamma Cosia to Namasoa. Ya ba remedy I can't crack animals them. Now fena ya de interviews in this what also. Midday the Mark Jerry OSEI AGYEMAN, Alex Entry studio assistant. What do I do in Chenny fan 0201162746 0201162746. Yankwa anymore. Akosi atonam. Memo akwaba.
Mark Jerry Major also.
And no me ko se ho.
Nyame na domo. Na wo so e.
Nyame adombo ko yokuremu ha.
Nyame as.
Kobi.
Yes sir.
Machi.
Yeah, eja.
Et say.
Erade adom na wo so e.
Nyame adombo ko.
Na
ode amaya. Wa hye ne no ma ne kama.
Wa ehuna anope me huna mama kai me nana.
Ah.
Me nana meduku.
Adana ona na wa atade ni bi.
No top no.
No top ni bi.
And let me who said sa konya na ba ko.
Say asem we dey be wo candidate. Na de ne de ne ya wonwa.
And na de confirm.
I confirm.
Sa me who said we oba dada pa. We die.
Erade. Obina we pa.
We die papa.
Just atade na wa hye ne ye woma enim so tetibirem no.
Ya santo anom ne.
And then just on your number. Obetuma we nyina.
Yes, we too much adum bi na ene no. Wa confirm.
Man Jerry.
Yeah, Charlie.
Mame fan free baby a wodi see no. Aya wa so no.
Say na omo so.
Andra mete say.
Omo say.
Chairman be complaining na national security for na the cameras yakobobo. Womo mpe mehunu yanka. Ma jade ye akwatia de no. Some ka kire wo say.
So omo ko plant cameras.
Akwatia nyina won kran. Isi a ayawa so is ni nyina egu omo office wo. Womani taba bibia womu na ye pai kromfo na wonya kromfo a ehaw aye ma jari brofo no kan say womunya the proactive
so womunya proactive
o pese o pro
obadwen ansa na asebnesi
o pese o
ese wusi anokwan
mo omu pese omu tini hwe kan ansa na asem no asi
also police station be one more day cameras abobo and run mo interview na meeting
anya honko a ekuro mu ni nyina ayawa so east ho ni nyina constituency no etra
ko camera no me the positioning and right chairman na mo ne kasa ye no na o say obi koto na baba to security the camera na hwe baby
a o mo to aba baby a wo ko gina to aba wo position ne de enhwe ho na mom the whole town ana wo mu afa honum nyina ade akọ mu office ho enti se oya akro ese wutirimu se o kwa akoye basabasa e wo ho de a ene ejai because majority no matter you can run but you can't hide baby a wo bedane akose bia wo mu behu aye abato ne ye kwa akoto yesi abo 7 electoral commission are ready ofa wo card ya de to aba electoral commission card ya de to aba wa koto aba watim nipa opesa wo de man wo de amano ebraso ukọ aduma na wokọ time so ya bekenkan ya na waba wabegyina wa asebi sa wo penso sa wo bekọ akoto aba na wie onkọ ba bia wo de akogina distance na chebi but say wo koye basabasa ye wo hode ene yi free utrim ma jare yi free utrim say why wagene say ya gbo wo pa wa kwaji bibi wa kwose ba bia akọ hai wa kọ pensem bia nom enti wo koye basabasa wo honom a o mbechew ai
untimi kwa nkodi nsem hu
no ya bechew enti the whole ayawasu is etrako emiamia bimbe maya sa wudu atoato aso nyina ewo mu office o koto aba we eye by election enya bibia pinta mo kwa akoma aduma ya diam obia o koto aba wi akofie sa wo nkofie na wo begina ho a kogina distance na hwebi kogina distance na chebi enya sa wo kwa akoye boni bi emma boni ma wutirim ewo ho because wo mu mfa ho ntew ena aposifo nso wo ho aposifo guo se tim enti wo de wo pa ko na wutirim pon se wo kwa akotam ballot box ye dwane wo de wo na wo ya agyeman wani aden ohu aden ten wo bia obekwa akoto national security for obekwa akoto omu wo
okay
enti ma tari yentu yenuanomfo ya maame no mu amokoto aba ya papa no mu amokoto aba yenuanom ma ne mema amokoto aba ewo ayawaso east ho okwa asonson ho otu abewi a na wakofie akwa akodwene ho no basabasa ye bia ya mpesa de no yete akura ya dwene ye ho
otu abawi ade obewi ni wanwi ni
do obewi nso ni ko nya du oda ya sembia owini o omo awini o kotra hwe ase ensesa hwe ako ensesa bibia NDC wini a omo da so omo majority MPP wini a oda so on minority enye bibia aseso omo kokoye na okwaje sotro bia wo ho obia nsonso no ho
no
ma tell yanra na wone ofada kabre bonkomo no na men na machire nya ya nka me baby ma me ne de ohene ni wo ho ohene ni ono wo ye ni show ena obi afre wo so
a plantain chips
for kanasem enti wono ne mfom so a wo ye ene sanya wo mu ade atemdidie ene sabio ne situation a wo mu a enya ono ne mfom so ene ma ne ba asa no ade didi natem waye den yenu anomu a moto
plantain chips from there so mundi natem
ebinmu a adidi natem abonu ya nyina yenu anomu a moto plantain chips ye yankasa mu nyina o dabi but mumu bi ewo honom a ekwan omo fa so a omo ye omo plantain chips ni ntimu a munim en eyapa sasasam we yaba ntimu ankasa mu plantain chips fo no munya watchman na ukotu se wunua bi wono de emra ne nsese ya amode ye aduma no wo so wonfa nya na mo apa no hontoma na mo expose no because majari se yare bebre wo honom a ho enuane a yedi no wo montene so ena de maye enioma ye to wo montene so ena de sa yade no maye wa utumi tune pa se ede be pa na wo ye anti wunya sa yade ede wa ye dan de na ni nyina ya montene so aduane enya se wo mu nyina o dabi enyi wo mu nyina na tesa but ebinum kutesuba mpone dodo obekọ aduane a wo ye se tomato so a de apropro asai no wa de kola afra no wa ko ekwan omu fa so omu ye nuane ma ye di wo montene so e be very bad enye wo mu nyina dabi but ebinum wo mu a entime akọ abonti aduane say ye restaurant o say ye de madam fubi ewo restaurant baako ena ye bon komo no wasi o na me so minya bi amedi wasi ye da bi me mfama na me se ade wasi spices ye de aduane no ohun kura na ne yemu ase no na me se wow wasi dabi na me bisa nse wono wodi bi akosi dabi okoto aduane wo no ho aho na me se nti wonni bi da wose emma ne tirimu mposo wonni but nkofo akotena se emi yayam wo mu di spices wose aduane ba akope omutumi the spices ba different types 7 enegum
anedie nkanka enam no ho no
adai
so enu na bede
adai
so wanum opese wanum ye wo chew
adai
enu no se opese ye tasty enkan tete ye nananom akaka duro hwintia prepre mu blend no mu de egu mako so enam no so na awura mu no mu de mako agum green pepper ene nenketwa na kasie no mu de aye adwuma no ene de yesi ye pe spices ye pe frim yenye we no see anything yet
omumu binum suban enye enkra dokono what niama omude frefrem
dokono ne keke
enkra dokono ankasa enkra dokono
ai dey
what niama ebinum de frefrem
and dia mente ye
ene akutuo ena obekọ akọta na adano kura de ba ku bi amete ye kwadu yesi yetumi bua no gu baabi na ade anu a ye display nwura e ma ne hye no ne ye spray gu so ewo honi ya tafri honi ebinom di foam no wanane no wadi afra honi no
wadi afra asichira afra no di awon
mumu binom suban mumu ebe kakra obia be ja abontin so aduane di ebe kakra obia be ja si atototo saa yade no edema ye ho ada na Ghana fo ni binom suban nyesa enti waade a wo yede ama wo bi se obi meto no wonkodi no enti wo hwe ye ye dadifo ye domo ye pemasem eduma mo ye yeni so but mumu binom a omo ye niam bone ekwaye omo faso ye aduane mankofo todi no ebra so sem nyina mo be sore na mo akase tia saa niam no enye enwo ebinom yi omo die agani wuli
ebinom de kala wono
na ebinom asesa niam bebre no omo de awowo no adai edi asuban no en mamenka ba ku we nka ho schools wa hodo a mu wo krom hanom a yenkwada ebe school a mu ye nduane ma wo mu school ni bi wo honom a eye by force se opo umpo oba no ese wo tue sika no a omudi ye aduane ma wo mu no
se wundi kura wo se otua
a wo betua ena baabi wo hona se bata no ka se saa nioma wenti mempesa me ba no bedidi school hanom a ombeka so omonye no enti saa adesua bia hodo no mu a mu ye nuane sometimes aya mo tena se na mo hye niema mo de ye nuane ede mankofo media enti mu manka mo de be ma wo mu ankasa mo ma enkasa nuane no mo be ye de ama wo mu mum yensisa ye suban kakra yenya ye ne ane asore a ne akotena asore dem ya yesi ye Kristofo no eniama a wo keka bom ade ye aduane mankofo ma se wo munini nti wa wo so eye akwadai unhu ade ebeye ne yeso wo yade wo beko akwada ketua kura tuminya cancer adai akwada ketua etuminya cancer. What is that?
Bakwabra woni dia wo ka no eyade a real woman no aduane ni bi no
yeah
kwa mo fa so ye aduane no
anya kura
emwa enti in as much as ye be ye we no I think it is we shouldn't also cause panic. So, unse ma many dear no. The entire body of obi no na ye demonstration edit and say so be a to be the two musana. Uni panel or platforms so it's a platform na or so no. And to say it is so many panic to me prove beyond doubt. So that say because a meeting interview now call and frame a yama mini program and so on. My menu su GD precope. But no many people we shouldn't also cause panic. It is said yet to me say ampa say dear cosono say netiana.
My dear, it was but sa asem way
as a confirmation you know a program
ba akopeo aba na ba enti omu ankasa omu eto plantain chips na gitum say omu nuanum ni binom. Yes, I did.
And my Jerry program na yes, why your program say boni a wadi ni beka. Iti ni pane fra ebia my way mini way eno na omo kan. Iti wo ono de obetimi aya ne say nipa na beka na asem.
You read your platforms on your one and yes I say you did ejitro my no. I don't know what she said the program.
Good.
The facts that what she said program say obi mbeka bibia no bi bone awaye ntro obi so afre se watwa wakum kola beye enum we twa mu tie ku wo ma to atwene na wa be kan za na ye ja woko no we shouldn't be so
but my Jerry
o said the point is nipa no frɛ ye no asam na o kan kra no o say your friends obi ono no ko obi na ebo na mane o put your interview no obi no ka kire ono no call no
good
and now ono no say your friends say no kuno say be na ma many business order that so no so kra waja eche and to account so about 1,000 cities and so be ka so order so che but the point is we shouldn't cause sa panic no so it say ye hu say wo ma ye no wo mu nie na yetimi because wo ye bi na say wo nu obi oya enya radio no so abefra kan sa keke it is say ye hu nipa akro wo ma ye sa no
and my Jerry by so doing this no by so doing
because
this no
na yes one way the other we are causing panic into the system
my Jerry enya panic ne keke o enkofo wo set mu mpa no wo mu tirim ena binum kro a wo mu de wo mani ahu no but ba na ma abonten hwe isle
go mame kwa amano so na ye nhye nkoma na se
ma Jerry tew nipa kro mesre wo
lawyer Martin Kwebu wo so ne ba bongo
ese madam fo no wontie me ma Jerry isle go me ba wi asimu bo empa me bo a ye bo manim kra no me hunu mu mfiri mojada ma Jerry me to pran bayira yache na me pentem na me to bayira yache ewo isle go metumi akokyere o ba bi kro me ba mi di afami hu se me hunam ye me basabasa ma Jerry me do ba bi mani so bribri mi nyina ho nom kakra me fa tissue me de hwema emoja firi me hunim
na bare na odi ye ni
ma Jerry metumi akakyere o straight to say no because me are very observant when it comes to near mamidi.
Okay.
And you are munya. And you are munya, but you are no be.
Yeah.
And you are the friend, you are never yet tini, you very bad. And you're bad.
And it's true. But we should also south on the more. But we should also make sure
it's better.
Okay. Ma me kwa amane so etie for Ghana Montie so ne lawyer Martin Kwebu or a private legal practitioner. Ono so some no kan say de tie. La ma che.
Boko.
Na abomu te say.
Boko.
Yeah. Nyame adom ye ho ye pa. Nyame adom ye ho ye. Na we dia anopa ye frewa ye hwe oye na ato ewiase aman nyina wiase aman nyina in the sense ye hwe eye ye from ngo ne ade ekọ ewiase afa na nyina so no ehọ na sensem yesi Israel US ne Iran entokwe se kra de Iran dia womode na ba be dia de mpo e ka se ono de entokwa no Donald Trump here na dwen say one ne kwa akotena se kra akoko kasa o se won pene wo maku am supreme leader ne de retaliation into wo de wo mo twen se wo mo nso be dan wo mo ho ani e de akere US na Israel ne yebisa se Ghana ya desia e wo ho government intervention travel advisory ya akoso aban no hye se ye de be fa ya desia ba so far which steps are you taking now? Your steps are Ebeboyana.
Okay, yes, my dear, now kind. Based on the travel advisory, any matter and I pay foreign minister who to a black one say, yeah, equity, yeah, embassy staff from Tehran as a capital of Iran. No?
Yeah.
Let's say I buy 200 more. That's in the right direction because and yes, sir, we should travel advice but opportunity say, I mean, like evacuating our citizens, taking them out into any and now so at least the embassy staff are out. Then the other ones, because yes, Black Queens, Black Queens, and so that they make say GFA Funi or Makasa, and then they are okay. So I'm on the competition. And they said even our next match is against Russia also. So those ones it appears is okay, but you see our third category, normal citizens, you know. Now because normal citizens, that is more I'm not following some of the newspaper. You know, I said you said they be buying more, buying more free. So that one, what we should be doing, let's say, I say if this are buying, say okay, your citizens here, what are they going to do about it? Because someone said, I'm not moving Jano, at least from what I'm seeing in the newspapers. So I'm going to say, the Omusro, I buy my form. Should we be able to see? Embassy in Bikura, I mean, like there are no staff in Tehran. Now, reaching those in Iran, that would be a problem. And then those in UAE. United Dubai and Abu Dhabi. No?
Yeah.
So that's going to be. So it means that the foreign minister has to come out, show us how they are engaging all of those people. Yes, and also by yes, so yeah, they are not too big. So that some of the things we can offer suggestions.
Na aya na baby say see more sabe more exposed. Efa emra internationally international law say bibi say si wa man hodo bi so a aya wo man na won crofo ewo sa biai ho na atoyrenchen bi ese no emra kwan so no enhyehyai ben na tese wo ye.
Okay, so and number one, so that's the sending state. Yeah, sending, even though ambassador and the staff near the court. But in this case, me fan say, you crew for more honor. You fan say we are also still like sending state. Omufrigana han or alcohol. So if I borrow that term from diplomacy into the ordinary citizens now. So the government, our government generally would seek audience with the host state. Not just a country now, the embassy staff are calling, and Ghana forms Hobino. So our government will seek audience with them to engage, to see how to protect the citizens first and foremost. And to protect the evacuation, being so far, analysis, maybe we say, oh, okay, more, there will be no movement. Okay, so it's engagement at the diplomatic level first. So it's when they engage because TV so and I TV so sometimes when our foreign minister engages, no, and the rest of the data and then so based on that, now actually on which me actually say, okay, is it free for the citizens to continue to stay there? And I say, yeah, evacuate or so it's when they decide that, yes, evacuate. And even sometimes the whole state can tell you, say, like that, in this case, the Iranian government. Or maybe I can say, oh, men through BBNC. But say, you're born just to not say, if you say they be more for we'll do. But at least the main point I'm making is government to government engagement to be able, because also, what they want to call for alcohol, ambassador, chancellor, all those staff, that group, more host it, not what you will cross with her baby. You have to engage first. When you engage, then not quite not say if you are moving your people, you move. Because sometimes even evacuating your people, no, you need the help of the host state. So I mean, the crew, no police, no soldiers. To evacuate Ukraine, we hear some coffee ama evacuation now.
Oh, okay. 80 and then a banner sana na say a government to government engagement and they say koso.
Absolutely. Yes, that's how it starts. That's how it starts. Because also evacuation not buying man. What if they mistake you for your friends and part of the warring factions? Maybe in America, so even will be too quiet. Battles, how the battles will move, that should be coordinated. because on see why a war zone into a moving vehicles it doesn't coordinate with what they know. So it's a man for to say them in the account. Into Momoya Center, you are moving freely, like convoys near you. So once you are going to do all those movements, they have to be coordinated. Band of follow would know, police, soldier, and then all the other people, they put it on their radar. So that they will be anchored and say, hey, these are invaders, we can America follow Hona, and say another deal.
Na ayana ye dwen ho so se de ekosue bia okay ya dehia ewo ho wo mo ho akwakoda adwa mu ye hwe se ye do mbeba ana se ye besen di nkomo so se asoman no yen so ye dwen sunsuanso bia ya nhwe ni a ebetimi de abren ana.
Okay, the first one, this year I say yen form mra no. And na make I say men who ever newspapers need said some of the people, ordinary citizens, are any black queens, are any embassy staff in Tehran. No? So many ordinary citizens. No? Be mo say on person mo Ghana, abaye mo omo, abaye me for mo Ghana. So the bisa no, it's based on. Nti na make I say abaye ni omo engage na na ebehu. Obi wo ha, eyemsisi na dose mano. Nti emfa ho se o ni fie ne medjuma ni eyi wo ho on de once and yem system no person obafie ansa bibi adwo ana afi wasa adwe ho so obesa food so onko. So we have individual differences. Obi so ho a otimi sha de no ohu se o we de enkan ye bebi abaya mai arrest mu se enkan nti me menko bebi a. So nti na me ka say aban ni omo engage a aban ni omo di nsawoso a ho na ebehu omo a omo yem sisi omo ntimi no omo na aban di omo aba omo a omo fi say oh they be it's okay nya de a ko ne be kan omo no then they would see but there are individual differences. You ntimi mfa say omo nyina obi a we kuduro nti obetimi atena ho there be obi wo ha nya ba ne say there o ya ne dia o say me ko mi kru emfa ho me wo dan me wo de o de me kofie hajua amedwen ho se besan abo se meka so bi nton dan no so bi nton meja pa de other things no o de echire
Okay. Now on the second part and so say say na banisa no yen asoman no say yetimedwen ho say nei wo hwa ka say ye oil no many ade no ye say ye wo enough for ho. But I say yes, I'm doing so be a bit me dia brain. Na ye proactive say a bit me see no kwayana.
Yes. The first we can be said better about it. A man from more Ghana sometimes comments me, you know. Yes, Reggie. Na ya coffee can send be a America free before and Israel free. Ebi he said, hey. 40 minutes on Canaan near yes, and a big crash through almost 40 minutes a crank or case a bit midden so bonny abre, and a bit into a mom did the agrono, me patara, ajo bread, because on say, at the life and death, if you move into social media, I'll be waiting say, hey, Trump, what the bagana how be one idea the bayo, and then the Akikaho, Sagrono, Osha. Because I am tokwa ewo hono yenja then about oil now. Okay, yes, oil is very, very important to this economy. But so far the NPA for say, oh yeah, well enough. A best some weeks, may say 5 weeks, up to 5 weeks there, as a minimum. There will be no shortages. In the embassy they will not and quick say. You for say up to 5 weeks, you will oil the next 5 weeks. Say, you be cram more money more. I think the but so far, I see a share to say, and yes, I and I oil me now. If I on the find it the honum, kind of simple.
Yeah,
find it that a ponoso, or Iran, hostile, their friend is Strait of Hormuz. A honor fan go no 20%. Into me fan say. Oha 20 out of Oha and I faho and see almost see one it affects 20% and yes affected fangu nyinaa wɔ wiase afa na nyinaa de bi 20% na ɛfa hɔ no ɛno na ɛnya mfa hɔ because sɛ Iran ko no pɛ sɛ yɛ ho kyerɛ yɛ kakra ɛnyɛ Ghana fo ko a wiase afa na nyinaa so there is still the 80% that will flow nti obiara nya abotrɛ in the first place for the next 5 weeks asɛm bi ani ha there will be enough oil domestically but even within these 5 weeks we who say 80% no yen so ye benya ye chefa so oil will keep coming in nti nya de e ba ne say in 5 weeks time ye nya fangu bio ebi mu be store na o ma sha say to fangu e hold ni e de bi nya abotre there is still 80% going round now so after 5 weeks no even before the 5 weeks oil prices na hwe ya e be cost ro kakra because say ebi akosoro eno da mehwe
even window we cry ebie prices no issue to up
so there is in 2 weeks say 2 weeks so that will be is that 14
window we be on the first that was Sunday no say Sunday na first no yeah
yes until the next window will be
15th yeah
14 days later until from south side then I feel then people begin to look how to increase a little bit because as I said yes when prices go up let's just say they are yes I see oh bibia could ye come last year no I feel na I see the Myanmar will begin to reverse.
But to say their work okay, me from rap politics mo kakra. Ene woman ita opposition for said the SCA. Abem mo pen for nhwe ni yie no mama me kan kire se entokwa ya Iran US Iran US and Israel for ntokwa inti and amafam go na kwosoro. Still it say eba for because ni nyina na retaliatory comments a wo mususu say ebra na abandada no wo ho no Russia Ukraine war ne COVID-19 wo mo so ka say nye no ene say abani di yin ho anu nti no sa na say kokoba sa politicization of international crisis bit say na na it say
okay I know there let's say nyina number 1 you see anya say true on say MPP omo yes no na ye ka so munya na omanti no who be the election 2024 could do ye ni guase no na dawson sans na NDC so be sia nyanse through na MPP ebo kokko say hey shana one day you see the same excuses okay nti eye pass NDC MPP ebo MPP kokko say amon shana o man me friend no anye excuse for everything on say yabakomu kakra yabakomu sem kakra me see during the Kufuado regime no me kai one of the main reasons Russia Ukraine no na ento asomu ni say abra na Kufuado eba no me ade ba ko na Thomas Mupa ne say o say oba in 18 months omu 18 months ye bedo amu wo ha fango poultry chicken saa nneɛma na ye import bebree a ɛma ye economy ne de bia se dollar cost ra ne ebre no obetwa so na je say ono no obisi ano eno na Thomas Mupa say 18 months nti o sha by the time Russia Ukraine war be February 2022 or that 22 no that time no na when you more than 18 months, we share from 2017, January 2017, about February 2018 now. When you how many about 8 years, that's a 5th year. Yes. So now super brainy more than 4 years on or about 4 years on over the Russia Ukraine now. So that was the context. And it's not interesting because not say, oh, Gadisburg economy. Gadisburg economy may be watching Gadisburg and I just say Gadisburg economy say importi nneɛma bebree dodo since Gettysburg time no ne yɛde cocoa any gold na ɛkɔ amɔnɔni na afei yɛde sika no atɔ milk sugar poultry saa nneɛma yi nti apakyɛ nti ɔno deɛ ɔbaa bɛyɛ ama ne nyinaa yɛarevɛsi ɛkyɛ sɛ yɛbɛdɔ mo wɔ ha yɛbɛyɛ nkokɔ ne neɛ ɛte so that's how come by the time Russia-Ukraine war no bɛsi no na ɔmotika sɛ Russia-Ukraine ɛsɛ na Ukraine hɔ koraa no amanfo da ho dɔ during the war koraa no Ukraine was still exporting agricultural products to many countries, even including Ghana. So so that was a major difference. If God forbid, as you say, Anka, Russia-Ukraine, if within 18 months, if Anka, a binary sign and can see 10 months, 11 months, even maybe 20, even 25 cry, because say, a binary cafe, obit me, I didn't 18 months, and he said, 18 months in Anna, a drew to see Anna, as a rent me by and I said, if I saw call by oh, and to basically I say, oh, it be way there. I mean, we have extra time, kakra. But Russia-Ukraine, by that time, not double from 18 year bro, 36 months. We are double crime, we are cost triple. But even by COVID, crime, not a double. COVID, crime, not a double, 18 plus 18, 36. By the time COVID, basic, me party say Ghana, we started feeling it somewhere, March, March of 2020.
2020, yes.
Now, we calculated from a friend say January 2017. Now, a bro 36 months. And the time no stress. Obey me the Adana economy. No, by the time I COVID, but not time not double. It's not after you can trust you. All I'm saying in one word, they say time difference. Was very, very crucial to what MPP suffered. On one almost say 18 months. By COVID, no money double. So still, I'm not intimate door and more intimate and coconut poultry, no crowd collapse, poultry industry Ghana, it was west and then the Ekaho. Into time, no, they share honor and no, a but not say a find or Pobia and I Ghana phone per se, the Becca Biama by no, a time, no, they share into all opposition. Now, okay, who bet me at Daniel mind you within 18 months. Also, dream years, so bit me and I say a boost for me, from where I stand, no, not a time, no. I bind this shame, we say 18 months. And then we crowd, I'll turn the economy in 18 months. We don't say for don't say about me.
Okay. All right. Lawyer, when the major we why lawyer into Mimbisa private member bill a year honorable Kojo Ponkroma sponsor in the sense yawa National Development Planning Commission nanso aya obehwe aban bia ba na aban no follow the manifesto not necessarily National Development Planning Commission yenim say man otumpon ahodo no so no aya no man no what the plan eda ho ene o de ko say ansa na ke be release sika bi say ye de ko akodi dwuma bi say ya ba so ye bi ana mensini bi mo no ete say ye nya approval from National Development Planning Commission sa de we ye adwuma ebeboa yen.
Wow. Hey, listen, we need to reflect more on it. Maybe I'm who bail now.
Okay.
Who bail now because straight away, this is a big political issue. If you answer now, they bill this the color. If you say me who bill, no, apart from the workers, but straight away, who said there's a big problem with it. The visa, no, engagement, consultation, Obakufo and sorry, I say, mighty minority. Into we need numbers. Into the visa, no, it looks to me. The person make a negative about it. Abraham here. So I'm just what I can say for sure. Me say, me no. Also, the dia me team anapa. Me team and other stations near. Maintain my boss. Of course, in any I mean all the 4 hours. Me a do court time and me record. I mean, me maintain in Kaino. But me generally no. Anke Yabianka. upon Kumaya consultation nka ebe within the last few months and come nti ade a menti I doubt say betimi ayi ono ko etimi nkokasa asem no it's a very
because okoka said to say parliament agitum
yes
parliament also be to me majority for inso na wo hoi
exactly
no so free minority mo eba and to looking at the numbers no many at the end so be man go through there's just a necessary consultations must be done.
Excellent. Yes. Implementation say consultations say cost.
Okay.
Bibi san a bed because on kind who say Abraham and NDC acquire 40-year development plan. Almost to suffer MPP anko. As a party they didn't go. That's all suffer mafuna or the onankasane pe. When they were doing consensus, you know.
Yeah.
And then the 40-year development plan, I think he was part. But that's not representing MPP. It's also okay who say in the past, no, when NDC tried to engage on matters of national consensus about how to get out of this economic issues when it comes to consensus, and then specifically in this case, 40-year development plan. No, I can say so the history doesn't help him. It ways and also consultations na omubohu de ruwenya kukwemu kwa consultation. Also there has to be the outward one, radio, TV. No my blasts na yenyina yadwin akobenkro before you send such a bill. And the absence of winning there, I think it's just grandstanding.
Okay. Menene be kasante menene kasane mebisa ne dia okay.
Yeah.
Lawyer no pay ya dan say woni adi nkomo.
Okay.
I mean sure papa. Yene aye lawyer Martin Kpebu private legal practitioner yene adi nkomo ne titiriu ejina aye ntokwa ekoso ewo ye Iran, Israel, US entema ene asunsun anso ne de say yeye. Na sada waka no say yenhwe ye kasa mu yie. Kasa no. Aha. Na ankwa nkofa ebufu amma. Ene kwan a etese aban no efa so mra kwan so no te betuma evacuate Ghana this year wo mo ho akwakokam. Ewo saa miaye ya ntokoi ekosoe. Forward kire ne fa 020 1162746 020 1162746 na yaje wadwenche ne de ho komo Ghana Montie so ne wo need 100.9
Ghana Montie Ghana Montie Ghana Montie Ghana Montie
Mami akosu etonam ewa ha oni amansanchi amekwabena mafo Mami so mni akwa
Abusiafo yemfa the Ghanaian Times the Wokrata no na yemfa nhyase emma na Times the Wokrata no ani ho se no obo amane no se wodi wani ekiremu ewa hafomantamu a yesi ahafo mine pete ewo na samena ewo no enanso ema nipa edudie omo ato anana no ewo nsedu ebra na amena no ebuye na enamso ma bebrenu a aprapra ya te se the Ghanaian Times the Wokrata enano pay na de ho amane bo aba na Times the Wokrata no ani ho se ene obo amane ene se wodi wani ekiremu ewo wanchi a 328 adehye ya yese wo mo se yade a eye elephantiasis wo mo attest positive na ise wo mo hwehwe wo mo nipadua no na wo mo mogya no mo wo mo se sa yade yi ewo ho a Times the Wokrata nso so ede ho amane bo aba na Ghana mampanyi John Dramani Mahama bra na African Court wo mo ehye afenu ase a wo mo kwakɔhye na amamre ni amane wo mo aye wo mo fa ho aye wo mo anniversary no eno na Ghana mampanyi John Dramani Mahama ekoka se esi ande ode ato AU state no anim se usisi ano de ewo se wo mo ehwe se African Court protocol no ebeye adwuma Times the Wokrata enanopai wode ho amane bo aba na Times the Wokrata no ani ho ase no obo amane eno eno se GHIS eno wo mo de to aban no anim se won share na mra sebedwafie wo mo entimi mpaase surveying a council bill ya ese ho nsem so e wa ase a Times the Wokrata nso so ede ho amane bo aba ene anopai na mentwas okay abusuafo yemfa daily guide bokrata no na yemfa ntoaso na wudu wani ehwemu ewo daily guide bokrata no anim ose adehia wo mu ewo tontokrom ya atese wo mu mabunu no manso tontokrom ene wo mo se nyame enim nukrani ense bi mu a ene na monte so se ai wudu wani echiremu ewo tontokrom a wo mu chirem se mining bi a ekoso ho no amenanu abu amenam so amanipa bi mu atwa nanom ewo nse no mo se wudu wani chiremu manso tontokrom a amena bi amuye peti bi an collapse ye nti sansem no yeti a yemontungu mabunu no ena wo mo aye ensentwofo nhia mu a wo mani abrepa aga de bokrata ede ho amanebo aba na daily guide bokrata no ani ho se no obo amane ne no ena ode wo munyafo baba jama wono ejina mu ema NDC amanyuko no ewo ayewaso east abato no empeswa no eso ene ena wo mkoto aba no na we no de ode bae no se entansa nyina ne nsem bi mo mkochiri kopie mu ewo court se ebra no mo ye mo primaries no as niamache bi koso a antimi nka mo amasede nka abato no wo mo hwe anim se ebekọ no antimi ankosa enti wo mo fi sa chade bi ekoye na ema abato no edivert ye no na asem no court abo asem no ato agu wo mo echirem se nyina so no esua ya se guard bokrata no ede ho amanebo aba abusiafo guard bokrata no ani ho se ena wo bo amane wo mo se no plan no cash no cash na bi obi ya ni won so a omodi akoto stakeholders animu a guide bokrata ede ho amanebo aba abusiafo nipa miensa bi no omoda ha no omo ye suspect ni nti no omo akata wo mu animu nenom ena guide bokrata no se na anu ada lashibi owura bi a sese nipa bonfo bi ebo no manto anam awonse no posisi asam no de emu orem nti o mache nipa miensa omo se omo penhwehwemu nti no omo ebo amahwehwemu akoso ya sese guide bokrata no ede ho amanebo aba ene anopai abusiafo guide bokrata no ani wase no obo amane wase lawyer na odi ato yoko anim sem wo produce 600 million Ghana cedis recovery information ya sese guide bokrata no ene anopai wode ho amanebo aba
and what says here the aban betumi issue domestic bonds at the ama say wo mo atoto wo mo nioma ye nti so far so good e betumi ayebi ayawa so is and yakwa akoto aba e de akwa akoyi emrase bedwani a wo begina e de ama wonum ononyamfo kojo opon kroma and what say no plan no cash bill ebeboa na fiscal discipline etumi aba afi His Excellency John Dramani Mahama and wakatre Africa leaders say emu obi ensro obi anya kokudro na omunjina wo munaso na obi antumi nye obi abibia wa bra obi anya obi abibia nti obi anya kokudro na yanko enkoyeni
abusiafo yemfa daily post the bokrata no na yemfa nto aso ebra Ghana mampanyi John Dramani Mahama ekopie mu ya atase officially wo mu ebie 2026 judicial year no ano ewo African court ya wo mu ehwe nipa efa hodi eso mechire human and people's right ya ese ekoso ewo Tanzania eno ena Ghana mampanyi ede to dwase ba bi edu ne de African court wo mu eba behwe na afei ade bi ebeboa ama nipa fa hodi atimi agya naso titu ewa bibire mu no ebetimi agina ne nan so ya daily post the bokrata no ede ho amanebo aba abusiafo daily post the bokrata no ani hwase ena ode ye mame first lady Londina Mahama ode ne fonyini aba na no ena obo amane se wode wani echire mu ewo Krachi East district ya ewo oti mantemu a wo manya ni gisem papa na hwe dan no a ewa aze no a enye joke dan no ofe ankasa na wei eya adehia wo mu ewo asukoko community ene wo manya maternity ene children health facility babeboa na nyamie nim nukrani ade efa yenkase efe wo share facility no a ewo ho no a enye bete pa won say ya na children facility no wenu witumi say bibia empanie chese ade ankwala mo say maamefo de empa wo ho ɛna mmɔfra deɛ mpa wɔ hɔ bibia esi bobɔ o onyamia nim rekwe ni ade no ɔfɛ eti ade hye a wɔn ɛwɔ krachi isi deɛ wɔn anya maternity and children health facility ɛbɛbɔboa ɛma a wɔn kɔ awɔ so bibia bɛkɔ yie deɛ ama wɔn nya afei na ya akɔ te ye kodu na mpani hɔ na wontimi dabi foundation no timi aboa wɔn abotum sika ya kyɛ sɛ daily post demokrata ɛde ho amanebɔ aba ya wɔde yɛ mame Lodina Mahama wɔde ne mfonyini aba na daily post demokrata no ani ho se ɛna ɔse kane CEO Marco Kobodo ne mfonyini aba Joseph Wahin Eidu ɛno ɔse ka bi ana wɔ mo ka sɛ papa no ɔkɔ no wɔde kɔɔyɛ no se bosome du na nie ka no asen so ababa ya je se daily post demokrata ede ho amane aba ene anope
na abusuafo da chronicle demokrata na me de to aso akwai asem we maka ma mensan team for the last aban dada no a etemu no womu ye adwuma bi se chief directors chief executive officers aban krat mpanimfoɔ mo a mote so sisi a no muntie na yɛde bi yɛ a me ɛbɛyɛ me de mɛka no saa pɛpɛɛpɛ te sɛ deɛ mɛka ne nnɛ sɛ wowe ɛfoɔ nsa na wahyɛ wo deɛ ɛsiane sɛ ɛfoɔ nsa sɛ nipa nsa nkɔɔfoɔ bɛyɛ adwuma ebi asom 8 years ebi asom de aboro saa ebi ayɛ 4 years omo awie omo kɔ nia ɛsafata wo mu ya ayɛ frɛ ne sɛ end of service benefit obi abesom awie de ɛsɛsi yɛ de ma no motive executive officers a motewo enne infantefo no wɔkan wɔse wɔde bɛyɛ wo na abo wɔntum wɔde bɛyɛ wo tio wɔde bɛyɛ wo na abo wɔntum ako kamfantene na mte
ɔde bɛyɛ wo ɔze bɛyɛ wo
what bɛyɛw na abo
me maka ne ha sɛ we yɛyɛ sɛ no ama we ya ebridi corruption sɛ McJerry na wo de ne kwakɔ chief executive officer bi ana sɛ MC bi a mete hɔ ana me dwen minuanum yi a wo monsanka wo musike itime me corrupt me ho na me dia pesika agu ho na me pesika no gu wo wi na dia me kono mfa musika ma me kura na madi dia mapedi agu ho no ebiridi corruption inti sa dia wo kana no anu
sa
dia data na me kan
ayato sa ya DMPC sa ya MPA sa ya Ghana Gas sa ya wan sa ya abankra timpanimfo ya omuwa masaman sa dipa no wo he ne end of service benefit ne end of service benefit
okay
what the bay ya de bay yamu ya de bay yamu de na mo kura de mo de akura de sasas yentem
mame kwa amano so ya ni Emmanuel so wate oye security analyst ye no eni enkomoy yima mo ache
yo McJerry mitia etiefo
jo so na pom te say
Eradina dum ne mo mpaebo ye ho ye.
Ye de nyakopan ase. Yima ye hwe de si ewo ye Israel US ni Iran tem. O my Ghana bambo mu nhyehyɛ be na se ye de bo ya de hye ho ba.
Yo me da se adihye ne ye omo ahoro minu. Adihye dido no a ebewo fie. But ebi mo so ewo amanoni ni omo different places. Na there to so you know. Normally the impact you will move afro move another kind impact to chimu but impact you are direct
so no
direct and indirect you kind of thing
what the fafra ne yanko
yo me that
the ebe kan ne dia ebe fa ba bia ba be kan yen so wo no we twi no enye we into ne yen hwe fafra ne yanko
patcho mate inti your direct and indirect. In the direct, near Yefabia, who a cry, maybe Mutus are bomb, Piana, Mesa account. The other one is psychological. If you are Ghana, with this year, Papa, Unia, Ewo, and design impact no Ewo. But me sure say who can be or more, maybe a economic cost and around. Now, your number two kinds. It was the Omino like represented by the embassy, because embassy, and yes, embassy now a war, it be a South Korean to pay, they become foreign ministry na mekano. Only one part, Omoye, and the Ankran Cresu, 8 million, and I say Omoye. It started from Omino. Usually, in BBC here, I'm sure they be Macamo, as a BBC here, the problem now sometimes in Yano, Africa, are a time as much as we are migrating because of general economic problem. Amount for you do quite different to migrate. Into all if your different documents and now one pack and proper for one deep one pack place of a debit and no copy Libya no try impunity and of another place of your koha. Or move fast baby lungu sansan no copy a crow before. Now a chronicle you will be more or more for a short time to go to another place. Now, if you move over or move for chronos through legitimate means, move and American legit black points. If you move on black points, if you move for any black points, you move on black points, and you move doors too much, depending on the area. You move or honey or more from black points or move doors. Now, because who register with embassy usually, who register embassy, the idea is who cut an a papa and now pass out through a legitimate way. Into coin back to our wounds through who hope it embassy no pray from phone pay and go for about Medicia Bahana or money papers in the thing. So sometimes a month one time trust the embassy too much apart from the knowledge now in the they are supposed to go to the embassy and register. And I think that for the embassy, whether overall legitimate or not, or more information about I don't think that embassies will go and police because God this year about how one part and papa so. But when he has a document, but most of the time, we go no more cratano, and so one in Jenny, the morning in the register, but the only crata, one part when papa's no register, almost no more. So a person, figures now, embassy official figures, sometimes no, and yet up to date, and yet correct. Now, only to deal with it, no, Ghana for still near a full feminine. In Tibia, Uko a Krubiswa, Uko Ebia, Ebia Association, Ebia Santis Association, every association, and Ibia Sanko Association, and Ghana Association, or whether illegal or not. So, only over the records were, or only in Profunda Krunmun. So, Meka Krunman, Ebia, Ebia Krokesia Mupe, people who network community, Ghana, Ghana, into one way of updating records, like an embassy, embassy is to deal with her for their very, very vital in terms of information. The echo for any croquesia mupu, the echo for croquesia, and at the amount for any domotinia. So, leaders know why, and we let you, if more I appoint you, into a good source. One of the things you want to do is information flow. So, we have information from in terms of the numbers. When Amoye Ahi and Bassing, Mebassing, if more war, Omoji them Kakran and war, if you have visibility, visible disability, some of the disabilities in the visible. A Puma embassy new air planning. Only the Mika embassy, number and crank. The other thing, in embassy, they usually would have to do that. And I think that depending on because if you want the embassy, level of competency, resources, human resources, vary. More efficient than Ibimu. It is true. I mean, they only argue against that, like any institution. But generally, these are what they are supposed to do, and sometimes they do it. The other thing, emergency plan. Someone is okay, BBC, okay, then I obey. Into emergency plan. That's an emergency plan. One we deal with some the community leaders. One brothers are rapport now. BBC is difficult to get that trust and confidence and let people move with the speed you want them to move. Into emergency plan, but you have to always, if you are intermittently, see how we can activate emergency plan. And then once emergency plan, if you know, and yet if you move to different places, if you are Krubimu, if you are left hand side, you want them to move. Apart from travel advice, within the country, you always want to make sure an idea about the safe corridor and from time on which me have numbers are best, the means of communication. More you and money now you get regularly, a part of the things you do in the system. Okay, it is something that will be inculcated into people. Say, who train you every time and who emphasize you. That is for the embassy part. The other part is the early one, because before BB in the 1990s, for example, a day before America yes, they say America for no Emma information because as many people who can leave that day, they should leave. Only early warning. There's no better early warning than that. If you monitor and then you are always in touch as much as you can with our leaders here. So that is embassy, which may be part of. But remember, one of the things you want to do, as much as possible. Also, you're different. Makasi or leaders, and Makasi or Papa and now Omudi in Brakwanso Koi and the move from Brakwanso. At this particular junction, whether for Brakwanso and our from Brakwanso, try and get in touch with the Kuna a Bemon. Very important association, very, very important. Because sometimes because of a feature now, or that internet, and I think there was a satellite connected internet. Yeah, but so a platform, if you're more to communicate more platform, apart from platform, or more need other ways to communicate directly because a platform number, it's your proper best number. It is sometimes communication very difficult, and that is where we have backup plans. Say, okay, the BPC here, and I'm early warning. How do we get information and send information among whether legitimately or illegally? How do we share information? They're very critical at the individual level. The other thing is very, very important. If you emergency back, you and every time. Open your back here, more every day, and if you have blood pressure, and if you have diabetes, you know other medication, they are eye drop minimum. If you are not in the park here, who was under room, the challenge is that sometimes you be to me and park and room, but on checking. You go for park and then drink the IFI and if you can use this to expire. If you always want to be a regularly, check the expiry date of our backpack. It's a backpack, all those things should be inside, including these days, maybe a power bank. Because sometimes you chat here, which is can you see from Penapon I have flat type you. So the idea is that you want to practically check with your eye or the right way to check it or backpack and emergency power bank your drugs depending on the area water. Water is very, very key. As normal obey keep it with you. And then apart from that, obey to me as much as possible. You want to make sure that depending on the area now, when you are in your area, the reason is that sometimes if you area you're going to a new place that you're familiar with, and even traveling to a new place have its own risk. Depending on the information I echo around, you see that a crew for you or move support it to attack us. Into all to this year, you need a crew now attack and put him on phone to me by your casualty. So, for example, Liberia, one of the things that not throughout the world, it's to be a Ghanaian or more house because in the Ghanaian, you are not, too much into the world. And sometimes your identity, so you need your national identity as much as possible, but you have to know when to use that identity. Because when you're careful now, you are not at speed with your cost now. If you are now, can be now or sometimes no don't care about misinformation, disinformation, fake news, a big issue that can affect citizens. And you always want to listen to what is happening as much as you can on radio, local radio, international radio. And then but if you are a question, I think that where you want to take refuge is important. Normally, if I see religious places, there's a mosque, churches, schools, hospitals. Normally, by Geneva Conventions, loss of armed conflict, and those things are not supposed to be attacked. It is sometimes, those places here, sometimes maybe a smaller police stations, they don't attack them, but big ones, they attack them. So you want to avoid their critical infrastructure. Very important, because they make me a critical infrastructure, big military installations or big police stations, intelligence community, those big things. You try to avoid going close to them. Once you close to them, you want to move away because their targets are when you said they might be bombed. So the knowledge of where to go, how to move, how to get information, and who to get information from. Lastly, remember at Bineside Embassy, sometimes around this time, but it's very important as part of the emergency plan. Ghana, no money go for 1 or 2 young Bekasa because we perfect the ambassador no they say or ye who's okay or ye need to man. Now I can be a deputy and now people for information officer now can be people for now Abubra. So you always want to limit who speaks and the timing of the speech, the content of the speech, the consequences of the speech, short and long term. What and I think it's one thing I wanted to add to the embassy part. But who questions are important?
Okay, good questions. Ni be ame one said. Ya wo kan ye? Wo sha nipa ni bi yo ho a wo mu wura aman awodo bi so a nkrata asem no na akwa bibi ho. Eti eba ne say na Foreign Affairs Ministry hwehwe Ghana this year. Saafo no yetimi de wo mo ka ho mani yeyi ana na se akoba ne sa ne nti wo mo ho akire wo mo.
Oh, debi. Ekrubia adia uwa efumbu mawo. Ekrubia enye fangu, enye denchembo, enye fikakoko, enye gold, enye timba mukono. Inti unipa no wa udi ni bebe fie CPO the right context na polish mami. Yesi pe kramai impendi dompe onu nkresa konko so. Pe ebi anipa no bebi o wonu fo se ye oye no enye right. It doesn't mean that we be the first thing to Ubeboni Panova, and I'm sure without a doubt, the Foreign Affairs would not face it because of a crime illegally into your job. It's different if you are going to clean a Yatua, do a ship on the point, sometimes you want to negotiate and see how, depending on the context of the panel, but yes, Francophone will benefit. It's in America, say, embassy for they know this, that Omu you do, Ghanaian community for you, cool for no. For no one discriminating whether people are now in Kradano, we are Ghanaian, what do Puno who come home? If more about Betia, if more Jews, no, 17 depending on Betia, 3 months past baby, so that about in good standing. But in emergencies, and sometimes, if it's can be, or so Sabbath is made for human, not human for Sabbath. Into all the brand one, sometimes in context, which means I put your priorities. Right, by making sure that once the person is a Ghanaian, who be found, to our operation number 5. Then you call Liberia, no. You call Liberia, no. Ghana shift no the troops no call no more Babaka, liver shift no. I think they actually more than you got at those times. Omudi Ghanaian for back, but it do baby no. Omuko no mobano. Omo for Ghanaian for. Once we are be up person whether in Nigeria we are Guinea, it don't free and ships no buy. They say. If I say Abrofuni Pia or Muko Bebina Basabatinum Kopomunko, Magazino, Yesho passport. If you are taking first Americans and not British, we are taking first British, we are taking weight. No, we didn't do that in Ekomok. No, we didn't do that. And one of our strengths, sometimes you can talk about it, you need firepower. But in terms of the humanitarian touch of the country, in terms of the humanitarian touch of Nomaya, including Ghanaians, Ghana, now you must South Africa for passport, time or more apartheid. Sometimes South Africa for because some apartheid cheap, Kuma Jumubai, Uko Airport Junction, one more international hotels for they were there. Some of them traveled on Ghanaian passports. And you be a young bone de rule. But Mikago sister, partner, whether you have documents or you don't have documents, no. We have gone past that to the extent that in a time when Liberia was at its peak among our ships were bringing other people, and some of those people who ship denied real Ghanaians opportunity because ship some can say okay now API need documents indeed who can see a Ghana near before because there's no way of verifying. But beyond that, the troops could tell say we are near Ghana, but they still took them. And so back to your question, I think for me, my example is to show say you don't only look at Ghanaians. Apart from Rwanda, now you know who that brilliant thing he did. And go for Kwa, almost Ghana, they will not leave. I'm not for the brilliant, but you know, the Rollins among the permits now to me yet. So the credit should also, in a way, also touch on Rollins because he could have said that no, come back and Rollins regime, so to speak. But I'm saying, generally, Ghanaians near Wabadai, they use Liberia, and they use Rwanda case to say, beyond even Ghana, so your Ghana, you now need documents. I can guarantee you, and I'm sure, so as much as possible, they would want to help you as much as they can.
All right. Say in Tokwai, as a woofola, Iran fue na, in fact, one must say, one more dear. Pass or one come supreme leader, dear, and ya dear one better in so. One be retaliate. Woman de tie bia no America fon hwe omanim. Enti dia ye tie yi. Ene na kire se ntokwa no ano enyanyoy. Enti yebisa se yen asoman eye Ghana na America yo. How do we position ourselves? At the end they say ye mene lawyer Martin Kpebu kan no say et say ye hwe kasa mu yie. Ne yanko kasa entietia afani bi na kwankofo hawa mre yen. Bambo munsem yen, how do we diplomatically, because more the jamu exposed internationally, how do we handle this matter?
You Mpacho Medasi, I think that Martin Kpebu kan, I think that it's very crucial say obeshe unsema ubeka unsemanka. But that position no should not necessarily and not always be from a position of fear. Oh, say ubetimi articulate because articulate of you based on opportunity more
ubetima can yes work no.
Based on opportunism and a principle. You see, opportunism is just to make sure a particular country will see you in a good light at a particular time. But once no, different. Who cast and some now can but one cast on change is just because opportunism. Also say who cast you get some benefits. When you but the other statements are based on your principles. And I'll be keep it quiet based on your principles. Now, it goes back to Nkrumah, Jena Nkrumah started here. You see, prior for Bakuni Ukabuma Imbu. African until such a time say, you better go back to South Berlin Conference. Now, amount of broken Betty Mono. Say, and you're pretty every because you better collaborate in just one country. But you can do it if you are 50 years, 100 years, it's the low tariff. But for now, we need a common platform. We have the EU and ECOWAS. I'm saying that because Ghana alone cannot fight ABIA the West where America operating or ABIA with Ghana alone. Because so many reasons, years of systems, idea to international system now, and reproduce different asymmetric and a hegemonic relationship. It was systems, including laws. Laws no, it's not neutral. Laws no, in certain ways no. International laws no, and perpetuate our power asymmetric no. So we move more to meeting with UN security council one. In the system no, such that we pay. So the strength lies, I'm talking about medium to long term. So we should go back to the African unity. Into a boaka carbon, person to me and manipulate. So it is up to us to make sure that you handle the resources here. Material and human resources. Now you dream. So that dependency mindset, if you started from a dream, when you have that mindset there, you can do it, and that God did not create the black man inferior to the white man. God did not create the black woman inferior to the white woman, and God did not create the black race inferior to the white race. Some mindsets start from the mind. Then because I dream when you started, and when you have that confidence in your mind, what then happens is that some of no manner is every producing you be in the position of begging and the position of dependency, and how our system are perpetuated and are internalized sometimes without you knowing the way internalize it, our hegemonic relationship, and then you reinforce it. Not only internalize it at the level, you reinforce it. Or no, so when you have that mindset, you know say numbers and that is where the numbers which we have to keep position. As a continent, this is how we are dealing with other countries. As a continent, this is our security interest in the short, medium, and long term. These are how, in a globalized world, we know, say, we cannot live alone. No continent, no country can live alone. These are how we are going to deal with other countries, other continents, based on their interest first. So, for example, Japan said, countries, America, your legal agreement with them, secret for AU, facility for her. And it is not a secret. You know it. Okay, it's a secret. Now, I don't know whether Parliament agreement, even the Select Committee on Defense and Interior, whether some renewal of agreement, what it means for Ghana in the short and medium term. How were those agreements made, including that Guantanamo at the end and the other agreement, the state of force agreement, those things. I think that we should sit down as a country and see, okay, apart from the continent, now MIA from individually, in the short term, what do these things mean? As no matter if in what does it mean for the security? Because the Baba Sabafeti Uganda had cream don't blame America. The first thing they will do, apart from travel advice, to come and take Omodishi. Okay, they say vaccination to Ghana, and we in a way also contributed to Ghana being attacked. In fact, plane na ebandi, Ghana for Abia or more Yare and I said if your more health group. No, the first thing is American. Meanwhile, normal presidents may have also contributed, but Omupa, and you don't blame them. They are doing what is in their best national security interest, or what class and what is best in their interest. It's up to you to also sit there and say that, okay, this is the history of how other countries have dealt with other countries when there are problems. How do we position ourselves? Ghana will go back to African Union. Ghana, you're paying to me and dealing with America with the same might. You to me dealing with Britain, Germany. How do we go under ECOWAS and African Union? That is long term. But then we take it our position. There are consequences. Countries will come against you when you start changing agreements, when you start putting yourself in a position that make you a little more independent. They don't like it. There are consequences. And it goes back to what I've been saying, that a generation of Africans, of Ghanaians should decide that they will suffer. They will suffer. Say, okay, we are going to take these steps. We know that we are part of a global world. We cannot live alone. It's true. No country. But how do we make sure that you're able to position your own in such a way that a chief from Bano would have some level, a gradual process? You cannot change it in 10 years, in 50 years. Given the colonial history of so many decades, you cannot change. Given the international system and how international arrangements and laws are used to perpetuate the women in certain positions. No, you cannot do that in a year. But certain generations, 1, 2, 3 generations, to determine that they will suffer. For the others to benefit. And one of the ways is making sure that you are setting your autonomy and independence. And one way of doing that is in numbers, the strength in numbers. And I think that as Africans, I will go back to the Berlin Conference. Where Britain here, where France here, where Portuguese here, where Germans there after First World War, almost I think that when we start looking at the lasting legacies of that colonialism, and how our ICP and mindset as individual countries, you go back to that. Gradually, you must see in the next X number of years, we know, okay, Ghana, now, we knew that X number of years ago, we were depending too much. They see a little more independent. And so, you bet two more in strong partnership with, in strong partnership with ECOWAS AU. Because with two more, you are stronger. Amount work cannot just take you for granted. Because if you are there are times now big countries in the or area the same Africa. Now I call another African country. Now I call okay, Obama resource way. Now the other country not just. So they are still in Africa, but through another African country. But when you are united, and you have one voice with little colonial manipulation. They say Ghana people or Ghana is better than Nigeria. Nigeria is better than Ghana. Ghana is better than Libya. Burkina is better than Zambia. Some indirect rule and a divide and rule. A very powerful thing. We have internalized it without knowing as Africa. We are dreaming, but the fire no Ghana is in our mind. In the abundance of another country, Uganda, what Banana, Uganda, what independent, another country has taken position which is in the interest of Africa. But because another country has GR2, then that divide the rule, and that is our affecting, in my view, our national security. Because you see, going back to Berlin Conference, how we're divided, going back to the numbers, now you're really based on principle. You can't boom. The permanent panel of West Africa, want to East Africa, when you talk East Africa, and so in the long term, as we are discussing this issue, I'm just using this issue as a case study to say that you can look at how they are limited when you want to respond as an individual country because of partly, not all, partly because of colonial legacy. You take a stand, maybe others will not support us in that stand, and vice versa. One Ghana, Kakawa Nitumu, one Uko Kafape, you victimize you. If you are a twin visa assigned, and not a victimize you, you and share intelligence with you, and then you are shaking because of that dependency umbrella. And that is because of that dependency. You can't pay, it's not that strong. But in the short term, what can you do? You make sure that as much as possible, you strengthen your intelligence. As much as possible, you make sure that you read through and read resource of security and intelligence to gather intelligence as much as possible. Although Sahel countries may be able to you want to increase sharing information, you want to work with religious leaders in the country, and also you want to demonstrate that we don't think in the short term, we think in the long term. And one of the ways of thinking in the long term is making sure that the young people, 16, 15, 21, we rearrange them to start thinking about Africa and start having the confidence that the black woman is not inferior to the white woman. Africa is not inferior to any continent. Some boldness, whether you're Ghanaian in Ghana or outside, some mindset inculcated into the younger generation to have that confidence. I think that with time, some boldness will lead us gradually to go back to some form of unity, and that will give us strength, whilst at the same time working in a globalized world that you're helping each other. But that is how I see it in my view.
Okay. Media okray na bibisa ordinary person. Enra kra obi send a message say Jerry. Na edie ya nti ena Iran. Womane America ne Israel. Kontokwe. Ye de ben ya interest. Answer ben na de bema send the obi say me question.
But see why
say edie ya na esi. Edi send tokwa we for decades. Yenim send tokwa yi why woman na apeja na homene so. Interest ben any wom.
Interest there are so many interests. But to be honest with you, me expect in international relations with that angle, but me can security part.
Yeah.
But me expect, and normally I want to stay in my area. Me expect. I don't want to talk about everything because me expect on everything. In the security part, number to me about how our intelligence and our security, is shaped by some international tensions. Into for example, Iran, the mindset I ever in terms of defense. Because defense I have two types. The proactive part and the proactive people, you want to proactive like going and having progress and letting the progress fight with you. And then how do you defend yourself against American, British, American, and then Israeli interests? Who do you target? What are the plans in place? And then the Israelis, wonderful. They who are their best known, French best known number one enemy. How do they position themselves to deal with it? But of course, our tangents now, in terms of nuclear security now, then you come back to the loss of armed conflict, including Geneva Convention. Now, who interrogate what do we mean by being Article 51, self-preservation? But you want to protect yourself. What does it mean? Does it mean and I say attacking the pan or no opens up a whole debate around international law and the loss of armed conflict? But on your question now, but everybody say it's not my area. But the main one said they have strong mistrust for generations. Mistrust is very high based on different perspectives of history, politics, religious beliefs of certain groups, and then colonial legacy and this. But those are just the superficial analysis. We don't move more than me.
All right.
In the area of perspective.
Okay. Yo. Iman also want a security analyst. Ima, that's our pay.
But tell in branch years who would you again have a couple of correct. Now a CPA obey to me crata. Now only will you but the police opponent because you know the baby could be back out. So for example, then the also was the and APS you need to give the baby a command they come into command the bed in a becoming. But if you can't in here, not coming. Police because police is human without information. Now police suppose to know my mom for better because in here me papa it's only one Brahma who can go to your handle single barrel, double barrel, any pistols. Continue to go see China. A month for review on bed renewal permit.
All right.
Every year. Into young boy now it takes you a month for the bonino. Yen to me in our poor. Yen try say I know every brass now. What you're doing that is reporting and renewing your permit. In Pacho, that's Emmanuel Timageri.
Yeah, that's say Emmanuel Sowate. Emmanuel Sowate, your security analyst on na yet no edi in common. Nina nefa a year and tokwa esi ewo a year between Iran and the US and Israel. And the baby and tokwano trena shiemuko Ghana this year one the essay ye and the fahon. Yanko amane subie ma ne ne Kojo Honorable Kojo Oponkroma. Ofuase ayirebi mrahye bedwani no. Na yene no edi nkoman. Efa ensema hodo bi a eda ne table so or they call parliament. Any other areas a yebeka ho asem. Honorable Kojo Oponkroma machi
There say
Yanko adom bokona nso
Onyame adom.
Ye de Yanko ase. Great. Na edikan bela mra wota akire a wode ko Ghana mrahye bedwa fie fa kwan anka ye be plane ye ho yie na ye de adi esika. Ede na opese ye ntia ase kire mra nimu kakra kire.
Jerry Medase, ye wo kwan ye fa so total minisika sem mra no ye friend of Public Financial Management Act. And no na kire kwan ye o mine budget kwan ye disika ma abanyu mako nyina na on dia ye djuma. Na ukore ye mra kuni ni mu constitution na article 87 hono ye create edjuma ko be a friend of National Development Planning Commission. Omo decided there was say on mine nankasa no ni so ade hu e was e diso nti se obia bedio mampani a na djuma ni say na some they call campaign or they call National Development Planning Commission for now omo ma chetre say National Development Plan fear na eda enime na e ba ba mu no ewie ye ade ba ko a ye mo be hu ye ni say apart from omampani ni so ade hu a o de akoma NDPC for the plan I no no see issue fear 9 na no obo say minister biti baby and our chief executive biti baby and our DC biti baby na ono so aboni trim so ono so wade bi opeso ye no akodi sika ewo finance ministry and I said district assemblies common fund no the yes ade no as ade no enka o mampani ni so ade hu en enka dia o man nkasa ye sele ye and so what's the thing sika kumpa enti private members bill like they about parliament no senior CD senyame adom parliament jetuma if we nekono apart from omampani ni so ade hu a ye dia share national development plan and fear 9 ni mo no woni kwan say wo create wa project biti baby na wo spend sika e wo so be spend sika obi bi so a e wo sa de kro no e wo omampani na wa ba no the plan no ye dey akoshe national development plan no emu enye sa finance minister o ma usika watomra.
Oh, okay. Na Kojo we answer na we de bekono one year who consultations be say ade we are we dey kwai saying that yana
ya consultations by afini any National Development Planning Commission for nankasa air consultation yene aban nyumako bebre air consultation. In fact, even before wabem yene bebre akasesi nti afina krata no go through the process and no parliament afraid no formal stakeholder consultation our motto is afraid regional coordinating councils ne district coordinating councils maybe and some ministries maybe World Banks for donor partners think tanks maybe no me be to him say afia be sin ko na djuma ya wo private members bill no ho ba be to na nuni ti be bi edu na kasa ye dey be to parliament enti o mo fa o mo so ma dwentre meka ho ti ho na nra e ko shia ya o mo so do ma dwentre be kan ho a nyame ye do ma ye di feedback e kwa akoma Mr. Speaker say djuma ye ne be ya afe no enra na ye stakeholder consultations no na following from that no they are ye dey be to na Mr. Speaker Jipenia now for a lay bill no on the floor of parliament they are taking a clause by clause.
Okay. Na when National Development Planning Commission say no mo press wo mo benya tumi bia wo mo yen hyehyɛ a wo ma ye no aban bia ba obedi so na aban no emfa eye nhihye ni bi emfa asebua kwan ensunsun be na dem
Mama Indi can correct it, baby. And yes, almost you to me say the omo be can be any so now binding new coins or no day agency for beba. The omo can say omo to me a better say a baby we need to add on or so the best show sa na omo no man react to train senior the teacher of mine is to add on so that a partisan but a national and only the omo more na emra we a me members kakra come ho ye dey aba parliament no ebeboa masa umi na ehia se dey be ma NDP no sa to me no mo saka because se we your plan ni we no am fan ko NDP and mama approve as part of the medium term development plan na unya huskada na dey ayeduma enti wo kwan se wo chichiri wani so ade hu ba chichiri now the aba baby o mine na your plan yeah no more to me e dey share national plan no nti e na ye ni di chichiri a dey ko now so dey na ba machine bi nya sabu se wo no wo ye be different from the mine no yes yeah
okay but kwajo wadaro ma meti bibia se kakra wa ha o se yenim se commissioning aya wo mo so e wo plan e de mo mine no
omo plan ni omo ana omo tena dem tro ministries, departments, agencies, any district assemblies no and omo nyina bi omo adwen kire e ba soro na omo ma kire no e wo soro as the national plan ebio ye be ko election as a party bi aba any manifesto a parties ni na ye ko NDP ho ne akwakoje the friend of framework no framework in a parties ne dey on manifestos and sana who we ni abani we are to 36.5 say o manifesto ni wani so ade ho sign February na omum fan share national plan na ye no it is a bibi o wa any national framework ni mo na national na omo dey account ti sa no mo ye no
okay etina no di adanse ese wo mo hyehye na wo ma ye no ebi kura wo mbetimi aka say with the next 10 years in fiedu ana mfiedu no ntem no dia ye niye eti eba se aban foforo beba aban bi beko enhyehye no wo aban na beba no saa na obedi so enkonko ba se wode ye foforo koma wo mo na wo mo de ahye wo mo plan mu ana
e bi entisa first of all plan na ya ye no e wo ho but wo aban na wa ba no wo so the friend of social contract and then so I didn't know what to am Ghana for atọ e o say we dey come no mo dey share plan ni mu e je say wo say be wo te ba bi na wo so wo ye bibi foforo say wo say wo dey out pass o ye no wo dey cut down no mo dey share plan ni mu dey share plan ni mu a e no na fi e be ma ministries departments ni agencies no ye be mo to me say afie bia no sa plan na ye so including their own their become because on mine the ye ni e ko enim ye bi ni ma ho and ade bi wi anen kan ho o tena ye aba become enti my example and they say artificial intelligence abey e bi na ye plan na ya shisha so mine no ye nya ya dwen say the artificial intelligence e be ye dwuma bi say ye ko election na wo Jerry wo campaign say wo the artificial intelligence be ya there na Ghana for to abama wa wo ba constitution ne say fasa artificial intelligence plan no fabra NDP no mo fanka ye plan dada no pato so atima
yeah
aha the out of no na fi ye betre ministries ni na say say aban foforo na wa ba no artificial intelligence kan na ni so ade ho nti mu nyina aduma mo ye mo fa artificial intelligence enye den enshim na they are preventing say ya ni say wie no so biti ministry bi no kase ono ni idea foforo awanya ene say o pese ebia obubu ministry na otimo no ekosi ministry foforo because ebia baby otino who say e ho nye conducive for ono no pese okosi dan foforo bi as ministry a ansa no benya sika no e was a finance minister bisa ne say ade na pese o ye no e wo national plan ni mu ana the national plan ni mu a finance minister told me man ka se kona kusi dan foforo because that time for now posted and kind of plan ho your plan no you can see the back be akabia near the for artificial intelligence ne nke ka ho aya se be no enti se oja ma wa o de se ska no kokoye sa de na ye be wi eche na your plan no ye tumi ni eche so be bisa say na wo dan ya pese osi NDPC for plan e wo mu ana enimo de a fa ko mama mpani na mampani mfambe shem nti be close sa lupo na nkofo factory ya ye obi minister o baby no aye project bi o baby ya ye obi DC o baby no aye project o baby ya ye obi chief executive o baby we create adwuma bi ama ne ho no ye e be close sa lupo no nti se o person ka ye dia ye fa ko dan mampani na mampani mfamra NDPC no
okay enti gweni beboa ma ya boy sikasem on ban on oh amana kati Alessandra say ubenya na ye anyway high need 100.9 or twa ba pa usema de dun song ye ne honorable Kwadwo Ponkroma emra o ta chire a o de ko Ghana mrahye bedwafie se ebeboa na oman se ye ye nhihye bia ye be wu se san nhihye no ye beje eye 2 minute de free National Development Planning Commission aso ya wo mo ye nhihye de boa oman no buntu no ye beje de free o maso ye ho ansana ye wusika bia ye yi se ye de akwakoye sa impuntu dwuma na na se dwumadi a ye pese ye kokodi ho nkomo ene ni edi na no pay for adwen kire ni nyina nkoma ye di nyina no fafa 020 1162 746 020 1162 746
Ghana Montie Ghana Montie Ghana Montie Ghana Montie
Ahomani kate yensa kan ye honorable member of parliament of Fuase Ayirebi ye Kwadwo Ponkroma wo ahomani so honorable na me bisa se na chese we no beboa ma oman no yetimi atoto ye sikasem yi ana
ebeboa pa sika ye say no niema enka ye ni so ade hu no se unya ska mfenye bio o say sika bia be spend no e focus on your national plan nti potokasa no and I say every city we spend must be in pursuance of our national development objectives. You come and mini MPP ni NDC. Obehuna project be a enka or mine any so ade hu ni spend this card here. And no one to me so are not through this bill.
Okay. All right, it's all man penny and so ade hu no say obeye expressway na just ni nyina no na ye de akwa plan mu hu se ye pese ye ne bibisa
sa pepe.
Okay.
So man penny ni so ade hu ni say ye expressway near the akwa plan ni mu a e ho na ye tika eko enti say even who be road minister now ka say what jai expressway no na wo koye project fufu bi a any plan ni mu a finance minister don't me mouse ka because e tiri be o man penny say wo de wo te so but go for what say ni ade nyina no di abra obi a wo interest in kwa obi a person ye ne project bi na wo man penny na nkasa ne sika ye hia de pia o project no ye nya sika ne pia project me wa na nkofo e wase no the project ne ye niema different niema.
Oh, okay.
Person ye close is alupo we ebe man penny bia obeba ebe boa party bi ebeba ebe boa Ghana
na ebetimi aba se wo mu nyinto mede o man penny die ma no hyesumunam ena mede yesusu dua o so man penny so be ye expressway. Okay, ye de call a commission ya so ye. Na commission so behwe hu se oh there bi o. Na ye wo akwan bi ananka ye dada. Nti na ka ye nhwenye ansa na mfie bi edi anim no. Da chi bi mu no ye expressway ebetimi aba ne sa. Ehyesia amodi akọ parliament.
The commission no se be ono ntumi nka se aban na wa ba no ni so ade hu no onyintu. Because under article 36(5) no yes, say we need to me now. I also the vision no. A commission. A commission no. I the friend coordinated program on social and economic policies. Or the member parliament cry. And no bit national they actually 4-year medium-term plan. First of all, and yet say commission never can say I deal with no. What watching? It's an Ghana for not to Obama sa manifesto no sa plan no. Then a commission on Baba normal use your development framework no. Now, my technical adjustment of adopting that into your development framework. And we are number one. but the person preventing me say yeah no we no or so me say now bentin tra baby say ono ye DC of himfa nti ono so ye bibi foforo outside of mampeni plan na ya dia to no
okay
and now bentin say ono ye minister of the bentin no ono so creating a project bi no yeah and no you person you prevent you person as much as possible no you stick it to your national development plan that 4-year medium term plan now yeah follow us on mine no and no you person to me follow
and that's she be be in fear 90 mo
and no na embranitre and na say yeah that's what the rules say and sana constitution lecture no and fear 90 yeah the friend of medium term plan
yeah.
And until that, so be to baby no case a 50-year plan, 100-year plan, make quadru the meaning because you're rolling plans. Now, Article 37, or say as much as is practically possible, no projects are starting about for by also to us. It is not only say who there and who there, but the one here, so now also to us.
Okay.
Said the one also to us, one to us, will be to me the court. Emma court be so aban no na no so be untested justiciable so the be court say under Article 37 no project we are na aban we yansa na oja wa kono e was aban fufuro we oba no to so that's what the constitution says oba and mfie nwotwe ni waja project na to and mfie num ni waja project na to nti me pese court mo man order say on to so yemra no ma ho kwan na no so be untested mra no so Ghana na ya yebe kasasa but edu baby a yen testing ran enti eba no continuation there emra wo the person prevent the scenario where owns a plan that no aban pro na kremu no and aban foforo mu the plan no e dika na ye bi foforo any person you close wo dey foforo na person ye no fa brand NDPC behwe o me nkwan be fa so a capture no in the national plan say idea e betumi align no to the old program and structure na ekona ubom se to be align it ediabo
ntina nye se won be approve say okay yade atuma na ye nyintum per structure ya wo kan there
and the word that omo use to approval but approval no interest say on be boy the important thing this idea now dey ban it will be a very development framework it was say fit into the development framework into say you see if say in fact, you training and maintaining omunya skills the year Juma. There was a human capital development asset, and your framework I human capital development. Into when is what you now person would be in training kwalano. Then there, a quite benefit to me a faso. They say a human capital development framework. Say fitia a whole number say a quite person of faso and 15 to be your person yen. In Tibia, which you say, and son of it. John about a technocrat, no, a bad guy, they all politician, they say near Yena when it's what they want, a bad fit into a development framework I pursue as of mine.
Oh, okay. But the way they made out, State of the Nation's address, my major with general impression.
So, tell your man, Penny, or Srowa, was soon by
Yasum the power and Rakanameka.
Now only teacher for near catch room say, yeah, Momon Jola and say, no, Macasa.
And teacher for an opay and Ryan Yam, Indian penny, a be free be a bisa.
Almost a banana dada or catch room say no licensure. I feel by or say licensure there, or me at the umbetro. And no crumb will say, I told him. I will for an affair so Muntia BC registration. Almost say, almost State of the Nation, or Masum, but Omoba Fee, no man say buying up to. First of all, buying your Muntia BC registration fees. We are cross out to registration fees. Next, if one say, almost State of the Nation, or Masum, but Omoba Fee, no matter who say, automatic posting, no cry, on Penicas or the Bemom, no. And ya there. Ebeba. In fact, omo cry a post you on 11 months in Chiaoka. Ghana for say
Obasa o mampenye na nkase onye automatic posting is one nkase onye.
Enfie mienu ni o. Sa de no nim say enfie 9. Enfie mienu ni. Agro be so enfie anopa. ayi ọmọ a ẹkọtọ ade okurom sẹ ọmọ ati ọmọ asum dẹdẹdẹdẹdẹ sẹ yẹsi dollar ba fam but ẹnìyẹn a ọmọ tọ no electricity sise ẹkọ soro by bẹyẹ 20 ahen percent nsuo kura de wunya obenya kura ne bọ wọ soro aban services na nkasa kura ọma no wasan tutu ọmọ sẹ ọmọ ati ọmọ asum dẹdẹdẹdẹdẹ sẹ ọmọ mpẹni sẹ wọ kiriti adwuma 1 million bikin sẹ n'ote ya.
Aye.
In 9 months.
Yes.
But almost almost sitting a more almost me say on penny to be in Casa, your kind or chatro, there be yet to be in Canada. But almost sure my sitting a more almost say your man penny kind any day cost on a puebra. And the Jerry, so none of there was soon there as a war, but the reality on the ground is very different.
Somebody said debate and I say,
Nyame adoma na ebe shase.
Okay. Ye be follow ne ye ho de ayeko.
Onyankopon kan ko bidia.
Nyame shira papa. Ye ne honorable Kojo Oponkroma mrahye bedwani ofuase ayerebi. Ono na ye ne no edi nkomo ena no pay. Ni nyina ne fa bela ota ekire ebia womode ko Ghana mrahye bedwafie. Eno ho nkomo ene ye die. Na sadia waka nsem ya ye de mra yi kwei. Se parliament agitum a sen ne besi aye adwuma e wo yeman mu because o man dia ne ni memra ne de e dia ye de beko ye de mra bebre ne beko na ye de mra ne ko wie na mrahye bedwafo ne gitum ma o mampanyin oteso de ne nsahye ase awie a kwan ben so ne ye fa so de mra ne ye adwuma 0201162746 0201162746 Amasacha me kwabna ma fo ne ma me akosu atonam ewa ha yewe ne yankomrai
What's cool, fresh and trendy with a new look? Makes you feel real good, that refreshing vibe. Satisfies you right just the way you like. Do you know? Do you know? Do you know? Ain't gotta do it alone. Specialized makes you flow. Anytime, anywhere. Specialized feel different. Always think Special Ice Natural Mineral Water. Feel different. Think special. This advertisement has been vetted and approved by the FDA.
Mamemfa enkaibo we ntu dwana we die nipa no nani abere pa obi a opa adwuma na wabana wabetua announcement yanyema ne de na otum se nani abere onye obi a odi na adwuma edi agro etemesraw oye obi a wo trotro driver David oye obi a wo trotro me pa cha o trotro o trotro say ye 800 EB beba cho say ye dien ka bi a ewa hoden a wo wo de ye trotro na mom ye ka say driver for no twiwudi driver for no wo mo twiwudi eti wo hia driver ni a oye papa na wo baba be ka trotro ya ma mesro friend number 0544 14 12 56 0544 14 12 56 and 020 95 64 155 020 95 64 155 say ye 207 bar say ye Hyundai say ye 800 and na car be a strong and what the commercial activity Fre eye abrantie na oyobi a onim driving yie ne license ne ka onye driver ni obetuma twi wadi da eni tu no se yenka ho asema no friend number 0244 14 1256 and 020 9564 155 020 9564 155. Now when the driver in Indian come Isembe sebia wa chire bia no ofre na ubisa no be you ano. Akosua etonam atra se balance na akosua yi. Yegusu aye bo nkomo. Ewo entokwa esi. Ewo aman hudu bi so Iran, US and Israel. Yane Samuel Ayukwe oye General Secretary edema diplomatic envoy global. Eti yaje bambo mu nsem yaje emra no enso dia ese ye internationally na yanhwe diplomatically nso no edien ene ese ye Samuel Ayukwe no emenoko pa so amete ne kanche Sami mache
Deni amakberi
empo mu tse
nakopa dom no mpai bo review aboko
ye de yame ase good anu apeja ne so amai kakra
acha yo mate
na DSC ewo Iran, Israel ne US entame ena ye bisa se efa aye diplomatic strategies e na se ye
That's a Jerry Mamintia with telephone and what form show social media. I mean, Chia when we pump for on your Juma or Ejumadiam Yama or my Ghana.
Mama Joseph.
If it's just me who sell be some brava, couldn't say, Diana fan to call in buy. It comes from a different sources, but you're putting it together in a short way.
I know what page down, there's a voice in offer.
Oh, okay. Pacha, yes, it's here, and I will form.
Okay, your monitor there. You mean say Abia say what's around the okay man, I said your phone in said that man want to be break.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, then your manager.
Okay. So you share history now. 1979 and Iran revolution at the time, meaning say almost the same leadership. And leadership taking over and was pro-Western. It's, Islamic government to power. Relationship between Iran and the United States in the collapse here. Iran adopted a strong anti-US and anti-Israel foreign policy. Against Omumienu. Na ansana no na omu revolution we na omu follow no. Between say Iran beti omu wase say omu nye any nuclear ambitions via, but Iran na omu yebi. And Iran no and recognize Israel as legitimate as a state. And Israel so Iran no as a bigger threat our omo region. It's in the US, not US eka alliance deals no. But US free so on a point to say deal now almost which almost two ni say Iran conflict deal no. Almost free so because USA deal no was too weak. The US argued that the agreement did not permanently stop Iran from doing nuclear capability. At the same time, no, man who can say Iran or more sponsor or Iraq, any Syria, ni Lebanon, ni Yemen, no. Emran or muye na Iran and Sasha say no and Jan to Muse or more and supply ammunition and pharmacy a cool way view. And until a ban no, I was say America a free so. But free to be and a breach the contract between since then the distraction between Iran and the US remains very higher. It's a detention by US alliance with Israel. It's anything that Israel FACB and US provide either military aid or defensive support at Israel because of more strong alliance with them. Now, they don't know started in 2015, Iran signed a nuclear agreement with world powers. Our friend, a joint comprehensive plan of action. Now, the purpose of this is that Iran ever limited nuclear activity. And I agree on limited nuclear activities now. Lifted economic sanctions and what almost. But in 2018, said the American United States withdrew free policy because Donald Trump take it over no. Omomotia say Enyama na Iran SG2 musom beye no. Enya ade omo betumi ana so omo ye hu adwuma nti omo wefrim. Eti Iran so resume expansion of the nuclear program no, which tension started a grow sharply between these three countries. Proxy conflict in the Middle East, Iran supported Lebanon, said the American, Syria, and Iraq, which America is clearly never said. And Komuya agreements, no mama Iran signed said, almost supply ammunition and from master countries will be because Omuya to trust them, which and also Anquan could said there and was the economy. But currently, their Emma Adewe in 18 say Iran able to build this nuclear weapon. Maya will say ammunition is also part of peacemaking. Because it's here now we say BBAC in the community and find Ghana, they are also Bokui. Not say ammunition ever solve ya and say it to travel or Hontino. The person some grey ban in here quite a it won't go. The Nipa Munumi and start and everything the peace of that particular place now. Your own kind of be to ammunition, a day you sound prophone free or not a minor coming in Anya Huasunji. And we never say, it was America, Bois, Israel, now almost destroy the nuclear places now, Iran, building, which has brought shock to the country. Now, this is reason I was say Ghana, possibly, I was say avoid it because Ghana, for. Say we don't have our own powers when it comes to making decisions because we have alliance with US, we have alliance with a lot of countries that the US is or supporting Israel. Ghana any kind so because support Iran and answer any other country. Because when yesterday at EFI. So diplomatically, when it comes to this stage, the third world country, as we refer ourselves as Ghana to be a third world country, we don't normally contribute. Even say for UN, we can abstain from votes. Because you need to say more different place the effect that means yes to sanctions and the bias. So in this case, your diplomatic forwarders, which is the foreign ministry, people that speak for diplomacy and people that are heading diplomatic envoys and issues, are not supposed to go on one side. They are not also supposed to make any statement that favors one party. Instead, they bet me suggesting and Yama Yefi say, yeah, a beboa, Mekai 2023 UN Youth Summit. Now, I know that about Russia, Ukraine, and Tokoya. Now, Russia, Ukraine, Tokoya, now also be actually for supporting. Bedru, yes, and Mamuti, as you say, Ghana, any support free Ukraine. Ghana, any support free Russia. Ghana, any support free US. It's why you support Russia. Why you support Ukraine. But rather than you best me propose a solution. The solution is say you better expand the Security Council. We are because as of now we have only 5 members on the Security Council, which Africa is not part of it. So therefore, we believe say expanding now the other countries say reduce this stage near percent neto take it over. The other countries now babe kahono ebe to aba ema neto etumi akwa akoye nejuma. I believe say and I remember say in their General Assembly that same year, the former President of America, Joe Biden, progressed on the same thing. Say a year and can expand the Security Council. So in this option, the BIA was Siciano, your best Regan and Penny for. Said ya lawyer, senior lawyer, Matiku Kayana Mitiano. And yet every part of it, and also a dianutu. You share your comments on social media, especially the media space. You also amount for to make create AI videos, AI pictures, and then they will say, oh, Ghana Baya Kase, Ghana Baya Kase. Kai Hunu say, the Aoyano, and the whole system so be about what the cronum a bibe count. So at this very juncture, we should make sure say the be a free akikakikasem things that we post on our social media handles that are not factual. Even in the news portals, journalists, you're making sure say you cover AI videos circulating far more than the activities on the ground.
Yeah.
You're making sure say any video we are taking and sharing on our national social media handle, especially the media space, which is attached with Ghana name, we should be very careful and make sure we treat with caution because yes, for yes, idea nanso no ye need to me I be make a personal decision. Tima Jerry, now ubisa again a lot of activities putting together that has formed this war, which they didn't start now. We started from breaching a contract which was signed among Iran and other Western powers that they are not going to do any ammunition. Almost to say nuclear weapons no more, it is not for war but for peace. But right now, other countries say Israel and other people are thinking say in future the more to make build this nuclear weapons you are and you safe we are seeing now. Let's now say you put it stop to them, which America started by giving them sanctions. The sanctions are not pushing them. They are still doing what they are doing, which might maybe in future go on a negative way for other countries close to them. And now they are the I tension in ban and diplomatically and ama sanyama way in but ammunition is part of peacemaking. And until ammunition is be more now you person one particular place ever consider distraction I'm all mine now say you're bringing it down. By young kind who say that those countries also have allies. For me, I think the mistake be Iran, and it's a mutu share or Middle East also to destroy the US bases now. So, among other Middle East countries now, normally when it's happening that way, they go in support to Iran are withdrawing. And I don't know, a dangerous among. But also, main reason is other Middle East countries gave their airspace and their country for their enemies to pass through them to kill their leader. And until now, say almost to destroy every base America there, and those Middle East countries So this war, like we are saying, Boston Fire say, diplomacy, you better not near solve the issue because it might not affect us directly, but indirectly when it comes to trade and economy, we will definitely have a shaking in our economic system and our trade system. That's why we have to trade it with caution.
All right, members away yo. What share a US here? US is some your weapons power. But as a so be ye be na a boom. Is that the case?
Yes, because OSEI UN Tasadumwa, ye was superpower. Study American, Second World War. Your countries beer, or Mudia Kutinimi pa, or Mudia some Jane Baye. Na omo ni classify omo superpower omo no ebo omani nyina ho ban na wiase mu nyina ho ban enu nti omo no ewo access so betumi nya sa heavy nuclear ammunition to protect ebi ni ekin you find the country be rise against another country that particular country no any weapons na country na so retia no US any UN charter and security council and net wo ho kwan say or move back to the aid of that particular country now, or no new ammunition, but it's being attacked. If you're more for your superpowers or more home crying, because some believe you say, or more some give back Second World War. If you're more energy humanity as here, or more human rights as here, I'm bet me a control laws, no, a control and control or more in it to trap them. It is almost so be a for all cancer, no, and I say all cancer departments in the one. Now, they are building it to come and cause distraction. It's to me, back to me, said they should be able to have that powers because with them, when it comes to the peace of the world in the days of Second World War, now Omu play a very high role in it to bring the peace that we have enjoyed from Second World War till now. And for them to stop Third World War from coming, these people are guaranteed to have those ammunitions to protect the whole world.
Azemo. If you are saying there, said you be kind, you say, I said, if you are saying, a binum tea, and you said about you are But in any case, and there, just by the way, say, what shall at this year, we're gonna do any kind of one more, I can't hear him, I was a mere that you will coso. And I'm on 2 years too. We share the foreign affairs, so we follow with the white diplomatic person saying that it's here the man.
I think that so far, no, I buy no, and the short for yana family. But the sea airspace need be very close, especially share recently some of your celebrities, Kokumenu and Zion Felix video via a trend on social media or my stack. Dubai airport is because of Iran air to missiles air to Dubai US bases it's the airspace and you secure the safe for flight to be flying around. And in this case, I think the embassies around are normally secured, especially say be a war who straighter. It is difficult for the people that are fighting the country to attack your bases. The ocean base is not more attacking a crowd, more attacking areas are US for or more security bases or no more attacking. Ghana embassy say crowning now to be a way to bring all Ghanaian citizens together. No more keep you on a shelter because social Israel say are more underground shelters in Yama. I think they have to arrange to keep them until maybe the airspace is open because here to me for more fans so soon by Ghana. Definitely no. A real move from a and now we close the airspace not only for Ghana, but the airspace is closed internationally where flights are not going, flights are not coming because this is not a trade war. This is ammunition war. They will trade war and ammunition war. Ammunition war to the ammunition maybe not from maybe not a pharmacy, maybe not museum. It will be our is not secured when ammunition war is in existence. Rather, we have to find a safe place for them for the meantime. Until maybe tension Beba from Kakra, some of the airspaces will be opened for the leader or the government of Ghana to be able to evacuate them and bring them to their country safely. So currently, the only thing they can do is to find a safe place for them and make sure they put eye on every citizen that is a Ghanaian until say airspace maybe be no my arrangements are conform the other.
Okay. No banana engagement says koso head to head. On my to mine. No, I am not saying it to say a coffer.
Right, I know currently there were good relation with most of these countries involved in this war. So it is easy for us to have a bilateral trade or understanding with the countries to make sure that almost other ways of advising for us to move our citizens from there to our country. Possibly, or move it to many or Makata. I think that commodity also because foreign minister recently of visiting might be creating international collaborations between Ghana and other countries. So I believe the ties we have with them is strong enough that the foreign minister will be able to have a communication or relation with them. For all you know, even moving them from their various homes or their various places to the embassies in the crowd, they might need security escort because on the journey of going, they can be attacked. And when it's our communication, so I say, of course, now I buy into many other countries now, yes, it's for Honor Casa, now Mumbo, our client on the first will move you to a safer place. Or if there is any way that they can channel us from transportation by land to other countries or airspaces, ABI, me are transporting and one by a promo. And me and Komodia, me just said the foreign ministry and the diplomatic world in our country are having those discussions with other countries. I'm sure. Their foreign ministry announcements and now say news out on our citizens in those countries.
Obina sending message say maybe sound say na Israel there almost one in this akundi ni biana and now almost a part of your world superpowers.
Israel and America say omu will be crana it is limited. Yanka who say Iran Yan stop you from doing it. They were limited. They were asked to limit. Who was limited to be a won't mean young Brussels. We are Brussels now we are in superpowers for now Rocky shoulder. Israel best me will be. But Israel will be a chain America there and Israel need the American support in some ammunition wars. But because of Israel there to be do America there or fall on the ally. So the ally will come in to support him in this case. And with Israel, bet me will be, but say be a limited, only be a bro, America there. So, will be a bro America there. So, I'm going to need America to come into this war. They can face it themselves, and America will stay off. But because some of the ammunition and some of the nuclear weapons, or more they will fall on their ally, which is the international superpower.
Oh, okay.
So, will be there, but they be a not a bro superpower for any there.
Mechanism me akola Iraq. And talk about it, so one more say a bomb, say grenade, say dear him. One more better, one more two. We are seeing you now, be home from maybe I will. He been on.
weapons in there, we different bebree. You be a war no there. You wars bebree. You Cold War, you trade war, you amnesty war. Okay, COVID-19 years.
Yeah.
You war the bio, but because of that, it won't count. Because some who were COVID-19. Obi and they implement the virus so that they can get antivirus to sell, which escalated. It can also be in a form of superpowers trying to bring some people down in the economic way. It's in one there was so many ways. Whether there is a bomb there, yes, we say we are there, and they be a doer, and I'm a Jeremy no in but currently there, because yes, they are the Kaiser one of the world's BSC, and also America for Bombay, it takes almost like 70-something years for the land to recover its fertileness. Now, the more who say land now recover fertile. I've worked crack on ancestors in this room. One who say, I will be an ancestor, I would be wasting this who say, one ancestor for a very period of time, and I'm recognizes that then the land is regaining its source. Nipa bit me now because our boy to me survive or this time around there. Not assassinate fertile. So it depends on the chemical in the bomb and the purpose of it. Ebi o ampa airborne obetumi ayema enframani mu besei enframani mu sei a obi obehu mu dia home yare a ubewu it can also be a factor, but then it is not factual or it cannot be proven because we all don't know what they put in the bombs that we can easily come on air and be saying whether it is true or false. But there are weapons and different types of missiles and ammunition that can easily cause war destruction.
All right. Samuel Ayukwe, General Secretary, Diplomatic Envoy Global. Anopay, that's the sound you're doing, Komazami. Nyamisha was super good. General Samuel Ayukwe, General Secretary, Diplomatic Envoy Global, or diplomatic person, on any no. It didn't come in. Tin Samano, Yanada idea be in any so. At the afar all angles, and Meremo, ya the ababe fa bambomo, ya the ababe fa. Diplomatic measures and so on. And my union, who the essay, set on mine. Okay. I don't know.
Mark Jerry. Iran talk at the assembly bar. Dear Medicain, dear Mete, ya, and Mammy Yamushim, and say, almost say, found go to Dwanano, yet the four mukrum and eba. It also made the candy be a quack of faho and a ma bomb. I just say, yeah, one match here soon saying soon or so. Baby, I had the farm on a farm will be I acquire as I do my own so. And I'm on my said, baby, it is a one more fun. I'm so more close, and I'm more close, and I'm my weapon so. And now, one must will be a decay or matter warning, maybe more the candy be a coffee home or my bombino. A bassano away and say a bibrim amamu Africa yes so you were juma way home say we for you be our motto almost say a juma or as I also a juma or home so young juma aha okay a pusume road eda ho etiyan so fane say Iran na say double lane why na agin say ma and never be some mabiomo. It's yes with the any a for ye. Oh, Nasi and Yanni, I say, we are here for the international market.
America for an baby, Yanni and see and you will be a baby.
And one I will say a fool, you may road, double roady. And I'm going, you know, my one more F finding out then we say one more money or more con one more time for no. One big girl. I bet you I know there are more for my summer more be as well. I don't know some more money in America. I don't have a pay in a coho. I don't have a pay Kaze. Is he and I was seeing me I know. Say run over being a say I know T. I say ram for Mugugumu. At Rasa, my Jerry Danwa may wine ya. Umukata sell life will not be fair. We are saying one year fair that. Debbie. So I would turn say, if we are saying fair, the actor will say, oh, Dan will be a wood and a no more. Me, dear Minya be me. Bema worry. Now, be the BIM.
Sir.
Why, Oba na ekasa na.
Oba.
Se be ma wa de onye de.
One na
ntem pe bi na obi dachi okowale obi bi de be ni.
And I'm say, hey, sister. Na we aso be na otimu no. Wo de opa manya bi fitu nkwala abremu akosisa be ware. Wan sha obi kura be di wukunu na firim nsam. Life menya no obi aye bi.
Na me ka we the makai we lady bi o say me radio for the me pe wo mo kra radio presenters pa wo mo pe ma and wo mo ye we sabre na je say ehwe ni din
and wonye bimbo
we fi ni mpo
na guys say dia presenter video won eni ya aden de obe
presenter video won eni
presenter video won eni the go say ebi asidi obi a won spec so obi tigana ha wono on two kan ko be
say later no
nani
on the radio presenter ego tonight on the radio presenter ko tonight grandma osana na wo ba ko iti mission na me say na wo yan na so radio presenters here and I won't pay radio na me radio for the na me radio presenter for the me pay hey
ade a won pay na obinya
o kasa no you careful
en fo wanu nkan ko na ba
do kokot pa pay radio pay na just ya gaga che me o
ewura bia na me nim no Cape Coast Polytechnic akwa me debi say me obi a wa debi na me obi bia me nya na me kura me gware sa virgin and I'm say, hey, I reata so. Oh,
what can it me by my fine?
Nikuno, what? Bosumi aso a jacket, no, I have selection, no one the quarter crowd.
A mamu selection. Agenta.
And I buy no so dear Yami and I don't buy no so no fair. Bueno, no one ever what I miss Ghana. Obia na gba no kra wo akọ o so pe kra ntumi nkasa dabi no ho fe wa mu di ne so afuru sania ma jaru ni me se wa ma ewura na jija ma di besi na ewura no kra ntumi nwo ye
eza
na eno na omo se e ba sa no kwa wo no kwa ya na akọ achichi
wo sisi akura de wo se akura nyini ka ho enti life say be fair the amount first na matini ya me say adenti na ade a mentumi mfanya wo de be ya me enyo ye nyina adwene nyape ye nyina akoma nyape ena una wo akoma penti ena me na me ye fair nti ena me de me nye wo bi ahwe eno ye ya award no ye ma obi award atisa sir wanna wakuma papa mumye monse manwe ewiase reward nipa ya smart no wamudu wo mantini wo mu yusu wo mantini di bu nkofo fa so no sa nkofo na reward wo mu enti wo try say life be fair to you you are dreaming the day
you're dreaming
the daydream
the daydream na is
omu kanu ade bi wo mu se atese ade na wo da na wo so no wo mu se da na wo so na ntumi mmem
enye da e beti mabem
wo mu kanu brofo bi wo mu se then you are dreaming
bisati chankoma no kan kire
daydreaming
dreamer
Oh, yeah, Brophy
said, I would the menu in the same skill to me, how be ending the office of
yeah.
I can't say we a daydreamer. Just a wono.
That is so. But yeah,
or die now also. Just a one night.
Yes.
And I also die.
Never That is there was so done was so.
And so life for pa by a fair. Debbie. Debbie. Because I dear America for you know. And you want to me for the 2 million or cover for a bit. Tessa, one was in a wedding. otumi adeɛ nyinaa yɛ wote wo baabi o onka no oh obetumi aba wo kurom abɛte wo president na wɔde no kɔ wɔse wɔ no wɔyɛ super power n'anim ne n'akyi obiara ni hɔ ɔyɛ alpha ne omega wakɔyɛ wie hɔkɔ Venezuela papa ezu wɔ mu kɔkye no kɔɛ
Basa yɛka world veto powers na ɛyɛ America for be no monye bi Russia for be nya bi yɛ ho de kɔɛ Japan no mukuta world veto power Japan
na Babylon
is saying for
oh Babylon says that time ya ka wa Bible mu aya sina Nebukadnezar ana won de no mo boa
Uze no mo so ewo world veto powers
SDF one wo mu ka ma meti yo sa ya nya no kura de ne no wo mu adaada me wo mu se first no wo mu ewo power pa ya Babylon ana ba Medo Persia ai ana free Medo Persia no eba ba kubi ansa na eba wurom
sa
eba Greece mo no mo say Babylon ena wotumi pa ena ba Medo Persia no mo so na wotumi pa ansa na eba Greece less mo why na ne dia ne Alexander the Great no Greece no awo
say no nti no ono no ka no
Alexander the Great no and wo be Greece ansa na Rome ponu mo say Constantine meboa ana sisi aba Donald Trump
My Jerry, my happy birthday.
History. I Constantine, you say, one will 10 years, Mrana. What do Bronya Nina buy? What do Easter buy? What best son calendar? Time wa a bar first no Ghana crase near need time near war. Akwesidaye na watu ya tosu aduanan to send Nigeria for 10 market days 3 market days ni anu omu beti che ni nyina mu Constantine ena sisi aba beduru hu aso Donald Trump
My Jerry, happy birthday. Mama happy birthday Shonkoma Apostle Benjamin Agri and na woda and I was saying no nkwanso na odi awukugwa akwapem ehene wono so edini de enne nti my happy birthday Shonkomfa ma wo mo na afa we nso fidwo power nchen was what the happy birthday
Joe Power I also why Joe Power birthday ne
I was say Regina wono ewo Grace Beauty Parlor wo Breman UGC ewo Kumasi ewo Asante Mantemu was say wo no Regina happy birthday nyame hira no na ontu ne nkwa no wo ma na Kumasi obisade nyina
all right well Mr. Mobako bi wa Mr. Alex Ba Ochre in Sawom eno so say akole ye central ni our Parliament House also we no 72nd birthday well that's 72 years from your wife, children, and CB Ochre family. Also, Mama, happy birthday, Mr. Alex Ba Ochre. Happy birthday to you in some and I do we right, Yanja Pomodina na Yanko name. Dr. George Esiama C4C Medical Director. If you are not phone friend or more numbers in this Doc, Martin.
Yeah, I'm Jerry.
I'll put me to say.
Oh, senior. Obadi adaro mama huye pa medase pa so huye dear.
Nyanko pando moko or the chain. Great.
Fantastic.
Anope ye bisa say ya poem dene. Said ya na otu ye die si wa ye nkyerɛkyerɛ. And so e de na ye hwɛ.
Yo, my Jerry medase ebiom na memfa we fidi kase so senior dai ye no ntia. Yeah, loyal listeners na empo afofra afei na almost almost joining your train no they are all welcome. And post and lesson edikanya wutia na chese C4C ni FM yakabo ma yedi nkomo titru fa ya pomuden ho ehwe sani anyema bi ekoso woni pedian mu a empo yehu ne se enya hwe nanso na ebia eye ensane ebia eka bibia kire titru efa organs awodo ewo ye ni pedian mu sani a esiye ejuma simato bi ba ho a sani a yebesi hu na anamo a wose yetu empo say anya ne ntama o hawa etumedi ba na empo kra no say yepese ye prevent such things at then na e wose ye kai said bia ye can say discipline is very important. Someone said discipline can take you to places motivation can never take you. And it is all your discipline as to ediane awudi the call woni pediane mo the awudi call with the enemy na dia ebeboa organs no ma organs no so enya ho den na account for C4C Liverstone amount. Now Liverstone so the abribi kasa ba mo bia from 12 years and above FDA approved. I suitable say no enya den kra na the aya ne say be Kenya o brebo no ema brebo no so ejuma wo say di no edini bebre yesua ne ma bebre afa brebo no ni metabolism function ne detoxification function, the drug metabolism function, the hormone metabolism function, the production of proteins, ahodoɔ empo ejuma, ɔne yɛ kidney dinner bribia empo kra adwene twaka ne brɛboɔ no ɛwɔ ne nyinaa no yɛdi ho nkɔmmɔ nti a healthy liver ɛboa ɛma yɛn a yɛwɔ hypertension no yɛ nitric oxide production ne boa ɛma pressure ne ba from ebiom that's why yɛwɔ diabetes the boy absorb who is situated be my sugar level no so eba from enti mesrel se baby a will be an bomodiana ma sanka Liverton na emwa na chronic cases are able to arise bebre no and also so intimi from na ene ye pese ane ye di nkomo kakra efa the efa no PUD peptic ulcer disease e pa jo say a peptica the air can digestion. It is you break it down with the animal system and peptic ulcer. Also, so you know a crow. Now, and pen me brain, you can't peptic ulcer. I restricted your to a crow, sabi a taught your phone among one. Then so you work a semiano, and Merano the other my acquainted the home command. But I call a friend gastric ulcer. Gastric ulcer. Anytime you better gastric, Diano is referring to your phone. It's gastric ulcer. Trese, a crow ababeto your phone and casamu. Na ya what duodenal ulcer. Duodenal ulcer so trese. Your organ na your friend duodenum. Duodenum no the upper part and answer the top end of your small intestine. And it's a Diane a call your phone movie. Within a space of 1 to 3 hours, I will say the free your phone na I call the next stage. Now next stage abakono your duodenum. It is a close better duodenum no more. Or how and also so a done idea different from say a crab better your phone in one casa. A biom Jankopon I say your phone and your protective cover. And usia kakra your dear friend aggressive factors. And your defensive factors. Me pacho aggressive factors which I say omo break it down things. Omo bubu nioma nti omo no mo boa yen ema yetini break it down ye diane. Nti say ediane ko ifon ni mo a aggressive factors ni bi the outer artist see your acid e ye ni diane mo hydrochloric acid no no aggressive factor because e be bubu nioma your pepsin. Pepsin so a special enzyme omo working on proteins into milk ayenom beans ayenom beans ayedi any enam ne egg ayewi nyina no and also so sa enzyme we na aggressor or breaking it down and your gastrin so your various enzymes ahodo also boa with digestion into when we nyina no break it down things but your defensive factors so your phone mo. Your phone was defensive factors because say amama and I say mucus. Surrounding your phone very important because a protective cover. Your bicarbonate but cover your phone no send your beya if you be access to the muscles no kai. Say your phone be your muscles. nti obiara ntumi nya access to it easily ebi omumpo your phone ankasa kra so wɔ layers nti wosua akɔ ekyira yɛ se wɔ mucosa layer a the inner part of the lining nti akɔyɛ sɛ carpet a ɛsɛ your phone mu because your phone a nneɛma bebree ɛbɛm nti any kwan sɛ ɛyɛ exposed saa any kwan sɛ only protective cover biara nti nyankopɔn ayɛ no sɛ bibi sɛ carpet ɛmfa no sɛ woolen carpet paa dudu ni bi paa ɛna ɛsɛ your phone mu nyinaa sɛnea ɛbɛyɛ a ɛno no ɛbɛboa na release a lot of the pepsin no ɛboa with the hydrochloric acid na aboa so that protection no bɛyɛ very very safe ebiom yɛwɔ submucosa ɛno nso so containing a lot of blood vessels ɛna lymphatic tissues bebree a ɛboa supply ɛyɛ your phone no with also the needed nutrient ebiom koraa so yɛsan so wɔ layers ahodoɔ a kyɛ sɛ ɛbɔ your phone no ho ban efiri mmoa ho efiri eduro ho efiri nneɛma a na ɔden a ebetumi asɛe your phone no mu ɛno nti sɛ changes bi ɛba the protective layer no ɛne the aggressive layer na mekyerɛ sɛ deɛ ɛyɛ acid no ɛbɛdɔɔso deɛ ɛyɛ break it down nduane no ɛbɛdɔɔso a ɛbɛhyɛ deɛ ɛbɔ your phone no ban bɔn no so nti ɛma abiri biara no na unya problems a say your phone na be we are and na say obo na be hyehyewa na very very constant and your ma ye akwato twi saa how yi ba no ye painkillers num bebre mesraw uti ya we ya na wakọ na wato painkiller na wanom obra bi num bi and then 3 days aboa no nti si obra kojo num ye aboa no pan de meso metia me ama me num bi e pa cho enyo bia na timi fa painkiller edro bia ni ho no ma obia timi fa da ebi wo ho a warning issues are a bit to make a dear mouth. That is why you need a proper, thorough investigation. And son, what for titru, so you'll be a yakasa over also problem put a very important. Yes, so you pay a lot of alcohol no increase your chance. Smoking beverage so increase your chance. Now, if this was not a stress, but your stress bebree, your stress hormone, your cortisol hormone, no cost to bebree. Kai. Saa hormone yi di ho nkomo say a dose woni pedia no pe a constrict your blood vessels no my blood vessels no be yer nketo ma akoma no bo excessively and may prevent good blood circulation kai say your phone no any intestines so near circulation na e be boa so that digestion be very good ebiom saa cortisol hormone no to me increase chances of getting stomach ulcer na problems with your phone no. It's very important to manage your stress. So, after so your more beer, young fire new one, your friend almost a bacteria, H. pylori. Sa and why a quine would also be break through kissing. So, we will be nice because one another, your body fluids netted through kissing, you know, a saliva hold on, or better media mouth. Yeah, problem so cry or one of my in Sylvia environment, I know me. Oral fecal transmission, not just say, be a janine be a big bang, in Sylvia at no man, not be auto with the animal. Sa issues may janine be a bang, one more. A yendi one in Sebi, and now said, got to be the why yendi one year, crime be vacuum, you know, so preparation of the food, no, it's me a call system. In the course of that, no, it's me, Emma Apuano, a barrow, or tuto crow. Away your phone, say your phone will protective covers be brave. Now, so I want more thing. It's answer over the your friend adhesion. The adhesion or 9 thing to be a man or dima or to me tally your phone now or tally your phone or produce the friend enzyme the friend urea. That enzyme and also so a break it down urea. Can I say urea so your waste that was in body needs to free body anymore. But break it down urea into ammonia. Ammonia is also a very harmful substance, and you can say it's not nipediano. But breaking it down, it's not nipediano. And also to be covered, not how at the back is ammonia. A breach the BBB, the blood-brain barrier. Wa dreaming more. A better thousand wa dreaming and now we are doing. And my fatigue, when I'm here, when I'm rare, that's also a baby brain. So, and why not chance? Not a better now your phone one. Idea ayeni into or borrow your phone mutu kura. Na afei no wakwa settle or settle or no relax it na or yen production na to say ono enya the self container ema nipediano ebebre because of changes now about the aggressive factors and then the defensive factors nimunti na acid production adoso na afei no obo ehihye bebre nti obia our problem with gastric ulcer biano and permebre no nya the friend epigastric pain epigastric pain ne kyerɛ sɛ wohwɛ wo nerve ofuruma no ɛba wo chest wɔ kakra kwan na ɛda ntɛm hɔ no wotumi nya severe pains ɛwɔ hɔ titiriw sɛ ɛkɔm de wɔ a sɛ yɛ gastric anaa yɛfun no mu deɛ no a ɛkɔm de wɔ a wote pains no yie paa ebi koraa wɔ hɔ a ɛdetail from eating but sɛ otumi mmea n'ani na odidi a ɛnkyɛ na kyɛ sɛ pains no ayɛ den aba fam na obi wɔ hɔ koraa na ne deɛ no ɛmma abrɛ ɛkɔm de no ɔno deɛ ɛkɔm ne na ɔyɛ okay nso odidi wie a bɛyɛ 1 to 2 hours 3 hours minimum maximum na kyerɛ sɛ ne yɛfu na start ɛyɛ ne yame paakyɛw mpɛn bebree no na ɛyɛ duodenal ulcer kae sɛ yɛfu no agye aduane no yɛho adwuma in the space of 1 to 3 hours wie a ɛde kɔ back to the duodenum ɛkɔ to the duodenum na duodenum nso ayɛ ne ho deɛ na deɛ aka ne nyinaa akɔ but sɛ 3 hours no so na yɛfu no da so yɛ wo yɛ a na kyerɛ sɛ mpɛn bebree no ɛyɛ duodenal ulcer ɛno no kyerɛ sɛ ɛnyɛ gastric ulcer ɛnyɛ yɛfu no mu ɛna yɛareɛ no but ɛwɔ duodenum mu a ɛno so ne treatment plan ɛwɔ hɔ bebree na gastric ulcer ɛne peptic ulcer nyinaa no ɔhaw a mpɛn bebree ɛde ba no ɛyɛ sɛ wonya burning pain no ɛyɛ pain a ɛhyehyew nti obi wɔ hɔ a ɔka sɛ ɔtumi nya heart burns ayɛ sɛ ne bo hyehye no bebree obi koraa ɛbɛlpe mean how to say but is it Kelson asɛ ɔne ne kasa a na ɔbɛlpe a lot asɛ ne ɔpɛ sɛ ɔfi bi no obi wɔ hɔ a woahwɛ a na ɔfi sɛ ɛyɛ ɔno but deɛ teɛ ne sɛ yɛ minimum hɔ no yɛni nsɛnni biara wɔ mu sɛnea yɛyɛ funu no yɛwɔ protective layers no nti sɛ acid no bɔfa no so saa na ɛma ne bo hyehye no ɛmpo koraa no obi wɔ hɔ koraa tumi ma ɛnka ɛba n'anum because of aduane no kɔɔ yɛ funu no mu process na akɔfa through with acid ACL na ayɛ biribi awie but it delay digestion nti egyina ne bo bebree na ɔnya indigestion ɔda a ɔntumi nda ayɛ te sɛ ne aduane no gyina ne bo a ɔpɛ sɛ sɛbi ɔfe no nanso ɛfe no mma na ne bo hyehye no san yɛ ne yama yɛfun no mu so yɛ ne yampo ma extend ɛkɔ ne mfe ne ribs ne nyinaa so start sɛ ɛyɛ ne ya mepaakyɛw ɛyɛ ɔhaw bi a sɛ woyɛ fu yɛ wo ya na onhu sɛ woda hɔ sɛ wotena hɔ sɛ wogyina hɔ ne nyinaa no ɛyɛ ɔhaw a ɛyɛ peptic ulcer disease ɛtumi de ba ɛmpo ɛtumi ma nipa no so ti bebree yɛwɔ biribi a yɛfrɛ no melena anaasɛ occult bleeding kae adeɛ bi a ɛyɛ occult ɛyɛ secret nti bleeding bi wɔ hɔ a ɛyɛ secret bleeding ɛti bɔn sɛ ɔkɔ washroom a ɔkɔ washroom wie a ɔho hwee nanso yɛfa ne stool kakra ɛwɔ hospital ne yɛwura ne test sɛ wobɛhu sɛ yɛhu mogya wɔ mu ɛno nso bɛtumi ama wo so ate kakra nso na wonnim sɛ ɛno na ɛma wo so te da biara wotɔ mogyaduro no na wanom nanso wokɔ hospital ne yɛkyɛke wo full blood count a yɛsɛ you are low ebi wɔ koraa bɛkɔ akɔ check no yɛsɛ woaba soro kakra na w'ani agye but wɔ hɔ a wohu sɛ bleeding bi aba waa wonim sɛ ɔyɛ fine but wobɛhu asa afei wo so asa ate biom mpɛn bebree no na wowɔ stomach ulcer a ɛma wo lose blood through your stool nanso ɔmfa w'ani ɛhu. These are some of the major things. Bloatedness, eba, we have phone inframa to me, Jinem Bebre, Sebi, we inframa and Chena for France, so aba, a buffa or so, Emma or Boshe show Bebre, Emma Empo, or if you cry to me, I was off it. One fear and who end, Tono, into a noir to me, a yen who be bidden in such a shenny, no manner, or fian sana and Watton, when you know how a year. Peptic ulcer disease, it made the back in pediano. So, I was discomfort Bebre. Eba onipediane mu a ema wediane die ho nya den ema wonda so tumi nya den ema sebi o growth o protein level sani a wonyi so eba from C4C said so a problem with peptic ulcer disease say gastric ulcer say duodenal ulcer de fa ye funu yare bia e fa no digestion ho e fa no say mo bia betena ye funu mu a wanu medro sa wa for a lot of PPI proton pump inhibitors wa fa antacid be brain and so still that's so have a patch up. But more than enough when it's a C4C liver specialist hospital branches in it's said complications of stomach ulcer a dorsal. It be leading to internal bleeding. Internal bleeding is a ultimate bleeding or unipedianimo, a medical emergency. It's leading to stomach cancer. Kaisa cramiariano dear, a betoni pedianima, a 100% chance of angioma metastasizing. Not just break it down, I'll bet me I spread it easily through your lymph nodes. Now, countino, now count bones, no, now count spinal cord, no, now count brain, it's me a spread, yeah, and also so edit or how we break about perforation. your phone mutu tokro yet through intestine mutu tokro and also so it's a medical emergency eba but more than amount sankasi for see livoto Mr. I didn't think I make us a livoton be Kenya obrab one kai so obrab one what that function of immune function so I should share a more ye fina we you me free a biome or produce bowel production is very important for a digestion is slower chances of GIT problems also build it because our digestion is slow now we are indigestion and no empem bebreno and maybe an now bo emma bo show emma bel excessively digestion is improve very good kai say bowel no production no eboa emma emulsification happen breaking down of fat bebree fat so eche woni pedian manase wodi miane ye fat bebree so it me emma or symptoms of ulcer no eba yeah, protein bebree kai say your food and kasa your protein and sometimes beans bebree so it me trigger mo no ema utiminya problems with your phone yes why ulcer and so you we are hono munsa kakra no me pa you are doing wow harm than good oh how ho edro na oto no ubenom say bia enko yare ne enko but ulcer no prevent it kai say enuane spicy bebree so emma the treatment of ulcer thing. Now, Rahosam said, any animal was the Marcosano, Sa and the animals ya Mokon Dono Bebre, Ediania Mokom, Ediania spices no doso, Ediania drinks, Nisania man, Cochuchi, Arianiban, Titru pineapple, acid bebre, orange, acid bebre, and no other mouth acid level, aggressors, no acosrono, and no and a young pembebre, so the body cleans for. So was to Marcosa. Anything I begin, you can say discipline can take you to more places. Motivation will never do. And it's all your discipline. What the woody, what the audio call when you pay the animal. Now, all 5 level to na boa brebuano function or the boa in regulating all these things with Nya and India and your who been here pass Oberto Boise. Now, why are disciplined enough with your medication? With the annual lifestyle, manage your stress levels also. Now, so manage your stress, pay draws one make and full livoton at the amount. C for C are dominating your all over Ghana and to some extent some parts of Europe. What Ghana had the Yechila Quine and Yadin, Crime, Pacho, was Central Region, Cape Coast, there were Green Hill opposite Addison Square Garden. Aguna Odobenso branch Cassia Pound, Kumasi, and Joso Pamo, Jachi. Junction and also Enya Iraqua Tap crowd is also your branch can see a pound home pancho Accra had here your Denta FDA Junction branches Nina Ayajuma from Monday Ecosi Saturday. Mr. Treatment plan no a holistic say your battery of boise near your baseline investigation ya share organs Nina baby as my turn work and sana ya the natural homeopathic remedy account say was said. Your blood sample or urine, any sample fluid be any other lab, so why a baying result in by a tea of what I said. The area I trow the also would the any crime so would deep impose exercise do or anyhow I have been powered that if they are now mechanic a pain now when and how I would dance in a when you're paying one with sissy, I will come on society because of how I would mean your baby won't come on at trow. If we now on Saka Livoton Swa, that to your boss at trow. Send your best fano. Na empo yare bi wo so do da se hepatitis A B C D E viral anase alcoholic anase empo fibrosis cirrhosis case be hypertension pancreas problem diabetes arthritis nerve problem neuralgia CV cerebrovascular accident problem be a doctor to the atana cause wo ni pe bia no open ti ase na open natural medication e betimi aboa corrected damages media report. Mr. Wabomodia, na fan number, na Fred. 24/7, ya bejo so. Your special promo for Livoton Nuguswa Erania, baby, I will be ano, who place the order at the Bebra Wasum Jim 050 00 40 331 050 00 40 331 and now 050 00 40328.
Okay.
050 00 40328. C for C liver specialist hospital. Yes, so brebo aya won kwa antikai national so. Na kai say ya GN do ni di agi treatment plans ready. Tina Bibi Kasa, once treated, forever treated. My Jerry, I don't pay to me that the brain, no umbre, no abotre, Yankupon, and count, pound for crew now on no me or Tinaso. Bye bye.
Medan say, Dr. George Esiama, and I yet in Canada, because idea. Manuel Darkon, member of the MPP National Communication Team at Tenase. Sarah Sonaya Samfa Lucius, or your member of the NDC, Wama Communication Bureau. Samfa, on also at Tenase. My main fan messages in the Yenfa discussions in Esheso. And they said, Yakanono, one year share a year, Yakoso internationally. And Tokoi, Ibisa say, soon so, as on my Ghana, no, the essay yen and so no, I'm mammy high. Yanni honorable Kojo upon Croman so the Comofa Bella, private member bill or the Akogana Rashibe Fie, and no, eba bebo ye sick as some hobine, say, ye benya. And she ya so mine ya near the Common National Development Planning Commission no emrabete chire into we are ben now ba said ya san she no umbuso afin so say we are ben na wani so ade hunu bia it is fall within the plan national plan no nti ho bill and no the Ghana machibede fie and so that was say kwan ben so na befa so aboayen Mesha Kasante said the farmer in Ivory Coast is now given an amount of 1,200 cedis per bag, comparing to 2,587 cedis Ghanaian cocoa farmers are receiving. But still, the micro-minority MPs and some cocoa farmers are still not appreciating what the government has done, considering the drastic reduction in world market price. Some of them are even urging the government to go for a loan to cushion the cocoa price, without thinking about the negative impact it will have on our economy, performing economy. MPP is only expecting the downfall of this government, but they will never succeed. Meshach Asante. And the Dubai. Where's the good morning, McJerry? Did I understand correctly that Donald Ajudin Trump stated that Iran should not possess nuclear weapons, justifying a strike? If Ghana were producing nuclear weapons under the late Apostle Kojo Safo Kantanka, would he lack the right to assert that Ghana should not have them? By what authority? Then does it mediate between Russia and Ukraine? And I've not a question. Lamb taking Rashid Tamagov said also McJerry, what is currently happening between US, Israel, and Iran can only affect other African countries, but not Ghana. Ghana has robust economy, dollar is down, inflation is down, fuel prices are down, and in fact, cocoa prices are even down. McJerry, there is no convincing under the sun that any external global factor can necessarily translate into domestic shocks. Lamb taking Rashid. Me who video be Abrante bi o claim say oyetani o say ya sorry I sent tough one tiase fuel call for my yatiase yatiase exchange rate call for me yatiase no amabuyi ebi akọ from yatiase na cocoa price enko akọ from there yes and there yentiase it wo mo catch a place enye ntafo nkwa na yentiase mas yes yentiase mas rade Yo, that is just by the way. Well, say good morning to Mark Jerry and Kwabena Mafo. It is unwise to compare apple with orange, as MPP does with free SHS, although debatable and 24-hour economy. Otherwise, NDC is equally distributing free sanitary pads, free academic user fee in the tertiary education. 1D1F is the best comparison which took MPP over a year before its implementation, since both are centered on job creation. As of now, Tema Port is operating 24 hour round the clock. And the MPP flagship program 1D1F rather increased our unemployment rate from 8.4 to 13.8 before MPP left office. Alai Baba near Where say my name is King David from Kasua Otament. I thank God for bringing Baba Jamal back to Parliament. He will win today, and my regards to Felix. Now call you Okuno. Where's the time I saw commensa domi pele 2. Let's go to vote boom boom for Baba Ali Yusuf in Ayawaso East. Vote for him for development and kudos to Nina Chum and Ponsa, next US branch woman organizer. I believe the freedom goes. I'm pleading with the valid voters of Ayawaso East constituency to come out today massively and go and vote for Baba Ali. Is on the ballot paper number 3. Boroba Latebio coach says happy birthday to my son Nana Kingsley Brown of Huawei Company Limited. May God bless him, protect him, and give him big money. We say good morning to Mark Jerry. My name is Ajay Kashmo from Jamal Sabuana Matono. We, the unemployed nurses in Ghana, is about to do bigger demo across the country. More than 70,000 nurses who completed their training course since 2021 and beyond will hit the streets very soon. Kind of Ribantama, Senate West. Also, when the NDC was in opposition, they said global conflict had no impact on Ghana. Today in government, they are blaming US Israel, Iran tensions. Leadership must be consistent, not convenient. Baba Jamal called Dr. Baumi a fake Muslim for going to churches. Now he's doing the same and even accepted traditional title during Ramadan. Hey, Gwen Samak Jerry, the MPP will stay in opposition for long because of their frustrated communicators. Captain Akwalu Free East Lagos. As I'm one of the first I always say that President John Mahama will fulfill all his promises. So MPP leaders should stop propaganda because Ghanaians have rejected MPP already. Where's the good morning, my brother? Hope you are doing well. Please, can I have some more Ayakwa's number? Some Ayakwa Cronin Wimpo. Why is our leaders refusing to think outside the box? Express Road, is it a priority? Are we proud of the traffic congestion in Accra? Some more. In Shiraba Nelka, Shaman constituency, President Mohammed and NDC has nothing for this country. They promised better life for our teachers, nurses, and cocoa farmers. But we are not seeing that from Mohammed's government. They are now suffering big time in Shiraba and Nelka. Where's the McJerry? The driver wrote this letter directly to you. Mention it on your radio that you have a parked trotro at your house. Have you forgotten? I don't say you. Every because I'm a trotro now, my DSC or no. Because announcement, the driver say me, hey, ya, na member ye. It's a yes or troll letter. Waba betria. What said about betriaska? And no see any announcement, man. An announcement, no say, or per se, me, na menye. It's I'm said the new baking. The new baking. Send me trotro na my DSC hono. I say me trotro there, na me say me pressure ya. Esi we kura me wato me woman na makọ start. E woman to me say bitimi di twefam. Na me de na mu sa hu say me na me ko. Hey Manuel,
Mark Jerry.
Macheze.
Nyankopon do na wo so e.
Na me adom ko.
Ede nyame ase. Nyame ase.
Oda che.
Yeah. Enya be ko be brain nya ni say. Nti say ye tenkwam dia na ye dia seda na ye de ma no.
Yeah.
Mark Jerry.
All right. Mano ye share external shocks ya. Ye dwen say ye bomb pie the church they say enfans you so born in family. Na enriching and so no, Yabeshe, State of the Nations and so still some I would ne Parliament by share debate. I say, it's an so Muslim Eda.
All right,
it's you.
My Jerry, me that say I no pay. That say, see akonya wo dia mame. Me di nchia sronko de ma etiefo. Any or more mo Facebook so share ye me di nchia sronko de ma obi biara. My Jerry, me chia your former vice president and the flag bearer of the New Patriotic Party, Dr. Alhaji Muhammad Baumia. We so say I think Yakubu incoming national youth organizer, and also see your share in Timichiano. SR Chair Mandela, we have incoming Greater Accra regional youth organizer. Marjorie, when you say then I also East here to Aba. And I miss my constituency, no.
Maka, our constituency, no.
My constituency near Iowa East constituency. Ni money 441 Uba that environment, no Kura Kanda area 37. The whole now for me, I also East constituency. And I miss me free, intimate free house. And when I make one, I'm a quatua, but intimate share also East for you now say. Yakwa quatua be yen shani and tuam Emma a Baba Ali Yusuf. Ono no homeboy, ono no any atina ho for so many years. And ye ubia ne constituency are rejected on I was here dino better near MP Debbie. Ubi any atina si enimono and it was here to Abaman. I also is for Moshe in or Moshe 18 in a Mr. Bibiara say Yanko to Aba Emma Baba Ali Yusuf. Marjorie, Bema me akunya so anka be se me kasa so e house mu na yankro for more hoso and to Aba na giso kowa ayewa so is don Allah don annabi yo da mu iza be mu chire wona de chigaba mu ayewa so is constituency isa wona keji na yo na ba kowa de kowa ankuri aka jija iza be azaba ma Baba Ali Yusuf ezo e chigaba mu as MP NDC Sunzama ke ayewa so is for so many years but Mugan development so ka mu na ba yanzu an ka mu na wona aka reject wani constituency da ba mu kama ezo e chigaba mu Baba Ali muka zama da shi Iowa East isa muna ba kowa da kowa hankuri da jayi zabi ya zaba ma Baba Ali Yusuf ya zo ya ci gaban mu nagode kuma kowa da kowa Mark Jerry
na me nim sa o sa
meti ya say ho na Martina Nima oh my yes inti meti house na pa Mark Jerry uka bibi say external shock menti as external shock ben bibi asia external shock bibi ebeka Ghana na ede ben no
na sana meka Messi external shock says you bomb pie say enfan
so so de emba Ghana
no say dey no
say wo say external BBS wo baby
na one thing
me who say omukun e wo ye kan say Israel and Iran Nigeria asma ya ka ade en sha say kra wo sere Mati say Israel
when we say
Nigeria Mati say Israel any Iran for omuntokwe bi omenya na omukun na Ghana so e fa ho be Marjorie, next external shock ben edebeka enkan yo. Bibie anywhere beka Ghana. One we external shock aka Ghana da. Ensi wo memu hada. Enti Ghana ni bia enye rest assured say bibie ni ho ebesi o memu ha. Bibie ni ho. Me kai under year another kwakufado. Nyo me see in another country catch Ghana for say this is the reason. Amana ne baby a obi agitu mu say this is the issue ama nyoma ekoso ama memu yenkrofo omote abemu ene NDC fo yera John Dramani Mahama edi omunim ema yete ase say eye Russia ni Ukraine far away from Ghana enti bibi ebesi wo ho no enya ade ebetimi aka Ghana omode ye campaign ade esi omemu he nyina omode ye campaign tia MPP yanka hwe Unim say Iran is farther than your friends say Russia and Ukraine. Oh, back to I can say Ukraine. Say about closeness to Ghana. Unim say Iran. Father cry and Ben Ghana baby cry as compared to Ukraine. And you can be rest assured say be anywhere better Ghana. She anywhere better Ghana. Mekayera Mutala Muhammad Yamefa ne crancy ye. Now
they are okay, your principle now full.
I'm following the principle of the NDC. The principle of the NDC and me follow. Yera Mutala
principle being real crown now before.
There be bien where and new and real. Ayo mujidie a mukura a mu opposition. So that GDN no ain't means what's there in power. Jerry, let us be fair to Ghanaians.
Fair near then. Oman penny no ground speech utieno.
Osidian.
Time he didn't see ideas.
Jerry, as someone more kaya in opposition, and ye de kasa. Your kaya inaugural speech. And no nye asem.
I don't know why man penny into Sabrina.
There be.
No big kasa to so opposition.
Jerry, there be. Show him. And what say a far Ghana? A man your phone and what say a far Ghana to say or bow pese se bunyano. Now what can ya upe bia unyani we are no show ni shaggy debi. And yes, I was here, no. Said the opposition, you should still stand by it. Said the see a manone ain't to me have any effect on Ghana. Marjorie, she knew ever have effect on Ghana. Make no me say Ramutala, Eka Sembi, and a no crown a backbone, and what say we should be worried. Or say, as some more kind ye, or say so be catch shall say, BBSC war Ukraine, any Russia, na abe affect Ghana. It's a deception, a yentro nada kontompo, because Ghana is a net producer of oil. Or say Ghana is a net producer of oil. Eti bibienu ebetimi esi wa manone ebetimi aka Ghana yewra Murtala Mohammed ne nyame fa ne kransie ye me kai sa me jemfi kwotena afidie so be ka kire ye se bomba ye to Russia ni Ukraine ebi mbeto Ghana ye enti yentimi blame that thing on Ghana enti Marjorie Ghana ni bia expect se bibi be kwosoro da bi no more bia expect bibi asa because bibi sa anya de ensi wo mamu ha. Na se BBC so ye John Mahama ni incompetence na ma this year. Bibi anyway besi fuo enkosoro baby e wa ne bewo. Inflation enkosoro baby e wa ne bewo. Dollar enkosoro baby e bewa ne bewo. Na se ekosoro ye John Dramani Mahama ni incompetence na ekose ye. Na enye Iran and Israel bia omo sa che omo tokwa ye ne. Marjorie, Israel and Iran omo sa che omo tokwa enen omo sha ase. Thank you.
But the woman Peja no.
Russia and Ukraine.
Russia and Ukraine. And talk on Marjorie me say. In Tokwana Iran any Israel air queen and Akufo-Addo now Tokwana bi wo ho. She ni we see here. Enti ene toaswa yesre yera John Dramani Mahama yesend this for bibie ni hu ebesi memu ha nyame boy ye ho ban nyame ka ye ho prices of goods and services will remain the same, inflation will remain the same, dollar rate will remain the same. They cost yera John Dramani Mahama from no dodo na ye ko fade ba o men
Marjorie uti dey be out ya ka chen this for say full price mo fanya politics me boa. Omutie.
And so
thank you.
It doesn't mean that.
Follow
the principle.
We are following principle. Marjorie, omobeti na hade bia ye because era John Dramani Mahama ba the first person I came to meet here. Time na force I say about from no. Put caution say fuel prices depending by the world market.
Yeah.
Okacho say debi. Era John Dramani Mahama. Me kai pa me catch the Marjorie. Mumfa praises ni nyiranya de. And from that thing I remember how na beka. Me say the fuel price mumfa John Mahama. Dollar mumfa John Mahama. Bibia mumfa John Mahama. Na so munim na se nyoma 10 around. No be catch say bibi na esi o baby na nti na yesa. Omo be hu omu no ko ye gen. Eno na ene ye hu. And if you've given him the praises for the dollar rate, for the oil na Mesrel bibia besi bia e yo no a mayembe fa bibia me de embe keka. Marjorie the midwie I think before you move to Minu I say with the cocoa prime also be taxi NDC for they stop misinformation. Say wave cocoa Cote d'Ivoire matter so they about 1,200 a day. It's not true because Andra there was a meeting between the prime minister, the vice prime minister, the CCC, and I think OIA. Sa ikuo no a omo hwe cocoa so no. Oma maintain sika no omo de mene which is 2,800 CFA per kilogram. So when you multiply
Oma maintain
price no.
And your reduction.
There be Oma reduce bibia. Asema no omo de ye ne say there was a report from Reuters. A car say
they are too
planning. One, that was the
Reuters report in the kind.
Thank you.
People were concluding, but Reuters reported say Cote d'Ivoire planning but to reduce.
Thank you. But what the information on what the number and there will be a text message around. They say they reduced it, and even from Reuters, they didn't give us authority. Any omokasai meboa. Me sure me read it. Me who say authority be any omokas, and even that's right. They gave a range, almost between 800 to 1,000. Meboa Marjorie from 800 to 1,000 safer. That was what Omo reported here. So they were not even certain. They were speculating. And when the NDC for fire no more than them, SEO Cote d'Ivoire. By Andrade, Omo Ankasa, Deputy Prime Minister, any Omo Kwan Bano, SE, Sika Omodemo cocoa farmers, no, and no one Omodemo cocoa farmers. And it is a Ghana, so what you cocoa farmers for Sika Swa, oh, bomb, bro. Because Cote d'Ivoire, no matter the circumstance, they are still giving them their 3,600 and 3,500. No, they are still giving them. So what is your excuse now? What is your excuse now? Oh, heti cocoa farmers, Marjorie. Cocoa farmers omo sweat. Any additional may NDC heti the ordinary cocoa farmer. Bossa mo share mo heti the ordinary cocoa farmer. Ube kaso SU MPP jaika de toho. MPP jaika ede toho no Marjorie. And then we increase sikano from 3,100 to 3,600 because any ndra na be hu kano. E kano awo se no. Ne ohodada. You even plan to sponsor the Ghana Premier League. Next Sikaben and Kadiba sponsor Ghana Premier League. Unye ska koto pickups. Skaben onya di koto pickups. Ne kane wo hostile. And onye ska di koto pickups. Marjorie, with all these things, just accept say with your gross incompetence. And then the cocoa farmer, finding who say, accept it, apologize, and know how to go around it. Nature is so MP before ebe brew cattle. There was corruption there and there. What's now be move for close to 1 year, 2 months, so 1 year, 3 months. Nkofo bokrono cocoa board went me and obi anfo obi ankojina can say court. And now we issue abano now see obi abokrono. Marjorie, then that means the administration that they are incompetent and they are not serious. You don't wait say issue but say, oh, I'm going after somebody because someone has taken something from the state. You had a whole year and some months. 1 year. Assemble oh, because you want to push it on to someone else. What's the Obia Bokrono? Marjorie, Obia Bokrono, they find what they are benefit of the final court. But that doesn't fit the fact, say, Bosha will share cocoa farmers, you know, Fakomomo. They should stop that percentage thing. So can because cocoa farmer only percentage. Cocoa farmer edi nominal figure. Because cocoa farmer now bought 3,500, 3,600 Bosian will be ho. Say and abai tuya mi misika me do sika be ma. Enti now what's what the kwa about 2,500 no. Or kwa anko ka kire nipa wa ba ne Bosian say oh me be 3,500. Now so abai say 2,500 to me to nyoma bebre enti 2,500. Marjorie say na no. Obi akobo Bosian 3,500 no. 2,500 say J a kana akobo no fa ko me nipa ko na ka kire ne say now you can buy more with 3,000 2,500 enti 2,500. Why not yet reasonable for Betty Bibisa atum? If that's the thing, I said 2,500 can buy more things, and that means 3,500 can buy more. Why not giving the cocoa farmer that? Because the situation in here another Akufado, a Bremo Awokano is not the same thing here. Marjorie, I won't bore you with mad thing. Maybe you say okay. Cocoa board should look how to do their things. The money in Cote d'Ivoire, Esonte, and a Bibia so AC or Manone, AC or Israel, AC or US, AC or Iran, Israel. It won't have any bearing on Ghana. Bibia anyway, BC, Bibia Beko 101, per the principle of Yera, John Dramani Mahama, and in the NDC for. Salamu alaikum.
Meda Senate 100.9, Samfa Lucius.
Senior.
Yeah. But for microphone is when me here.
It's many me pa.
Oh, where is you? Brazil na camera and told you.
Mageri. I mean fa kwanya so na menchia wo ni what you for. na menchi a benso abewo social media handles no so abenso be follow hunu nyina na menchi a NDC fo abenso bagebre a benso BTA na minua unse ewiase he a yewe no enya nipa baako principle bi ana nipa baako bi ne standard a obeseti ne yehwe so ede edibuman se utifie na even in your neighborhood efie bi a eben wo asomdwe nima ebitimi eden ebitimi ekan na mum se oye nipa dasani na wote honom na se onso ototo niema yi ewo fie a the gravity to which a nanka de AC wo ufie AC wo bi fie nka ede be kan no megidie se esube ye den esube timi ate na mede saa ayi asem ya mekan no ebeba ye maimu de ekoso ha no ye nyina ye nim wa abreko a ye president former president Nanado Dankwa Akufo-Addo eba abanmu niema bebeye den bebeye in actual fact say oba na say oye say oba bebu man na say oba bobo besia rough oba na say eyisikadie basa oba na say niema ototo no wantoto niema yi a eti say obi a ono otifie bi mu a saa fie ho na ote no omwo ne bra yi na saa nipa ko no ono nso ni ntamu ho no be niema bi nyeden enkoyi definitely no ebe affect no eni ntino se ohwe sende na MPP for AC ebuman ebribi a atwama na nipa dodo na aka se ewoma bibi nkoyi a na be de akwahye ntokwa bi a na ekoso oba bi ye ka se o that is fine entokwa aman ahoduo bi so ekon de ebetimi ade ebetimi affect ye anya hwe kura no oman yi mu no yenye ye niema nyina anase yenya ye niema nyina ewo ha ye wo niema bi ti se oils ahoduo na anase fuel ahoduo ye yusuru dodo na ye den ye fa free amanone ye wo aman ahoduo a ye ne be den ye ne be edi nsawo so ewo niema bebre mu entinu se saa aman ahoduo no se eso enjoa kakra be den kakra ebe kan ye na mom yesusu se yenso ye boye bra yi a kana ebe kan ye no entimu enkan ya emro so saa because in a situation whereby a obetimi akwa besia na waba be use no recklessly ana se obeba na oman a utima owo kase oman no ehu sikasem enhyeda enye na wasesa ministers beye 120 something ediwachi de ye feel say o hwan ministers no so o te so kakra enkebetimi ama oman no nso sikasem aiden atoyi engineer menua ti ha ya ene MPP fo bi mu bensem kan ye bia se be pese bedi Ghana fo bi mu adwin di agrose o entokwa ekoso ewo baabi no enkan ye I to say they are trying to be sarcastic with the issue. You see oman ya yetimu no yenimba bia President Mama ebefa oman no eyeden efree ye nyina yenim say nokra bi anyeden ankoso wo baabi ene no ho ankasa MPP fo no bi mu etimi bie ho ano eka including even Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia anne ono no pese yensa anyeden entoaba ema no etimi kan pain say amamuo no hamu ni yi because hubu ni yi a enka Ghana fo nyeden empam ho oti ase enti ene no mempese I say Ghana odi Ghana for I say o kan asem a you are trying to be sarcastic with the issue say oh ena ntokwa no na enkan ye ena enye se ne nasefo and then again cocoa prices the crowd ye na nka me feel say nka MPP fo nkanya de abebedi ho nkomo because yati man yi mu no yen nyina yenim sane koko hudwa esie den esitie ho ba oman mu 2017 ne Ghana for ema ho akonya se ho mra meden ho mebu man 2017 a ho baaye no cocoa prices ho antum ho de no phone saa di ra 2018 ho antum wahu ne nyina na cocoa akuafo eden ehwe ho wahu wa abrako a hutimi ye den hutimi tu mu ma cocoa akuafo kra be 800 Ghana cedis no eno no kra no na cocoa akuafo no benim de anya hwe kra no cocoa akuafo benso be study be neighboring countries like Togo any Cote d'Ivoire any Togo ni Cote d'Ivoire ho pese ho de Ghana cocoa prices etoto ho no ebri bia atwam cocoa akuafo ya na be de toto ho na ho ma be 800 Ghana cedis later etu mu call even 2100 na se for the call 3000 nya na cocoa smuggling na ekoso bisa ho se adenti a obema obi eyedwa ne hudi uma obi ebia 3100 anasa uma no 3000 po na obesoa ni cocoa no ede akọ oman foforo so say mekoton ede amasa oman no say wo feel say price na ode eden ode manipa no say eya ono de bekọ sa ba bi no say okwa akoton tabi enti ne ya me no wo kasai no yanya omanpani a odwen Ghana fo ho cocoa akuafo eda na koma so ankane cocoa akuafo na anim say na yeton cocoa oman adwaso no yeton cocoa somewhere 9100 no na ho aba be fa more than 60% na ho makuani no 30% wotimi ton cocoa 3100 edim eho to every kuani no 3100 mewa amansan dwaso no 9100 na bisa ho se wo ukoton cocoa enam 9000 na se wo fa 6000 na se o break cocoa kuani no 3000 enya kro no na yeden enti ankane no na NDC ewo opposition no kwasem ye say yensu nyina no ye study data ye hwe say de kwan ahode cocoa akuafo efa so no enye denti a obekwa akoton cocoa amansan dwaso ama yama 9100 na wo waba no waba be ma cocoa kuani no 3100 eya sisi enti enu mu no ye bekasa na ba kwako fa honorable erikopoku asembia oka say NDC a enke be ma cocoa kuani no 6000 and true so also kasa every previous our friends experience say near NDC for enemy say empempi no say yakwa amansan dwaso kodidwa na say amansan dwaso no price bia be de ebe maye no yema cocoa kuani no 70% na ya fa 30% eni ntino say wo na say yema 9100 ana say more obedura the expectation is that anya hwe kra no wode nkabu mienu mpo na wode ma cocoa kuani no fa na won so fa ebi ansi saada hubu cocoa kuafo e de fa so wo man yi mu a kwapem se eduru baabi ni cocoa akuafo en Ghana fo nyina ka ese daabi saa sisisem we de yentimu nyeden yentimu enso so saa sabe kafra che kwase anim dokon aben kra de to ahye de onim se aben enti wanko school na wansua aduma mpo na se the fact se oye cocoa kuani nti upese obu na ono onim se eya sisisem no wusisi no ni saa nkrofo we ye dey cocoa akuafo ye dey epam ho ema ne ho betena abonten ene cocoa akuafo no benim se ukọ amansan dwaso a ene cocoa na nanka anka na ne bo nam 9000 ni 10000 no ene enuru sabiem amansan dwaso no bema ofrensen bema ye around 3100 enti say 3100 ni bede ma aban no dia say aban no krampo ka say offer bia ahemmom no we den offer you understand enti mi say cocoa kuani no ehwe say aban man 2500 na say ono ankasa de compare mansan dwaso no de compare Cote d'Ivoire ya ho ahode compare Cote d'Ivoire ya ono nim say Ghana aban NCC no ene ya me ne wo kasai no cocoa smuggling enkɔ so me percenka ayi omenua ti ha no on ma me data HSA esan se hu sisi akuafo esan se na akuafo enya 3200 na nde ho hwan so e dey about 3200 na nde ho hwan so dey about 2500 intino ene this number of metric tons no koko akuafo iden asmuggle di kotogo anaba smuggle di Cote d'Ivoire there be ebi nsi se ukọ oti region any voter ankane no na smuggle na ekoso nkwan na nya agro ene bisa se ubehu bisa ewo hɔ ana dabi enti me mepese enka MPP for no sabriwe a se bede sei bebre ha Ghana for aso no enka be party na agua nde be kura be ni chairman no enka be behwe na nka batoto niema na nka sebe ye pe responsible opposition enka bentim enye den entoa ba enya chairman benya responsible people abebe dem bebe di oman ebebe di MPP anim na bebe timi ade bebe timi atoto niema ama be sense ene no se benya te se bibia sia na ba hwi hwe yen na ya tikure mu yenim kwan a ofrensen amanfo efa so ebreye owo man mu food prices are na ewo oman yi mu na nado ebeba okoto calipo 50 pesos edi twia na no ema side no nko anu etimi eden etimi ma ho vote kurom ha sei ende calipo before hu be free aban mu na calipo ahiri ko be 5 cedi the same person a okoto calipo 50 pesos no wuti ase se ohwe ene a bro baga before hu be free aban mu 2024 na bro bag enam 1200 ene ya me no woka say no a bro bag enam 400 Ghana cedis ansa na hu be free aban mu no hwe ba bia na mobo enam hwe ba bia na anwa enam December mu ye di bronya hu timi nya azika ye den ekototo mo ne nkokọ ekochei na uye sure senka mobo wo soro te time na e wo soro no se nkokọ bo wo soro te time na nkokọ bo wo soro na enka the quantum of rice ahotoye quantum of oil ahotoye ahokwa chechede ma hu delegates na asefo no enka hu betimi anya sika ede akototo ne sa enti sa because hu ya de hu to hu enti no me feel say ebia senka hu tena asia na hu bo ase bosem ka bi na hu de ababa gu ofrense enfrema num na hwase enfrema da bi hu tena ase na hu hwa kwan pa hu ba fa so hu betimi eden hu betumi asiesie hu party no ama party na eden party no aya akono ende party mu agu amanfo afa be kwan what ya say entinu say brewom say hu betimi aye bibia Ghana for eden ehwe Ghana for mom ne good judges benimba bia President Mama ebefa oman ne eden efri oni kwan a na ofa so eden etofu 2024 fuola na oto oni se na nam 17 cities oni se ene okogina pump na se otwa enu sa enam around 10 cities oni babia na dollar enam obi a na onu di dwa ewo amansan dwa so onim kwan a na ofa so $6 onim ne babia dollar eden enam what you say eni ntino me mageri me mpese MPP for us say be sorry na ba betu mfuturo be mfa sa abri we say no emfansie be party
Medan say need 100.9 yenhwe state of the nation this one na somehow do no so pie last Friday Mano
Jerry bono kan ni bono ya me de pan kan pese me se be ka metimi akebia Jerry o ka se mi ko wa han mo anke be wo so say we free Ghana web Ghana web o say Ghana lost over 7,000 tons of cocoa in Volta region and Oti region due to smuggling. And then this is a period though, Marjorie, the period is between 2020 and 2025. 2020 and 2025. Marjorie, when are Ghana mampini in 2025?
And they say current administration.
So that means smuggling also in Ghana in 2025. NTM was NDC for Ankasa minim was data is readily available. Bibiatre. When you say something erroneous, ye babe yi e di achrew. between 2020 and 2025, 7,000 metric tons of cocoa and smuggled free Ghana. And if you're a John Dramani Mahama na Mampeni in 2025 there, won't be better and be catch there say smuggling and koso under your government. As a smuggling and koso under your government. There was a new way so person made the trail. And because of network in India say me BIA MBA and also patch say I buy I think 200 and something bags of cocoa no more they smuggle at the free Ghana in 2025. So where from say under era John Dramani Mahama, people are not smuggling. Smuggling air koso. So your defense no are falling in flats. Are falling down flat. If cocoa farmer now can say we ne hwajo no, if truly ne hwajo na ka smuggling na air koso no, ka air koso. Also my different narrative. As a the ente Ghana. As an internet, no, obi anyone access to internet. This is from Ghana web. And you mean I make concord verifiable data. So where from some microphone smuggle cocoa nkwamanone. You can make all the analysis. You can twist all the facts. But the truth is, the way I kind of saying, mo compare Ghana to Cote d'Ivoire when you were in opposition. Na munyina motoma the same world market no, and that's our world market no. Cote d'Ivoire turn the same edema world market, but our money cocoa farmer 3,559. So where's your excuse? What excuse pan the saying? Major Okasem biso say 2017 ye buy ya ntu cocoa mu. Enti ye no it dent the reputation here na don kwakufado. Major him say about 2017. Now the price of cocoa is 3,000. At say about 1,900, say 1,800, 1,900. Major so nimza. But you run another down kwakufado. Openia or drink kokain. Major one take price in so. The price at the world market to reduce here. But one so. O maintainino. One bema excuse. One bekache cocoa farmer say world market ya tesu into also made so there be. He maintained it. Or maintaining the same figure. Now, uwa babemu. Say world market cry at Teswa. Marjorie. Webe na wo ye policy be na wo putino down. Marjorie. Again na wo de tutu akwemu up cocoa farmer no be cushion. You run another down for radio ye nanka wo say wo so hwe kwan bi na wo ye bi. You don't put the burden on the cocoa farmer. Juma mayama Ghana he nyina untimi yesi woni hwe ma wase a yembo no be yie. Yes, I'm born a chrono. By NDC, or Mabobe Yabo chrono, Ashe no cracker. That's the situation of the cocoa farmer. So don't come and give us any justification. Because the Cote d'Ivoire that you use to make noise in this country, they are paying more. 1,000 CDs more. 1,001 CDs, 1,001 CD more. So please, handle your incompetence at Cocoa Board. Handle your incompetence at Cocoa member explanation. Marjorie, here John Dramani Mahama, the State of the Nation's address. I took one thing from that's the issue of the unemployment. Any Cocoa be or your chiche here. Marjorie, say what kind of Cocoa no?
And I said Cocoa on the match.
Yes. Any unemployment. May fry free in Cocoa no so. Marjorie, Mampeni saw checks 720 checks. At them are 13,000 farmers. Marjorie, nan Kenya State of the Nation's address, and I mean say a Mampeni or Yesu Christo whom ni bi wonimu.
I don't know say slip.
And yes slip.
And
it's not slip. Marjorie, and yes slip. It's a lie. Palpable old car and yet 170 there be Marjorie. Or say 720. Marjorie, my family asem obi kan ye. Yen ka asem nso obi anu o.
And then yes slip.
Asem obi kan ye, yen ka nse na no.
Na me say yes slip.
Marjorie, one enim slip o memu ha. Yet memu ha no obi beka che so yera baomia akwa sorry, he made he quoted a scripture. Now he got Marjorie asem. Marjorie asem no man ka okuma.
Say no man me am so.
So. Once you are using it against someone, it will be used against you. Enti adia no nye slip. Or say 720 checks. or demand 13,000 farmers. This should tell you that Obia ODM Yenimi, the person is just a liar. Or you're truthful on Kanokre.
Okay, now say farmers and no grad they are working.
Yes.
Me and Gokoi.
Yes.
Me new be.
Yes.
Ya apply be.
Monsanka meboa.
And there be en sankai.
But that's it. Major
now but na say tie da make no.
Major Monsanka.
Ya sankai. But say edian one Major
Emba.
It is or the man so me akoko ba akon.
Major
2 farmers.
Or see asem kind no or say before Mbabe started the real implementation no. Enti ase no cry pilot stage. That was a pilot stage. Almost the 720 chicks at them 13,000 farmers. It wasn't a slip. Because Okanwe and Obienu Awaba back, not even the government, Obi in charge of government communication. Emba back, Embeka say, Asama Mampini Kayano, say ne etie maybe na adia or macho on Bambe country. Until once I got Obi in charge of government communication, Embe corrected the narrative. No one has the right to correct it. Because they are in charge of government communication. The president just came out to lie, palpable lie. But Omutimi did not seem to tag you saying a lie. If this is not funny, palpable lie. So what? Watch 720 in Kokoma at the ama 13,000. Me that day. Let me say, hey, near man penny party me. Eti me yes a magic way Yesu Kristo honhom abesi ne so e ma ne boss adwuma yi a na Ghana yeti bi anie e was say na san spirit no onsa onfanka afoforo so no munye productive in the country, especially the ministers are omo ministry department, the ministers omo ministries, the CEOs are omo head various departments and agencies are ye hu omo dwumadie no onfa da san ne honhom na o de multiply ne oma no onfa ngu omo so. That's entropy at the state of the nation. Marjorie, with the issue of employment, or say from the first quarter, Marjorie, or say from the first quarter to the third quarter of 2025, Abani created 1 million jobs. Marjorie, remember? And I want to say government statistician, about out. I think some months ago, so Ebekache say Juma Omunya within that same period, near 330,000 jobs. Inti asema na yebusi ehun say, man penny, ye ba to about shebo bebree. Obi eni wo force wo 24-hour economy. Or the shell kon one na obeka ye. Boss shall kan ye during the campaign pertaining to employment Jumera program 1 million coders.
Even before I launched the Nkotoko Executive Program, 720 beds had been distributed during the pilot phase to 13,000 farmers in 12 districts. Even before I launched the Nkotoko Executive Program, 720 beds had been distributed during the pilot phase to 13,000 farmers in 12 districts. I recently, even before
I launched the program, 720 beds had been distributed during the pilot phase to 13,000
Nanka the whole brew have anything you PR no. Anything a government communication minister
even before I launched the Nkotoko Executive Program,
because while this issue about
during the pilot phase,
I was supposed to out correcting the narrative. How can you distribute 720,000 beds, Marjorie, to 13,000 farmers? How?
Farmers 5.
Even before I launched the program, 720 beds had been distributed during the pilot phase to 13,000 farmers in 12 districts. Even before
farmers 5.
Hey, zoo! I didn't know.
I launched.
Farmers 5.
Can I hear who?
The Macato is a media ye.
And by
and Yaminqua. And my.
I know how to apply
it. Meno, ye too. Benena crying.
Okay.
Now, what my Coco back one.
Okay.
It's 2 farmers. Near 1 second.
Marjorie, Akokoba. enya akoko ke chicken
there's
akoko awenyi no we akoko ba ntibu mienu be hwe akoko ba so Jerry John Mahama memwe die waga dre aban o scamming kwa Jerry
okay
over the my the employment no so create 1 million we share Ghana statistical data no so it doesn't show it doesn't reflect that GSS or make penny no last obeka across 330,000 jobs we share data and draw I think Anamperi share here we share data now what they are saying is that per baby a president and figure quarter 3 of 2024 about quarter 3 of 2022 quarter 3 of 2024 quarter 3 when you do the subtraction now you get 1 million. But in the same data, no Mampeni Amba Abemu in quarter 3 of 2024, about 2025, and quarter 4 of 2024, Abduma Mukreti is in the name of the former president. And now, when you do the subtraction from quarter 4 of 2024, the quarter 3 of 2025, who subtract to the quarter 4 of 2024, imagine you get a little over 700,000. So right now, no data no is saying something different. Where GSS boss is saying something different. President is saying something different. Okay, president in the only Mahama Yarika is saying the same thing. So I'm creating 1 million jobs. Budget. Abino is not being truthful to the people. This State of the Nations address a Mampeni Ebekache just some days ago, no. It was just some PR gimmicks, just a way to paint some beautiful picture to the ordinary Ghanaian. The true state of the nation, the true state of the nation, they say, cocoa farmer who promised about 6,000. Oba you be increasing you call 3,600. What's here about 2,500? That's the state of the nation. One minute. The true state of the nation is say a year 24-hour economy or promise say only me for filling. That's the true state of the nation. And then the youth are more complaining for employment. Mutif your musu and now social media might do because of when the data crop on the paper online. Marjorie, that's the true state of the nation.
Sava. Would you to say at a government spokesperson ever corrected 720 to 13,000 farmers?
Mageri, we say Mampani or Kasache Ghana for Ankasanche MPP for or Kasache Ghana for Benim Day. One Kasanche MPP for Entino, menum you say, Mele, Mama Nkoko. Entino said 13,000. No, or the air compare 720. Yes, sir.
Yeah, or say 720 beds to 13,000 farmers,
which is not possible.
Yeah,
and intino Ghana nina or to hono. Onim say figure na okotino, and yes, I know patch. And yan MPP for you. I
mean, as well as be or 720,000.
Anti say and yan MP unsa wo ka say ufi say and I say
me dem hu ni say
usa no hu no saa nso ne Ghana ni bia na yeti ho bia etia onim say saa ne oyeden or patchre eni nti no enhu hia say ye hwe major issues a afa mom ne government spokesperson eba beje akonwa atena so no abeka say oh Mampani ke say me de 720 best at the ama 13,000 farmers na no enya saa no or patchre na mum or patch say or the 7,200 ama e bia nipa adudu say you see
no cry set to say yes share we ni mo
entino Mageri na un say ono a kasa no duru we ka say offense Ghana ni no enim near Eden aircoso or can we say all I say aduma in terms of aduma into opinion no wanya best no be no say ka say wa apply yes sir what dey nya mai say eba unim say wanya anambwa ni onu asie wanya no nim say wanya best enti no ehun hia say afa ni ye ba be gia konwa atena ase na ya ba be analyze say figure na president no ekoti no no kra na say enye no kre what you say ho address no enkosua ne nkokɔboɔ yɛ din wɔ kurom ha na nipa kora ntimi ntɔ enti sɛ nne no enkokɔ a na wo no na wotɔ no ayi 2024 ene eswati ema otimi to akokɔ edema woyere woyere kodwam otimi eto nkosua ese oda president mama asese obae no waye den waye bi oti ase again employment issue ya oka ho asemi no Ghana ni no a ono no te ho a wanya bi no onim se waye den wanya de wa apply sim se waye den wa apply ho be free aban mu ana hunim se ho free aban mu awie no den ne ho yeye homa clearance ewo nurses ana ho nye ho adwen da se ho be den ho be posti be what you say nurses awie school etifie be ye demonstrations ahodoa ma ho ye senya de ho be fi be da na mbom hu say ho free aban mu awie no ne ho be ma clearance ho amuni posti be ene no NDC aban be president mama aban ba ye no wa ba nurses ho posti be no yaba beden ababe post 13,500 nurses ni nyina no eye ho aniwasem woti ase ayi ofrensen teachers ho anu kofa ayi ofrensen sa issue ebaaye backlogs ahodo aho create na enye backlogs ketwa woti ase ene no teachers a bewie ayi ofrensen 2020 2 no na bewo issues ho amfi be no nyina no last year they were posted. What you say? No ye kwan say ba be wie 2023 be wie be service 2024 you know ye be den ye be post be enti say oti ho no na say wo ye analysis na bi a wo no won sheda ni our friends say won sheda ni ferry ana say one ma reference wo say nya reference wo ni wanom na nya ferry ni unia enu ho kwan say ye ka adwuma semanka wo ye MPP ni a utimi ka bi yeti krom ha sei emabunu yemaya ne yemrantie ne ba wie universities a be hia decent job e wo krom ha sei ne ho kofa napco e de brebe napco na ho ma be 700 Ghana cedis etim di 8 months 9 months 10 months na ho ntua beka ene ya me ne wo kasa yi no ho afri aban mu enso nipa bebre gufi abeya adwuma wo napco ho ntua beka da enti se wo ye MPP ni na se o kasa me feel say my Jerry say MPP for the day we should advise them say be party na aguna ne ben fanye dem ben fanye hu adwuma what you say because e ka adwuma sema ban kasa no be ni sa moral right na se betimi den betimi de kan adwuma sem because under ho ankasa ho no ho kofa ofrensen youth in afforestation by even the National Youth Employment Program na ewo honum modules na ewo ho youth in afforestation, youth in nursing, youth in teaching, youth in den nyina no ho baaye no ewo ho abreso ni nyina eye den egugu yi what you say youth employment no egu etete pansame baaye nyina ye nim say mampani nkofo abreso mampani Mose breso mampani John Dramani breso no na sa modules we mu nyina aye modules na wo ho ukọ hospitals ukọ hu youth nurses na be dey be adwuma na dodo na afre be zoom nurses no na be adwuma wo honom ukọ teaching field na ukonya NYEP for youth employment for na be adwuma wo Ghana Education Service e ba ne se no hu gugu ni nyina to the point say achire dia kra dia bebe yes obatampa den kotwa sika dis kanu nyina ese no what you say enti MPP for there me feel say ye kan adwuma sema enu kwan se be den enu kwan se be kabi
okay better say my main call our man so 0302257902 0 me ba chamba 0302243540 my major wajo nche ba choma che
champion McJerry
yeah
anopay osasumbi enkaunu wa panfo ewo studio
enkaunso
na mincha incoming national chairman for MPP yewa honorable Boachi Ejakun mesre MPP mpanyfo ene wi biala odo MPP bia say yewa honorable Boachi Ejakun ye support me entire nachi ye party enhye nsa na elipe bia nwakuma party no on san fon come na party no ye be phone call election 2028 ye go di 2 minutes am na because every be ba ma Ghana enya oman Ghana for enya amamoso emfaso because man paying for national by education by man paying ekufuado edi free education so aba ama Ghana mabu epe adwuma ye The Jesus said to take an election now. Can't put away the mass threat of the one of myself. So was it a walk at the now we'll check on the myself 40. Now we'll be a 5 bar. Maggie, I go 5 when I go on Yanum. A gem pan as I go 5. I never been back over here about Tom and Yeska at Yakuranum. I'm not only Kuye and then on Maya. Inflation akofom na dollar akofom na fuel ewofom na the two let's see bemu to whatever na ga for ntoro and nso enuma na omaya gada magu aya adwuma for 1 year anya cheni ni ntimi ntwom ka anya adwuma ya na mo happen for our economic kind.
Okay, may say amako mame va the next person dio dio ambeba cho mache
mejo so menya magere
yo ti oyanko onyame adom
Mamin Chiaminia and this no no waka buno manaya medepa Yankopon Shiran. Eben Quabinian, Maminchia, honorable MP, honorable Lipima Kugu. Naminchia, honorable MC, and none of Yankopon come with my power moya and the dewa, the incoming chairman for the Milquabinia, Naminchia Nabo Peter, the Mashipia, deputy chief executive. Nia Margery, I tell you be an MP before Moya Mestrio. Magia so be kaya akoko nkitinkiti so call ya ka 50 na ebe ma because a household project me boa Magere
yeah
say 50 na my household bi amebo
household no 50 say what I want say numbers in there depends who depend the size of your poultry
yes.
Farm yeah
but the size the actual one is 50 some version now size here na reduce about 30 mimi diwo oni bibi the person me catch there mando so no your trofo so your old say slip on person the gatmo no Magere say yenya some analysis say we divide 720,000 by
there be okay 720
oh 20 but see me see slip because near Jomama can ya or get to mo say this any possible that is why me make catch was 720,000 and a Jomama can divided by what 13,000 farmers obi abenya 55. So there is no way I come to the amount of fine. So what you say? So I don't see us in front of one. In a slip. I some of the office of the former vice president, Dr. Baumia, I compared to my every time, Dr. Baumia, every quotation from the Bible is wrong. The greatest is in the back of guide job, guide Dr. Baumia, or doing it. And one can say, maybe conclude, or one can say, the state of the economy is and then say we drive a new stop sure. Or who said they say from 13 cities 14 those days and then about the boy in crown 12 cities. And then dollar because it's $1.
Okay.
More city crown almost 50. And then me kwa me 11 cities. Me put them just as well. So you know so mo ba che opposition because mo party ni nya ese mo ye die na mo nti mo ho ase na e di confusion at me say na be end this special
madam say amen amen father mache
good morning
yes you
good morning honorable man
yes sir
Vata bright ni am kasa pray abuso kai ni ma se mi ncha wa na no pay am fama no
yo me just
oti un kache ma mi ncha ni original chairman honorable Ashimo na mi ncha honorable courage makafe mi na pefo e wo TDC any honorable Madi Jibril nyame anka omu na wa na no pay o share nsema ye nuanu MPP for kan ya opposition ni dia on betina wa ache papa share koku asem ya omuka wan asem a omugina mu enese podivoa koko no omate so aye die na SRC John Dramani mama e de ma koko for
na Cote d'Ivoire they no ma verify so omate so
o say I verify so omate so ana ma Jerry
me pacho me check say nchire say omate so honestly me am akọ
ai asana oba pon show no na wa check am
me pacho entesa yenko yanim
na woni kura ewo mpo nti me come atem so share MPP for nitwe a omeka kire Ghana for because yet your man we mu and our car one district one factory me pacho omo free abemu na factory ne ewe agenda 11 omo promise Ghana for omo ko opposition no na agenda 11 hospital ba ko foundation baako kura ni wa ọmọtìmí ato ẹdi ama Ghana for nti sisi ẹdẹ na ọmọ pa kyerẹ Ghana for mekọtọfo ẹso a aba fọm ama yẹ nyina no obi kọtọfo a ebisa ne sẹ NDC ni anasẹ NPP ni yẹ nyina ya nya ho mfa so
medase mami fa de odi wa be ba cho ba che ma che
ye jao
yetio
wa po mu ye de
ame adom
ntia woni wo apam for NDC ni titru ntia no na MPP ni de oba je se on why na je se atro na ni se market ka fasu bi ni so na wa be kan woni mu ho a ko ho wo se kan ni san ka wote position mo ba gidi na mbo cheska na monye bi afenti ena mo ba cheska azu sawa ku sisi ena afedi atuntro eni se na mba ya ngwesa ato aba wo bi nkwa na Argentina da muso eni di ento aba na ento about na ka sem manjere
meda say next one mache yes sir
wouldn't see the Christmas Magina. Neda, Metiga, would our party, minimum, cried there, Ataka or Dubai. That's all for the crowd there, Baba.
I just say, wow, it's you.
I think you know what for knowledge again, then my girl. I take a good work. Only the good was the president. I ain't so cool, good work. But I have tried to do it. Check on some money to say. Or better than it is in the Nanafu Fado Biner. Who will do cocoa? Shit, Baho. I'm a Moko, most cocoa, no echo yawa for no. Empty Tabania, what's a Lodi, cook, 24 tracks. I'm an area. What is tracks and the cooking in our echo yaya. Empty Tamoko, the Busia, and be a cancer party. I will pass the house. This can run you try it. And this is a double, what possible company to see also what I was told I want. When I was to say to one and throw a summer Mahama kind. My girl, a cocono, no, actual. That was the end of my son. Can you tell them? What do you say? Nothing I don't put out for my that kind. That way, so kind. For Ghana Police Company, no coordinated kind. Let's say one more kind. Say I'm part of the same. Manjani, you call it so one of the dividends and throw the messages and throw. Wait to go to the power. Let's take a good word. It's a present to talk on top of cocoa. Why is my net to cocoa? I didn't say present to talk. The what cocoa press out of them. I'm not trying to go. But it's over the machine.
That's it. Okay. But that's it. But that's it. Yeah, the CNS. My boss. In fact, last one, I got Mache. Yeah, too. Okay.
Mame mo abaso na menchia MPP ni na ho akasa yi fapapa. Ya mame ha wakumsen nka me mo organizer menchia na yunka se nyombo bi. Ya senke ponkodu ya na abutreza Dr. Mamuba. Mike, popo bi oye otropo a Yura Mahama. Because Yura Mahama e promise akuku a meme kan say na do 36,000. And yet no bo be 26,000. And then would be no clear now when you know clear. Oko come say word market. Word market no time omo buy ya omo di be post no mean say word market for better. And na time no wo position o ka so about 26,000. No mean say kuku na o kan o ne ne. Yura Mahama promise yes oba be two or the polytank ba be siko bush wa maye no afili shu wa maye and then could say e go upon say or the polytank na be siwa e dey na che one is the trust Yura Mahama. And punching our car and punching the tree no car so Obama teacher post Obama teacher post headmaster Tika I'm on my course I near man and Palana no. And the copy of your proof would be in throw at the other power. I don't Mahama. Your copy of your proof for your Mahama. Or by then why? I dear you Mahama, I am sending in a bag of echo boxing. Anyway,
also there be our Casasam. Oh, there be our Casas.
Mike, in another time, not about that boss.
Okay, Matemeda say. A hana mede aya frɛ fo ni nyina si obi bia ofrɛ bia meda se ne anopɛn. Nyame kan ho. Amasancha me kwamrama fo mdana se maami akosu etonam. Panel members ye ma no odako oba ha ena Sanfa Lucius. Omoso ba Sanfa ne ma no meda maso ha.
Major say okay so.
Oh, tell time at
like seconds end do 1 minute. End do 1 minute. Okay so ma credit 30,000 jobs. E enu nie. Asem akando e ka say ye ne fa nkrofo no. Asem akando anu nie.
Akando se say.
O say we inherited 13,500 of you recruited without financial provision. Asem akando kan no. It won't create any job like that.
Meda say. All right, media said ma aya bena frame bankro na na yourself for social media administrators. Alex Entry, my studio assistant. Na media said so the my doctor Father Alexander, executive producer and general manager. Kennedy Asantio say anybody chido. A hand ye de and a Ghana Montie DC. Afriki Joe, that hene. Spanky, the good munsem. Eba beto also. Nyame enko bibia, ebesan eshia, enyumre, I will touch like so.